Not enough. What? Zhao Shucheng's old face froze. Yifeng smiled and shook his head. You lost the bet and gave me the points. This is a logical thing and not a bargaining chip for your protection. If you want to follow us, that's fine, but you can't defy a single one of my orders. Hearing the word okay, Zhao Shucheng's mood improved a little, but Yifeng's next sentence made his mood drop to the bottom. What? You can't disobey? If you want me to die, then I will listen to your words. Zhao Shucheng came back to his senses and couldn't help but scold. Of course not. I can write down the specific rules in the blood pact. I will naturally exclude any unreasonable requests. This can only be considered a method to restrain each other, but... Yifeng smiled and continued, so, under the constraints of the blood contract, listen to me and I will protect your life. Isn't this simple equivalent exchange contract good enough? A few complex expressions flashed across Zhao Shucheng's face. He wanted to say something but hesitated and eventually nodded. All right, as long as you can survive, you can promise not to rob me of my treasures and do something else. I can accept that. It seems that my reputation as a treasured person has spread quite far, Yifeng sighed. Zhao Shucheng's eyes widened as he almost blurted out, nonsense. Does this even need to be spread? Didn't I experience it myself last night? Is that so? Yifeng's words almost made Zhao Shucheng explode on the spot. It had to be known that it was the Ice Emperor's sword that Yifeng had inherited from his ancestors. Okay, I understand what Zhao Shucheng means. What about you guys? Yifeng's eyes flashed as he looked at the two lackeys behind Zhao Shucheng. Since Brother Zhao says it's acceptable, then we have no problems. Satisfying. Since they had already agreed to sign the blood contract, it would only take a short while. After all, in this aspect, Yifeng was already an experienced player. His speed and agility shocked the three people in front of him. Yifeng rolled up one of the blood contracts, smiled in satisfaction, and threw it into the magic crystal ring. Very good. Now, listen carefully. In order to prevent the ghost servants from hiding anywhere, I want you to follow my instructions and tear down all the eaves and beams in this damn town. What? Since the blood contract was already set, Zhao Shucheng and the others could only follow Yifeng's plans and unceasingly tear down the beams on the eaves of the dead town. After all, this task was a little tough, but it could not be considered excessive. After all, it was within the scope of the blood contract. Bang, bang, bang. Another large piece of roof was torn off by Zhao Shuja. High in the sky, tiles and rocks flew everywhere. Zhao Shucheng was so tired that he sat limply on the ground with one hand covering his nose. After a while, he choked on the dust that had risen from his nose. He then stood up and sat even further away. On his back, several beads of perspiration could be seen. As Zhao Shucheng's lackey, the situation for the other two wasn't any better. Yifeng, you brat forced me, Zhao Shucheng, to this extent. Just you wait. His mouth was filled with curses. From his point of view, only a bastard like Yifeng could come up with the idea of a large-scale demolition in a foreign world. This won't do, Brother Zhao. Didn't you say that you can never take revenge on him? Don't be impulsive and ruin your own future. Liang Mu couldn't help but remind him when he heard this. Zhao Shucheng unhappily glared at him. Fourth brother, you should know that blood oaths and blood contracts are things that I can ask my father to go to the spirit martial sect and find a way to get rid of him. However, the spirit martial sect, Liang Mu laughed bitterly. All right. I won't talk about the spirit martial sect. Can it be that I can't even grumble now? Zhao Shucheng sighed as his body became weak. Even he knew in his heart that it would be extremely difficult for the spiritual martial sect to help him. Brother Zhao, you can complain, but it will take a lot of effort. According to Yifeng's instructions, we've only taken a small part of it, we still have more than half of it waiting for us. Bai Ting covered his head with sweat and stood up again. By Lao Wu, don't just focus on selling labor. If you have the time to think about it, although Yifeng's method seems very obvious, if you want to use the characteristics of these ghost servants that cannot be seen in public, you have to demolish the roof and kill them off. The problem is, these houses can't be completely demolished within 3 days. The other two people also began to ponder about this question, frowning deeply. If they were unable to kill the ghost servants during the day, even if the number of ghost servants were to decrease by 1/3, the result would still be how different they would be tonight. Zhao Shucheng smiled helplessly and shook his head. I don't care. The ground is covered with dust and it's hard to breathe. I'll go to the eaves to rest for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't say anything more. With a leap, he flew to the top of the house and scanned his surroundings, whether intentionally or unintentionally. It was fine if he didn't want to see, but with a single look, he froze on the spot. Oh my God! His eyes suddenly opened wide as if he was about to burst out from his eyes. He then looked around before heading to the higher ground, wanting to confirm what he had just thought. Brother Zhao, what happened to you? Don't ask, just come up and see for yourselves. Liang Mu and Bai Ting looked at each other. There was doubt in their eyes. They immediately jumped up according to Zhao Shucheng's words and scanned the area. As a result, their expressions became petrified. It turned out that according to Yifeng's instructions, the houses that they had demolished earlier were not randomly demolished. It was actually like a formation that stretched out continuously. If a person were to carefully observe the surroundings, it seemed that there would be some kind of rule. Yifeng, what is he trying to do? Could it be that destroying the roofs of these houses is not as simple as we thought? Zhao Shucheng was deep in thought. He raised his head and looked into the distance. Within the dark cave, a bone-chilling aura permeated the air. They really have the guts to demolish the rooftops of this damn town while it's still morning. The girl was too excited. She crushed a small wine cup in her hand. Her beautiful face was full of anger that could not be described with words. Calm your anger, Lord Hanyue. Do you want me to hide somewhere and obstruct you from afar while you wait for an opportunity to kill them? A young man was kneeling on the ground. Without even raising his head, he respectfully asked. About this? No need, I don't really care about the death of some low-level ghost servants, but if something happens to a high-class ghost servant like you, then who can accompany me to relieve my boredom? The anger on Han Yu's face receded a bit before turning to smile and say. With the great kindness of Lord Hanyue, Zhou Feng has been able to make Lord Hanyue die with a head smeared across the ground. AI, you are a good person, but you are too boring. Everything can go down the drain. If you continue like this, do you believe that I can change into a high-level ghost servant? Han Yu helplessly shook her head. She was showing loyalty to him all the time, so she was gradually becoming annoyed. When Zhou Feng heard this, he was stunned. His pale face instantly turned even paler. Lord Hanyue. If he could not become a high-ranked ghost servant, did that not mean that he would become a low-ranked ghost servant without any consciousness and only with instincts? This was an outcome that he absolutely did not want to see and had been trying his best to avoid. If not, why would he be so flattering and lose all of his pride as a man? Alright, I was just joking with you. Are you serious? Where would there be a ghost servant more outstanding than you? I haven't even seen one yet, wait a moment. What's wrong, Lord Hanyue? Zhou Feng's expression turned cold as he looked at him, at a loss. Han Yu's beautiful eyes were filled with laughter. Suddenly, her expression froze on the spot as the image of a person appeared in her mind. When the dead were dancing in the wind and the ghosts were walking in the night. The existence of the undulating magic array that was used to kill ghost servants in all directions was like a god of slaughter that left a deep impression in her heart. Yifeng, tonight, I see that you have lost your silver heart powder. What qualifications do you have to compete with me? As for your position as a high-ranked ghost servant, it seems that I can consider you. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 400. Chapter 400. Silent Town, Evening. In the dusky sky, a light drizzle fell down. Standing at the entrance of the gate, Zifeng withdrew his gaze from the heavy rain curtain. His eyes were deep and profound as he smiled at Zhao Shucheng and the other two. As I said, all of you are done. Not quite. Zhao Shucheng took a deep breath and stared at him. Zifeng, to be honest, it's impossible to finish all the houses in the town in one day. So, according to your plan, we only overturned about a third of the roof. Zifeng smiled and nodded. It's enough. I didn't expect you guys to finish it in a day. I initially wanted you guys to complete it, but I just wanted to set a goal for you guys. If you can't make it, then save it for 2 days later. What? In the next 2 days. He couldn't help but ask, Zifeng, do we really have 2 days after tomorrow? What I mean is, without the silver heart powder tonight, we can survive if the demon subduing formation is broken. What, you have no confidence in your own survival? Zifeng smiled. The corner of Zhao Shucheng's mouth twitched. He hesitated for a long time before frankly admitting it. That's right, I really don't have much confidence. Unlike Zifeng, his brother, Zhao Shucheng, had died miserably in the bite of the ghost servant. He naturally felt the same way, so his opinion of the ghost servant was a bit negative. Moreover, the key to survival now wasn't him, Zhao Shucheng, but Zifeng. You should know that losing the silver heart powder is not a lie, but there are many people who can deal with ghost servants together. Zhao Shucheng was stunned when he heard that. A trace of allure appeared on his face. Wait, what do you mean by there are too many people? Zifeng stopped smiling and turned his gaze to a corner. His gaze was sharp like a knife. Since you're already here, don't hide anymore. Come out, all of you. Silence, absolute silence. The only sound that could be heard was the sound of rain falling on the ground. Quick, if you don't show up, I'll let the demon fox do it. From the corner where Zifeng was facing, a faint sound could be heard. It sounded like a discussion. If one did not listen carefully, one would not be able to recognize it. A short moment later, a pair of boots with golden lines at the edges appeared. He wore a long blue robe with a silver belt tied around his waist. A white-faced young scholar appeared in front of Zifeng and the others. Behind him, there were only 2 or 3 people following him. He cupped his hands together and smiled awkwardly. I am Sumu Bai, it's nice to meet you, but. However, Zifeng did not even look at him and turned to look at another corner. And all of you, don't think that you can hide if someone stands out. A cold and harsh shout resounded in everyone's heart. Remember, the next time you hide, don't stand on the side of the dwarf tree. It will cause the brightness of the leaves to vary. One look and you will be able to see through it. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect that behind Yi Zhao's calm expression, he was actually observing everything. Zifeng, you really are something. With such a sharp observation skill, those who don't know about it would think that you are from the spiritual martial sect. A burly man with thick eyebrows and big eyes laughed. Hearing Zifeng's words, he also walked out from another corner with 2 or 3 people. Zhao Shucheng was stunned and blurted out, Li Yunsheng. So that's how it is. The 2 of you are following me. One of the 2 leading men was a scholar while the other was a martial artist. Among the true disciples of the celestial sect of wonders, they could be considered rather well known. Saying that we will be following them is too unpleasant to listen to, young Master Zhao. Li Yunsheng laughed and said, we just thought it was weird that young Master Zhao had spent so much effort to tear down the roof. We thought that you had some kind of powerful force behind your back, but who would have thought that it was actually your sworn enemy, Zifeng, who was behind all this, The enmity between Yifeng and Zhao Shucheng had long since been discussed during the pet hunt. Not to mention the bet they made in front of the gate of heaven. Thus, those who participated in the battle for the true inheritance were all aware of the grudge between the two of them. Zhao Shucheng's face darkened. You two are being nosy. Now you two are just watching and laughing. There will be a time when you two are going to cry. Enough! Yifeng yelled and stopped their conversation. It's almost nightfall, and the ghost servants have risen again. Now is the time to argue, or is your life more important? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone calmed down a little and lowered their voices. Li Yunqing frowned and couldn't help but say, Wait, Yifeng, what right do you have to control me, oldly? I still haven't promised you that I'll join hands with you and fight against the enemy. That's right, I, Sumubai, have never said that I want to join you guys and have a look at the situation. The competition between true disciples should be a time of competition between the students. How can they ally with each other? Sumubai was interrupted by Yifeng just now. Alright, since you guys have chased me here out of curiosity, then you guys have seen me. Go out and take a left turn, so you won't see me off. Liu smiled and her expression suddenly became fierce. This? Oh, that's right. I forgot to remind you. There are ghost servants observing the situation over here from that spot. I'm afraid they have remembered your appearances. You guys better take care of yourselves. Yifeng said as he pointed to a corner in the grass with a cold smile. What? As soon as he said that, Li Yunqing's brows tightened and a bright light shone in his eyes. He hurriedly gathered all his strength into his palm and threw it towards that corner. Bang! As expected, two ghost servants appeared in the light. They howled in pain, and smoke started to emit out of them. After a while, they turned into a pool of blood. There really are ghost servants. The two of them looked at each other in shock, feeling that they had gone overboard. In fact, who in this dead town could not feel the magnificent scene of the 100 Demons' nighttime trip last night? They were no exception. Although they hadn't seen the demon subduing formation from afar, they had seen its power from afar. They were deeply shocked. The destructive power Yifeng had towards the ghost servants was now an important method to attract others to follow him. Therefore, in terms of a chance of survival, only by relying on Yifeng would they be able to survive. What, you're not leaving? Sumubai's face was calm. He didn't know what to say. After all, Yifeng was currently talking about two ghost servants. Who knew if there were other ghost servants around? I understand. You guys came here out of curiosity, but after you saw me, you had other intentions. Yifeng's tone was a bit more tactful. He decided to give Yiwen a way out of this predicament. Right. Yifeng laughed leisurely and said, That's fine, I, Yifeng, am a straightforward person. Since you guys want to stay, but it's also simple, remember to bring more people with you. After all, my specific plan, the more people there are, the better it is. What do you mean, we're all here? Li Yunqing was stunned for a moment. Looking around, he could not help but ask. No, not just you. I want you all to do your best to gather more people here and tell them that they want to live. Otherwise, all of them will come here. In the competition for true disciples, there were a total of 20 elite students. Yifeng took up 3 people. Zhao Shuqing's group of 5, Li Yunqing's group, and Su Mubai's group only had 6 people left. An hour passed. I've pulled you here, Yifeng. I've pulled 2 people for you. Li Yunqing breathed heavily as he hurried over. I've also brought one here. Sumubai ran all the way over and wiped the sweat off his forehead. He pointed to a person behind him. Yi Zichen swept his gaze over everyone with a smile. Good, so to say, there are only 2 people left who can't come. Li Yunqing laughed, perhaps those 2 are already dead. Shut up. While Yifeng was pondering, he suddenly heard these words. He immediately became angry and fiercely glared at him. A sharp aura emitted from his body, pressing down on Liu Bingqian's body, causing him to be unable to breathe. Cough cough, Zifeng, what are you doing? I was just casually saying that. Liu Bingqian's heart sank. He did not expect that a student with a cultivation level similar to his would be able to exert such pressure on him. Zifeng retracted his sharp aura, and the other person let out a sigh of relief. After regaining his senses, he was still a bit absent-minded. What's going on? Where's Bingqian? Where did she go? Of course, he was recruiting for a plan to deal with ghost servants. However, at the same time, he was also bringing Bingqian back for someone else. However, so far, Bingqian had disappeared without a trace, as if she had vanished from the face of the earth. Brother Zifeng, a peculiar expression flashed in Yi Shui's beautiful eyes. She clearly understood the anxious feeling that her brother was feeling. Zifeng smiled, he slightly adjusted his state of mind, and his expression became serious. Alright, since everyone is willing to come here, I believe they are all here for the demon-subduing array that can suppress ghost servants. However, what I want to tell everyone is that the materials for the demon-subduing array have almost been consumed. Tonight, it is impossible to set up the demon-subduing array. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 401. Chapter 401. I can't release the demon-subduing formation. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. Naturally, one could imagine the astonishment in their hearts. Zifeng, night is near, it's not good to be joking at this time, right? Sumubai frowned deeply as he looked at Zifeng. He couldn't help but speak. No, I'm serious. Do you really think that the array formation that can withstand the attacks of so many corpses last night will consume so many refining materials? Zifeng's face was expressionless. He took out the scattered materials from his magic crystal ring and placed them in front of everyone. Look, all of the remaining materials for the demon-subduing formation are here. Everyone. Although some people didn't know how to arrange the demon-subduing formation, they had never eaten pork before. They had at least seen a pig run before. Therefore, when they saw with their own eyes the few remaining materials for the demon-subduing array, they could not help but not believe it. Zifeng, you. Liu Bingqian's face was filled with rage, but compared to his anger, his heart was more filled with regret. He paced back and forth a few steps, pointed at Yi Zichan and cursed. Good boy, without the demon-subduing formation, you still have the nerve to let us follow you and make me cheat the other two brothers. I don't know if you have caught the ghost servant's attention or not. It had to be known that when he had pulled the two of them over, they had been blowing away all the power of the demon-subduing formation. In the blink of an eye, Zifeng told him that he wouldn't be able to set up the demon-subduing formation. Naturally, one could imagine his depressed mood. Wait a moment, everyone, don't be anxious. Since Zifeng brought everyone together, then he must have his own reasons. Seeing that everyone was starting to make a ruckus, Yi Shui's charming face flashed with a hint of anxiety. Liu Bingqian replied ferociously, what kind of idea is this? I think he's just looking for someone to carry him on his back before he dies. He's just hugging him to keep him warm. That's right, he was really screwed. He didn't even have the materials for the demon-subduing formation, and he even called us here. He is purposely trying to kill us all. Zhao Shucheng listened to the crowd and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of the smile on Zifeng's face. Wait, Zifeng, you. Seeing that the opportunity was right, Zifeng laughed lightly and suddenly asked, without the demon-subduing formation, you all won't be able to live. Nonsense. Why don't you tell me how to attack those ghost servants in the middle of the night? Zifeng smiled meaningfully, this is also simple. However, I'll need you guys to help out a bit. What? Everyone was startled as they stared at the other party. The noisy atmosphere finally quieted down. The whole place was eerily quiet. If you want to do it, then do it. Liu Bingqian composed himself and immediately asked, the way to attack ghost servants is extremely important. Quickly tell us, anything is fine. As long as it's something we can do, we will definitely help. Yeah, Zifeng, if you have a solution, then say it quickly. Everyone is gathered here, isn't it just gathering ideas to fight against the enemy together? If Zifeng had said that there was a demon subduing formation at the beginning, then everyone would just be thinking that it wouldn't be of much use. But now, without the demon subduing formation, everyone was fighting for their own lives. How could they not do their best? Once they felt a sense of crisis and had a common goal and enemy, the originally loosened sand-like troops would have a higher ability to execute and coordinate with each other. All right. Zifeng said solemnly, I don't mind letting everyone know about it. Since I know the demon subduing formation, it is not only this kind of formation, so, do you guys have any other materials for me to refine other formations? Now the situation is urgent, hand them over to me. The more, the better. He paused for a moment before laughing. After all, the materials and magic treasures are external items. One's life is in danger. The curtain of rain still hung in the sky. Boom, boom, boom. The melodious ancient bell rang, and at night, numerous densely packed black dots slowly surfaced from the corner of the street. The eyes of the girl wearing the same robe narrowed. Her gaze swept across the end of the alley and landed on the messy scene. There was a slight trace of anger on her face. The light in her eyes dimmed. This bunch of bastards really should be killed. In just a day's time, they actually destroyed the roofs of so many of my houses. It'll be troublesome if I send people to fix them up later. That's right. Just like what Lady Hanyue said, the existence of this group of people is extremely harmful to our souls. We must kill them as soon as possible. At this time, he only saw two ghost servants running over in front of him. They jogged all the way in front of Hanyu, using their fingers to point at him and mumbling something indistinctly. After a while, the look in Hanyu's eyes became more and more interesting. How is it, Lord Hanyue, is there any news? Zhou Feng asked tentatively. That's right, this Zifeng is really bold. After yesterday's experience, he did not hide in the house but took the initiative to come to the street and wait for us. He's really courting death. He can't even stop us. He really is brave. Zhou Feng was slightly stunned, but he did not doubt what Zifeng was about to encounter. Instead, he smiled and said, also, in my impression, it's very rare for Lord Hanyue to remember a person's name over a day, but... Hanyu chuckled, her beautiful eyes exuding boundless light and laughter. Really? Because in general, very few people can survive a day in the tide of corpses. He, Zifeng, can be considered a weirdo. However, his good luck ends here today. Of course. Once Lord Hanyue makes a serious move, the demon subduing formation will be easy to deal with. If Zifeng is unable to use the demon subduing formation, then he can only kneel down and beg for mercy. Hanyue raised her eyebrows and glanced helplessly at Zhou Feng. It was obvious that she was tired of his constant flattering attitude. Who is it? While they were talking, a white light flashed in the sky. A human figure floated by on the street, moving extremely fast. It was hazy, making it difficult to see clearly. It passed by the two of them in the distance without even raising its head. Lord Hanyue, how about I go? Seeing this, Zhou Feng was startled. He was about to rush over to investigate. Hanyu pondered for a moment, then shook her head and said, forget it, it's too far away. Tonight, we don't need to worry about these mice for now. Once we finish dealing with Zifeng, the rest of the people behind us will slowly line up and no one will be able to escape. Moments later, Han Yu was attracted by the ghost servant and was almost at where Yifeng was. She only needed to turn a corner to arrive. Step back, all of you step back, don't block the way anymore. Zhou Feng's icy face was expressionless as he waved his hands repeatedly. The ghost servants blocking the entrance saw their master approaching and retreated to the sides, allowing Han Yu and Han Li to pass by. Yifeng, listen, your death date. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Feng's face. He hadn't even opened his mouth. Suddenly, a whistling sound was heard in the air, accompanied by a sharp, cold glint. A tall and burly ghost servant flew out from inside the door and heavily crashed into the wall, making a loud bang sound as a large part of his body caved in. His head was now nowhere to be seen. As Zhou Feng was walking in front, he was naturally the closest to the corpse. At this moment, his face suddenly became extremely pale. He had originally wanted to teach Yifeng a ruthless move and show off his skills in front of Han Yu, but who would have thought that before he could finish, Zifeng would already have made his move. He was so shocked that he had difficulty stepping down from the stage. Zhou Feng, you can leave now. Let me. Han Yu was slightly startled, but soon recovered, and chuckled. This demon subduing formation does have some tricks up its sleeves. If it is not removed, Yifeng will really become the nemesis of these ghost servants. Yes, everything depends on Lord Hanyue. Zhou Feng reluctantly nodded. Han Yu smiled lightly and passed the oil paper umbrella into Zhou Feng's hands, asking him to hold it for her and prevent a drop of rain from falling in. As for her, she lightly covered herself with a veil, took off the jade flute at her waist, put it to her lips and played it leisurely. The melodious and distant flute melody was sometimes as profound as a mountain, sometimes as gentle as a small stream, with many twists and turns. The lingering sound lingered in the air, penetrating straight to the bottom of one's heart. She turned the corner and raised her head to look at the situation within the door. All right. Amidst the silence, they heard an extremely loud clapping sound resound beside their ears, causing them to be stunned. You? At this moment, Han Yu had already seen Yifeng and the large group of people behind him. She couldn't help feeling a sense of dread. The more people there are, the more variable, no doubt. Yifeng clapped his hands and smiled at the location of the cold moon. Good flute sound, good beauty, what a great counterattack against the extreme demon sound wave of the exorcist-type array formation. Yifeng laughed heartily and continued, "Oh right, don't stop. Let's not talk about the effects of the formation. Just the flute music itself is quite nice to listen to. Wait, how do you know this is the limitless demon sound?" Han Yu's charming face immediately changed. Yifeng stopped clapping and said with a smile, "Yesterday, when you took out this jade flute as a weapon, you already had this guess. After all, I could see that you seemed to be very disdainful of the demon-subduing array, and before I used the silver heart powder, you would occasionally press a corner of this jade flute, but I don't like to guess casually." Han Yu took in a long breath and looked at him meaningfully. After which, she carefully sized up the formation that Yifeng had placed. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5. Chapter 402. Chapter 402. The cold moon congealed for a moment before almost exclaiming out loud. This isn't the demon-subduing formation, but... Yi Zichen smiled and nonchalantly fed a pill to Spirit Shadow. His expression was solemn. "I never said it was the demon-subduing formation." He only saw clusters of corpse aura, which were like clouds in the sky. The sound echoed out for 7 meters around him. A group of ghost servants walked among Yifeng and the others. No matter how close they got, it was as if they didn't see anything. They didn't attack Yifeng and the others at all. Silence, absolute silence. People and corpses, such a peaceful scene was really rare. Looking around, all he saw was the huge black cloth hanging on the gate, and the flags in the yard. They were fluttering in the wind, and the wind was blowing in the air. The whole scene was so bizarre that it left everyone tongue-tied. However, other than Yifeng, the rest of the people looked more or less anxious. Their bodies were trembling slightly, but they were still panicking. After all, even if Yifeng was used to it, for most people, this was not only their first time interacting so closely with a group of corpses, it was also their first time meeting the owner of the ghost servant. Yifeng, Sumubai and the rest all stared at Hanyu as they gripped their sword's hilt and held their breaths, ready to strike at any moment. "Don't be afraid." Yifeng walked and stood in front of the crowd, facing Hanyu, blocking her soul-stirring cold gaze. Hanyu slightly pursed her cherry lips, her delicate eyebrows slightly knitted. After a moment, she reacted. "So that's how it is. I understand. If I'm not wrong, this is the bedevilment formation. It can taint all of you with corpse energy and attack the ghost servants, treating you as your own kind, don't you? If she failed to subdue the devil, then she would be possessed." Even Hanyu couldn't help but admire the other party's awareness. Yifeng smiled. "You know quite a few formations." "Of course. After all these years, among the people I've killed, it's not like there haven't been any disciples who haven't cultivated formations." Hanyu pondered for a moment and felt that something was amiss. "But this is a bit strange. The materials needed to set up the bedevilment array." She had always been sensitive. She raised her head and looked at the demon fox beside Yifeng. From her point of view, the most important source of corpse gas in the bedevilment array seemed to come from this demon fox. However, it was clear that there was no more corpse chi left on him. She frowned in disbelief. "Impossible, the main ingredient of the bedevilment array is the corpse gas. The other materials involved are almost negligible, but where did you get the corpse gas from? Could it be that you are a specialized corpse cultivator? How is this possible?" Yifeng smiled and shook his head. Last time, when he had dispelled the demon fox's corpse aura, he had secretly taken a bottle of the high-grade corpse aura from a lot of demon foxes, just like when he had collected the dark thunder of the heavenly Tao during the awakening of the storm. He had originally planned to keep this high-grade corpse energy for later refining pills, but he didn't expect that it would be used in refining arrays this time. When everyone saw Hanyu chattering away over the materials and recall the painful memories in their hearts, they could not help but burst out with their words. "What are you thinking about? Of course, Yifeng doesn't have that many materials. These materials were all poured out by us." "That's right. This time, in order to confront you, I really put in a lot of effort. Yifeng, ask them to give you the materials." Hanyu was startled by these words. She was dazed for a moment before she smiled and came to a realization. Placing a bedevilment array was more important than the source corpse gas. There was no need for much other materials. This was just the reason why Yifeng was able to obtain some benefits. "So that's how it is. You are truly interesting. You are obviously the enemy, yet you are still adept at it. However, I do not know if this calm and indifferent attitude should be called arrogant or not. You've lost. That's arrogance. You've won. I hope you understand it as confidence." Yifeng smiled calmly. "Good, very good." Hanyu laughed loudly. The light in her beautiful eyes suddenly turned cold, almost freezing the surrounding atmosphere. "Yifeng, although I don't use the limitless demon sound, it doesn't mean that I can't control the ghost servants. However, without the silver heart powder, there is nothing left for me to be afraid of." She put the jade flute back to her lips and let out a light breath, her eyes lighting up. The sound of the flute was elegant and refined, sometimes high and sometimes low, sometimes light and suddenly loud. Waves of violent fluctuations were released, causing the movements of the ghost servants to almost simultaneously become sluggish. Li Yunqing's eyes lit up. He knew at once that the situation was not good. "Make a move. Don't let her play the flute." At the same time his voice faded, he rushed forward. A violent and domineering wind from his palm struck towards Han Yu like a wave. Whoosh! Seeing this, Sumo Bai and the rest also rushed forward and swatted their palms towards the distance. Han Yu coldly snorted and retreated a few steps. Her steps were graceful and graceful. Li Yunsheng, Sumo Bai, and the others followed her 10 strikes in succession and all missed. How preposterous! Li Yunsheng frowned and shouted. He wanted to continue charging forward. He used his anger to dissolve his fear. He was completely dominated by the valor of blood, and had lost his mind. However, just as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Yifeng. Stop! Yifeng, why did you stop me? He had just shouted out and turned around to see that 3 feet in front of him, there were several silver needles stabbed into the ground. A fierce corpse aura circled around the needles, creating a strange bloody light. After a momentary silence. Boom, dot. Suddenly, a resplendent light exploded on the tip of the needle. Dust and smoke. Li Yunsheng stared blankly at the 3 feet in front of him. A small hole that was half a man's height had already been blown out. If he had rushed forward, the result would have been obvious. Thank you for saving me. He bit his lip and sucked in a breath of cold air. Han Yu was holding a jade flute in one hand and several silver needles in the other. She glared at Yifeng with an exceptionally cold gaze. Just now, she had almost succeeded in one strike and suppressed the opponent's morale. Who would have thought that Yifeng would have seen through her intention to attack and save Li Yunsheng in time? Yifeng looked around. Don't be impulsive. Since she dared to use the jade flute at such a close distance, she is prepared to be attacked by us. Rather, it would be better to say that she is waiting for our surprise attack. But if I let her play the flute like that, the ghost servant would be manipulated by her flute music. That would be terrible. Zhao Shucheng frowned, but did not relax. Although he was enemies with Yifeng, he had no choice but to do everything he could in the face of such a life-and-death situation. So what? What? Zhao Shucheng was stunned for a moment as he stared at Yifeng. As long as your attacks can hit the ghost servant, she can control them however she wants to. With the strength of those ghost servants, even if they were beaten, they wouldn't be able to surpass you martial disciples. This. Yifeng yelled, stop dawdling. Listen to me. Hurry up and kill those ghost servants around you who have not started to change. Everyone understood the logic of capturing the thief first and capturing the king first. But when the king was prepared, would he be able to capture the king? Alright, I'll listen to you. Li Yunsheng laughed loudly. He had just been saved by Yifeng, so he was naturally very grateful to Yifeng. He waved his hand and a strong wind swept towards the ghost servant closest to him. Seeing that someone had taken the lead, everyone was stunned for a moment. They looked at each other and nodded their heads. Then, they swung their swords at the surrounding ghost servants. And on the other side, Yifeng's expression was solemn as he quickly wiped away the crystal ring. The electrical flying sword fell from the sky into his palm, directly facing Han Yu's position. Oh! Han Yu coldly smiled. You're not letting them rush over, but you actually want to attack me. Is that no good? Yifeng chuckled. With a flip of his right hand, a silver glow rose from the electric flying sword as if it were a swimming dragon. In an instant, a violent hurricane was formed and struck Han Yu's shoulder. It was as if it was a raging river that continuously flowed in all directions. Humph, of course you can. You stubborn thing, the attacks of so many people just now were unable to hit me. If it was you, Yifeng, then what can you do? A look of contempt appeared on Han Yu's elegant and refined face as she poured her profound qi into her feet. She slightly nodded in the air and her figure flashed, avoiding the sharp sword qi like a ghost. I already told you, you can't hit me, but you just don't believe me. She let out a sneer and her tone was filled with disdain. Yifeng smiled. Who said that my target is you? What? As his voice fell, a deep sound came from behind Hanyu. She was shocked. She had a bad premonition. She turned around and focused her eyes. He saw several pieces of black cloth being taken away from the entrance. A huge bluestone slab fell heavily to the ground, pressed tightly, and not even a crack was left. The group of ghost servants outside wanted to enter, but they were all blocked by the blue stone gate. Their fingernails dug deep into the stone door, and under their strength, their nails turned outwards, scratching frantically. However, they only left a small scratch on the stone floor. When the cold moon caught sight of this change, its expression froze. It turned out that the sword Qi Zimo released earlier was not aimed at the cold moon from the start. Instead, it was the blue stone gate that was tied with chains under the black cloth. Zifeng smiled. His eyes lit up. Without the supplement from the ghost servants outside, your jade flute, how much use can it have? We can only kill one ghost slave each time we see one, then, one less. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403. Chapter 403. Zifeng's words reverberated throughout the entire courtyard. From setting up the evil formation, to luring the enemy, then starting a war with the door closed, all of this was done in one go. Everything was done in a smooth manner, everything was done in a natural manner. Those who didn't know that, would think that Zifeng had already planned for several days. In fact, it had only been 2 days since he had entered the gate of heaven. Being able to fight against the berserk wave of corpses head-on in the Spirit Death Town, which was the equivalent of a mid-level martial disciple. It was hard for Master to imagine such a thing. Good. The 3 words good were exactly what Hanyu was feeling now that she had been angered. Zifeng, you actually want to do a beast trap battle with me? It looks like I've underestimated you. However, just you wait. When the flute song ends, it'll be the start of your group's demise. At this moment, Hanyu's heart no longer held any trace of underestimation. He repeatedly retreated over 10 steps, his face solemn. Holding onto the jade flute, the sound he made suddenly increased by an octave. The ghost servants still remained in the yard. Under the flute's tune that was 8 degrees higher, he immediately bared his teeth and grimaced. The veins in his entire body also continued to bulge. Whoosh whoosh star. Another afterimage of a sword flashed by. 3 more bloody holes appeared in a ghost servant's neck. His body relaxed and slowly fell to the ground. Zhao Shucheng drew his sword and hastily called out, "Hurry up, move faster. You can hear the tune of the flute, right? The more ghost servants we kill now, only then will we have a chance to live before the flute music finishes." Okay. Everyone shouted together. Their hands moved quickly and without any hesitation. Although this team was formed on a temporary basis, it was not weak at all in such a critical moment. The excellent conditions that Zifeng had created had inspired everyone, allowing them to see the hope of turning the tables around and strive hard for it. Zhao Shucheng paused for a moment and looked around. When his gaze landed on someone, a surprised expression immediately appeared on his face. "Zifeng, we are all using our full strength. What the hell are you doing? Aren't I studying your Ice Emperor sword?" It turned out that he saw Zifeng waving his sword left and right in an attempt to kill some ghost servant. What? Zhao Shucheng was stunned by what he had heard. Did you hear what the ghost servant master said? Besides, don't you already have a zenith lightning flying sword? What are you studying the Ice Emperor sword for now, My zigzag lightning flying sword had accidentally curled its blade, that's why I thought. Zhao Shucheng sucked in a breath of cold air. He couldn't help but be shocked by the other party's thick skin. Scroll blade, a flying sword at the peak of the spirit level. Wasn't this used just now? Yifeng asked for advice honestly and smiled. Didn't you say that this Ice Emperor's sword was passed down from my ancestors? Then, what trick is there to use it? If I can't get this explanation, I'm afraid that I won't be able to focus on killing ghost servants. You? Alright, I was sharpening the knife to chop wood, so don't hide it. Hurry up and tell me the trick, don't delay everyone, fighter. When he said the word fighter jet, Zhao Shucheng was stunned. His mouth twitched a little. Normally, not only would he not pay attention to Yifeng, he would even give him a kick. However, now was the time to unite against the enemy. No one could afford to let go of their chains. Who knew what would happen when the sound of the cold moon's flute stopped? Everything needed to be prepared in advance. Alright, I owe you one. Anyway, this Ice Emperor's sword already belongs to you. Now that the situation is urgent, since you want to know the trick, I'll give it to you. Zhao Shucheng gritted his teeth as he tightly held onto something in his arms. After a while, he let go and threw out a small ring to the leaf tip. This is, Yifeng slightly squinted his eyes. Zhao Shucheng looked a little pained. Remember the ring that you were given, which symbolizes your status as a distinguished guest of the Zhao family? The ring that I'm giving you now is the ring that symbolizes the bloodline of the Zhao family. If you fill it with spiritual energy, you can use the frost chi from the Ice Emperor's sword. If it was an ancestral weapon, others could use it just by swinging it. If there were no restrictions on it, then it would most likely be a shabby weapon. Currently, the Ice Emperor's sword could only be activated with a ring, so it was naturally no ordinary sword. And Zhao Shucheng gave his ring to Yifeng, clearly to save his own life. This was a good opportunity, so he didn't want to lose it. In the future, Zhao Shucheng definitely wouldn't be willing to part with it. He took out his ring and gave it to Yifeng. So that's how it is. Let me try. Yifeng's eyes lit up. He immediately put on the ring that Zhao Shucheng gave him. Spiritual chi surged out from his arms and attached itself to the ring, releasing rays of shimmering ice crystals. The Zhao family's magic treasure does indeed have some tricks to it. He sighed and reached out to grasp the hilt of the Ice Emperor's sword. His heart suddenly surged with an intangible will to fight, and even the glimmer on his ring was magnified. Before Yifeng could control it, a strange power surged out from the tip of the Ice Emperor's sword. Yifeng also reacted very quickly. When he saw that something was wrong, he immediately faced a ghost servant. A wave of freezing air suddenly exploded from the tip of the sword. Go! Energy spirit snakes wriggled and formed clusters of ice crystals in front of the ghost servant in front of them. Layers upon layers of ice crystals formed, extending from the ghost servant's feet all the way to his chest and finally to his face. The man didn't even have time to express his surprise before he was frozen solid. Ding 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 comma. A light flashed across Yifeng's eyes. He took the chance and directly took back the Ice Emperor's sword. He saw the ice sculpture plummeted down by the power of his hand. A crisp sound rang out as smoke and dust rose in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the ghost servant that was standing perfectly fine earlier had turned into a pile of ice dregs on the ground. This scene was especially eye-catching. Even the cold moon blowing on the jade flute lowered her head and gave Yifeng a meaningful look. Sure, Zhao Shucheng. Your magic treasure is quite powerful. Yifeng laughed with satisfaction. He nodded and raised his head to look at Zhao Shucheng. However, he found that the man had taken a short, spasmodic breath and was now standing there like a rooting plant, just like the ice sculpture earlier. I've been forced by my father to research this sword for more than half a year, and I still can't use this Ice Emperor's sword's power. How come you've only just mastered it? You haven't even warmed up the Ice Emperor's sword yet, and you're already able to do this, Yifeng chuckled, then, it seems that this Ice Emperor's sword is quite fated with me. Why don't you just give me this ring? One must know that Yifeng was a martial ancestor in his previous life and his method of forming qi was completely different from Zhao Shucheng. In the eyes of a martial ancestor realm expert like Yifeng, there was nothing much to say about ancestral magic treasures. After all, the magic treasures that Yifeng had once used had become the inherited magic treasures of his descendants after hundreds of years. Who said I was giving it to you? I'm just lending it to you. Zhao Shucheng was stunned for a moment. With a slightly sullen expression, he continued, if you really dare to steal my ring, be careful of me, Have you forgotten about the blood contract you made before, and the vow to never seek revenge? Yifeng asked with a smile. You? Zhao Shucheng's body shook as if he was struck by lightning. Yes, he remembered. The big words he said before had undoubtedly determined his fate when he was tricked by Yiwen. He would never be able to take revenge on this wager. Although it seemed like there was no real loss, if he really thought about it, someone would definitely do something about it. Not to mention a ring, even if he chopped off Zhao Shu and turned his arm into an arm, according to the oath, he wouldn't be able to take revenge. Alright, let's not worry about that too much. I've already said that all magic treasures are external items. Life-threatening is the most important thing. Right now, our enemy is only one person away from us. Yifeng smiled solemnly and lifted his head, but his expression gradually turned cold. He lifted the Ice Emperor's sword and pointed to the location of Han Yu. The two of them looked at each other, and the cold killing intent in each other's eyes could be seen clearly. Zhao Shucheng didn't have time to say anything. On the other side of the leaf, they had already started moving. It's time for the final sprint, everyone hurry. He used the Ice Emperor's sword along the way, causing the white light to suddenly surge. The tip of the sword emanated the aura of 1,000-year-old mystical ice, freezing several ghost servants in one go. Its might was ferocious and its speed was astonishing. It was fine when he did not do anything, but when he did, it was like a thunderbolt. Yifeng's killing intent, without a doubt, had aroused the courage and determination of the crowd. If we follow them and attack, the flute music will stop. What are we waiting for? Yeah, if we don't fight now, when will we? With Yifeng's Ice Emperor's sword leading the way, now is the time for the war. There are conditions that require preparation before the war. There were some conditions that could only be fulfilled during wartime. For example, Yifeng had obtained the ring for the Ice Emperor's sword. Another time, another place, and another person. If Zhao Shucheng didn't hand over his ring, then Yifeng wouldn't be able to unleash the potential of the Ice Emperor's sword. In the courtyard. With everyone working together and Yifeng using the Ice Emperor's sword, their killing speed increased by more than one-fold. The spiritual energy spiraled in the air, swords in and swords out, blood flying in all directions. In the blink of an eye, only 3 ghost servants remained. At this moment, the flute music stopped. At the end of the song, Han Yu put down her jade flute, and her pale lips revealed a cold smile. As for the remaining ghost servants, that means all of you are finished. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 404. Chapter 404. Heavy rain clouds, the moonlight like blood. A moment after the flute music stopped, an extremely sharp howl resounded over the entire Death Town. The 3 ghost servants, who were still alive, had their veins bulged and their eyes turned red. Their entire bodies suddenly swelled up several times. A cold and damp corpse aura then engulfed the entire area. Huff, huff, the ghost servant was panting heavily. Han Yu swept her eyes over the crowd with her beautiful eyes. Get ready to make a move. A terrifying oppressive force spread out from the 3 of them, enveloping the entire courtyard. Quick, kill them all before they form. Zhao Shucheng tightly furrowed his brows as his hands did not stop moving. He brandished his sword and shot out 100 sword shadows. They converged at one point and pierced toward the ghost servant's body. However, just as the tip of the sword was about to pierce into the ghost servant's body. Ding! An ear-piercing sound was heard. The sword in his hand swung outward but couldn't get any closer. It was like hitting a steel wall. What? Zhao Shucheng was startled. It was evident that he did not expect that the ghost servants, who were easier to deal with just now, would become as hard as rocks after the end of the frigid moon's flute song. The blade and sword were not allowed to enter. The ghost servant in front of him grinned. He raised the sword that Zhao Shucheng had stabbed into his abdomen with his swollen arm. The huge force came along with it. Zhao Shucheng followed along with the sword and was lifted up by him. Just like that, the sword was suspended in the air. After a short moment, the ghost servant seemed to be mumbling something. His other hand suddenly became longer, pointed at Zhao Shucheng's chest, and pierced into it. Save me! The ghost servant's arm had already reached an inch away from Zhao Shucheng, about to cut open his abdomen. At this moment, the snowy shadows flew all over the place, and rays of light shot out in all directions. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, an extremely cold aura spread from the ghost servant's arm all the way to his palm, freezing his entire arm. Zifeng. Zhao Shucheng coughed a few times and fell from the sky, barely managing to stabilize his body. Seeing the person who saved him, his face was full of shock. Right now, you think that this Ice Emperor's sword is still suitable for me? Zifeng smiled and jumped down from the ghost servant's giant arm. This. Zhao Shucheng's mouth twitched as he forced out an ugly smile. If you don't say it, then I'll take it as your consent. Zifeng smiled lightly. The light in his eyes became cold, and the afterimages of the sword aura around him became as bright as day. In a blink of an eye, ice crystals shattered behind him. Bang! A huge arm fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust and emitting a deep sound. The ghost servant cried out in pain. Clutching his shoulder, he retreated a few steps and knelt on the ground. Seeing this scene, the crowd burst into an uproar. What? Hanya's beautiful eyes widened as her delicate body slightly leaned forward. The ghost servant that passed by the sound of his flute was actually chopped down by ECI and kneeled on the ground. Even some of the people in the crowd, who were still in a daze from the panic in their hearts, had regained their confidence when they saw this scene. All the discussions in the room could not help but break out. Amazing, I knew where Zifeng was unique. I knew it long before I entered the Heaven Gate. Damn you! Before we entered the Heaven Gate, do you know anyone else, Zifeng? Lord Hanyue, Zhou Feng was stunned. Looking at the current situation, he already had no choice but to take action, and could no longer restrain himself. Ruthlessness appeared in his eyes as he said, "This person's weapon is a threat to the ghost servant. Let me stall him." Yes. Hanyu looked deeply at Yi Zifeng and the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand. A trace of displeasure appeared on her beautiful face. Zifeng was actually able to contend against the flute music of her fantasies to such an extent. This sort of thing had almost never happened before, and she had not expected it at all. You said you want to stall me, but you're really holding me back? Seeing Zhou Feng rushing towards him, Zifeng laughed lightly. Demon Fox, I'll leave him to you. The demon fox faintly smiled. Good, I was just about to relax my muscles and bones. Following that, he and the demon fox were cut off from each other. One ran towards Zhou Feng, the other towards the giant ghost servant. Scram! Zhou Feng roared in anger, but he felt his chest become hot. The demon fox coldly snorted. Warm blood dripped from her fingertips. Zhou Feng's heart trembled. He had originally thought that the beautiful woman in front of him was just a vase, but who would have thought that he would feel something strange as soon as he crossed hands with her? With one careless move, 3 bloody scratches appeared on his chest. Zhou Feng, don't underestimate your enemy. Hanyu frowned deeply. She was relatively clear about the strength of the demon fox. She knew that with her level, if she was able to fight evenly with Zhou Feng, she might even have the upper hand. Whatever, if it's Zifeng, I'll do it myself. Seeing that there was no one left to send, the cold moon gave a cold snort. A jade flute whistled through the air and suddenly attacked Yifeng's location. Zifeng, you forced me to this stage. For me to personally deal with you, you should be proud of yourself. However, what I want is not only to be arrogant. Zifeng chuckled. A light flashed in his eyes. He could already hear the whistling sound next to his ear. At the same time, he also heard the voice of Gui Ying in his mind. The corner of his mouth curled up into a strange smile. The aura of ghastly shadow had quietly disappeared into the ground. After a short moment, the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand turned around and slashed at the cold moon. An ethereal sword aura filled the air as ice suddenly burst forth towards the cold moon. Zifeng, it's useless. You want to use that ice sword against me? Do you take me for one of those ghost servants? Han Yu coldly laughed, allowing the ice to freeze on her body. From her feet to her chest, even her eyebrows were dyed with a layer of frost. Then, she picked up the jade flute and played a note. A shadow suddenly appeared around her. Chi, a sound was heard. The layer of ice on her body shattered. The white snow rapidly melted. Break! When she put down the jade flute and coldly shouted, all of the ice auroras in her body shook and fell at the same time. The Ice Emperor's sword was useless against her. Zifeng, your death is imminent. After dispelling the frosty air, the cold moon's bright eyes shone. The jade flute in her hand pointed straight at Yifeng's throat. The coldness on her face was beyond words. Zifeng sighed, what a beauty, but unfortunately. At the moment when the ice aurora shattered, the veil covering Han Yu's face was lifted slightly. His peerless appearance was already revealed to everyone. Zifeng, who was the closest to them, naturally saw it as well. Apparently, she was also aware of this point. Her beautiful eyes were filled with anger as she once again covered the veil with her attack. What a pity! Zifeng smiled, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Unfortunately, you are going to be destroyed by me. Han Yu was shocked. She looked at Yifeng's mouth and saw that it did not seem to be moving, yet it did not seem like he was speaking in Spanish. What? Who's talking? She had just realized that something was wrong when, all of a sudden, a violent tremble came from beneath her feet. Could it be that this is your trump card? A crack appeared on the ground, and more cracks appeared like bamboo shoots after a rain. Han Yu's heart trembled as an indescribable fear surfaced in her heart. She didn't hesitate and immediately leaped into the air. On the dark ground, a giant finger made of bone was split open. There wasn't a single trace of blood or flesh on it, only a skeleton. Heavens, what is this thing? Other than Demon Fox and Yi Shui, everyone else sucked in a breath of cold air when they saw the abnormal situation. They stood still as if they were in a daze. They rejoiced in their hearts. It was fortunate that they did not make an enemy out of Zifeng. Otherwise, they might not even know how they died. The voice of Spirit Shadow was ethereal and cold. Can you escape? So. With a loud sound, the incomparably large giant white bone finger suddenly slashed towards Han Yu's body. Its speed was incomparably fast. Han Yu was amazed. She had expected Zifeng to have a trump card, but she had not expected him to have such a powerful trump card. She could not help but feel regret for her carelessness. Zifeng didn't use Ghastly Shadow before because he was afraid of the existence of Zergs. But now that the door was closed, even if Zergs wanted to enter, they would need to spend some time and effort. At this moment, if they hid and didn't attack, it was impossible. The cold moon soared through the sky. Seeing that it was about to be overtaken by the giant white bone finger, he hurriedly raised his jade flute and blew on it. The flute music was so passionate that it filled the entire stadium. The eyes of a giant ghost servant on the ground lit up. She abruptly jumped into the air and grabbed onto the huge white bone finger, causing her speed to slow down slightly. However, it was this strike that was a bit slower, giving Han Yu a lot of precious time. She quickly circulated her spirit energy and condensed the dead aura into a ball. The martial skills Upanishads were activated to the extreme, suddenly rushing towards the huge white finger. The corpse gas exploded one by one, which greatly hindered its advance. However, the huge white bone finger still broke through all obstructions and pierced towards Han Yu's chest. Seeing that she could no longer resist, she lightly gritted her teeth and quickly placed the jade flute in front of her chest. Bang bang bang! A clear crack appeared on the jade flute. Han Yu was shocked by the tremendous force and felt a sweet sensation on her throat. She spat out a mouthful of blood, and without a doubt, she was heavily injured after being hit by the white bone giant finger. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. What ability did Zifeng have to be able to control such a powerful white bone giant finger? Great, brother Zifeng. Yeah, Zifeng, you hid such a powerful trump card, why didn't you use it earlier? You're making us nervous. Liu Bingqian laughed loudly. Suddenly, his expression turned cold as he caught a glimpse of Han Yu rushing towards his direction, which was the direction of the main entrance. If I can't beat him, I want to escape. Laughing, he leaned against the door and said, Zifeng, I'll hold it off for now. Hurry and help me. Zifeng slightly frowned as a strange feeling surfaced in his heart. Wait a moment. Before Zifeng could speak further. Suddenly, the smile on Liu Bingqian's face froze, as if he had been petrified. This. He slowly lowered his head. His body was slightly trembling, and his blood kept getting cold. On his chest, there was a thin sword tip. A thin, bright silver sword had actually pierced through the thick limestone, accurately piercing into his chest. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405. Chapter 405. Bright silver light, an inch of light. The thin sword was pulled out from Liu Bingqian's chest. Blood immediately gushed out like a fountain and spilled all over the ground. His eyes were wide open. He didn't even have the time to say his last words. In the blink of an eye, he had been shot dead on the spot. The next moment, a faint light appeared around the bluestone slab. An extremely violent energy fluctuation came from behind the board. He saw a crack appear in the middle of the stone and spread to the entire stone board. Then, there was a loud bang. Such a huge piece of stone actually exploded into pieces, scattering all over the place. As the dust settled, a familiar figure appeared before them. Ziluo. The crowd stared at him, standing on the spot like they were rooted to the spot. The smile on his devilishly handsome face was surprisingly faint. Blood was constantly dripping from the tip of his thin sword. Without a doubt, this was the blood coming from Liu Bingqian's chest. You? What are you doing? Sumubai saw a man who was still alive and well being killed by another disciple of the celestial sect of wonders. The shock in his heart could be imagined. What are you doing? Ziluo laughed coldly. Do you still need to ask? Of course it's to open the door and let more ghost servants in. This. What exactly is going on in your mind? Just what kind of deep hatred does Liu Bingqian and us have for you? Moreover, if you killed someone, wouldn't the rewards of the celestial sect of wonders and the competition over the true inheritances all be gone? Sumubai's face was pale and his heart was filled with confusion. He quickly asked. No. I have never cared about any rewards, and as for the successor disciple, I have no regrets as long as I kill Zifeng. My master will always be the only one. Zifeng smiled and shook his head. Even if my wish was fulfilled, I would not regret even if I were to be punished in the future. You are simply. Before anyone could say anything, Yi Xiao pushed off the ground with his toes and jumped up to the high wall with a smile. "Let me in." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of ghost servants crowded into the main door behind him. The crowd seemed to have broken through the doorstep, and in a short while, they had surrounded Han Yu. Glimmers danced in Han Yu's beautiful eyes as she relaxed a bit. She looked at the cabin with a deep gaze. "Why did you help me?" Jiamu's face revealed a cold smile. He shook his head gently. "No, I'm not helping you. We're just, coincidentally, the same enemy." "Yifeng?" Han Yu frowned and asked tentatively. "Yes." Han Yu was stunned when she heard this. A bright smile appeared on her charming face. "Good, very good. The two of us do indeed have the same enemy. In addition, in times of danger, if you help me put in the role of ghost servant, I can spare you and let you return to the heaven gate." He just smiled and said after a while, "Let's not talk about that for now." He turned around and glanced at Yifeng. His eyes were like lightning. "My first goal is to kill Yifeng." Han Yu chuckled as her beautiful eyes gradually turned cold. "Of course." She raised her head and her figure danced in the air. Once again, she placed the jade flute between her lips. The fiendish music of her imagination increased 8 degrees higher as it was played again. Her speed increased by more than 1-fold. The sound of a flute resounded throughout the entire arena as if it carried with it a strange and mysterious demonic energy. Countless ghost servants' blue veins popped out as they surrounded Han Yu. They were densely packed, and from a distance, they looked like iron buckets, indestructible. Spirit Shadow. A low shout rang out. Yifeng was expressionless. Beside him, there was a giant finger of bone carrying a huge amount of power. The wind howled and once again rose into the air, hovering in mid-air, ready to strike at any time. "Hee, you're still using that skeleton to deal with me. This time, I won't be afraid of you." Han Yu laughed for a while and could not help but cough a few times as she wiped off the sweat on her forehead. It turned out that the current her, who had just finished playing the magic music of fantasy, was a little exhausted. And under the stimulation of the demonic illusions, the ghost servant's potential was developed to the extreme. One by one, the ghost servant's entire body exploded forth with lumps of lightning that occasionally flashed, causing people's hearts to tremble. "Go!" Following Yi Zifeng's order. The huge white bone finger was like an arrow that had left the bow as it broke through the void. However, its target was not the cold moon, but rather the zigzag. "What?" He frowned and stepped back more than a dozen steps. There was still some disbelief on his face. Yifeng laughed coldly. "Zifeng, you are a talent, but don't think that anything can be done according to your script. You don't need the slot for the successor-disciple competition, but I, Yifeng, can also reject it. I will kill you without hesitation." Yi Zhao's heart shook. He clearly didn't expect that the man would risk his life to clear himself of the internal strife. Ghastly Shadow, attack viciously. "You?" He also knew that now was not the time to be surprised or to retort. He raised his foot, and with a tap of his foot, spiritual qi flowed through his body and rapidly moved along the wall. The giant finger followed him like a shadow and followed him along the route, breaking through the wall and catching up. Rumble! As if mountains were collapsing and the earth cracking, bricks and tiles flew in all directions, and dust flew in the air. The white bone giant finger's true strength was actually already slightly higher than a mid-level martial disciple. With the omen of a high-level martial disciple, even a genius like Shirtsan would not dare to face it head-on. The huge shaking nearly made him fall down to the ground. "Hurry up and help me." He barely managed to stabilize his body as he started sweating profusely. Then, he turned his head to look at Han Yu. The calmness on his face could no longer be maintained. His expression revealed a trace of nervousness. As a genius, it was an insult to him to show such an expression of begging for forgiveness. However, at this moment, in order to survive, he had no other choice. This. You guys go help him. Han Yu pondered for a moment before clenching her teeth. Her eyes lit up. Her jade flute was in the air and it also produced a strong sound. The 4 or 5 giant ghost servants quickly ran up and leaped towards the distant giant finger made of bones. Go back and kill him. Zifeng's eyes were full of killing intent. He made a prompt decision and shouted. His heart moved with his thoughts. The giant white finger immediately attacked back and pointed at the first giant ghost servant. The moment it touched the first giant ghost servant, his entire body was pierced through. The power of this attack was so strong that it caused everyone to be stupefied. The second giant ghost servant quickly followed, holding on to the front with all his might, but he could not change the fact that his abdomen had been cut open. However, after the third giant ghost servant rushed forward, the situation finally changed. His hands tightly clenched the speed of the huge white finger's sudden movement, which greatly reduced the speed of the huge finger's piercing. Following which, the fourth and fifth giant ghost servant rushed up and firmly held onto that huge white bone finger without letting go. All right. Han Yu looked into the distance and was slightly stunned. With a smile plastered on her face, she chuckled. Zifeng, you still have the nerve to say that? Look, your biggest trump card has already been subdued by me. Let me see what tricks you can still play now. Oh right, did you hear what I said? How could you reply? When she turned around, she could no longer see Zifeng. What? With the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand, the silver light that filled the sky suddenly enveloped the body of the fourth and fifth ghost servant. A chilling aura appeared on the ghost servant's face. Compared to before, although their bodies were much stronger, their resistance to frost chi was still a little weaker. Icy air rose continuously from their feet all the way to their chests and necks. The moment they slightly released their grip on the giant fingers of white bones, the speed of the giant fingers' penetration increased once again. A dense wave of energy spread out in all directions. Bang! Bang! The 2 ghost servants each had a huge bloody hole on their chests. Blood spurted out of the wound like a rain of blood and fell down from the sky. The clothes, which had dyed the top half of Liu's body red, fell to the ground. Thus, the 5 giant ghost servants all died on the spot in the span of a single second. Zifeng didn't stop moving either. The Ice Emperor's sword brought along a sky full of ice and suddenly hacked towards Zifeng. You? There was astonishment in Han Yu's beautiful eyes, but at the same time, it also greatly angered her. Zifeng, you. Fine, since you dare to ignore me, do you really think that I can't deal with you? She held one end of the flute in her hand, and her eyes were full of murderous intent. She was quiet for a moment, and then she began to play the highest note. Seeing this, Zifeng was startled. With a palm, he pushed the demon fox away and quickly shouted, Lord Han Yue, don't! None of your business. Han Yu's face revealed a determined expression. Even though blood was already flowing out of the corner of her mouth, she continued to blow on it. 3 melodious flute sounds rang out. Around Li's body, the 5 giant ghost servants, whose stomachs had been cut open, immediately stood up as if they had been resurrected. It was as if they only had one goal in their hearts. Without even turning their heads back, they fiercely pounced towards where Zifeng was. The red light on their bodies became brighter and brighter. The faces of the 5 ghost servants were distorted. Although they were already in the form of giants and incomparably tall, their bodies still expanded under the flute music, almost doubling in size. Brother Zifeng, be careful. Yi Shuai was concerned about her brother's safety. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, she frowned and raised her head. She hurriedly said in a loud voice, Yi Zifeng looked back. With a crisp crackling sound, an eye-catching white light flew out from the middle of the 5 ghost servants' bodies. The intense explosion resounded in his ears. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406. Chapter 406. The white light was rising and blinding. Corpse burst. The might of a giant ghost servant exploding could already be imagined. Needless to say, the combined might of the 5 ghost servants could be said to be earth-shattering. Han Yu gasped for breath. She put down her jade flute and wiped away the blood at the corner of her mouth. Using this ability on herself was also a great drain on her body. She raised her eyes to look at the flying dust in the sky. The corpse aura was so thick that no one could clearly see what was going on inside. Zifeng, what a pity. The corner of her mouth raised into a sneer. Originally, I wanted to refine you into my high-level ghost servant, but now, I'm afraid I can't find your corpse. I have to say, it's a pity. This. At the same time, the crowd suddenly saw this change. They swallowed 2 or 3 times, as if their throats had gone dry. Their faces were full of astonishment. Zifeng is dead, just like that. Their expressions gradually became unsightly. Yifeng was not any weaker than Li Yunsheng. Losing Li Yunsheng wouldn't be a problem. However, without Zifeng, how would they fight in the following battles? Who said Brother Zifeng died? Yi Shui's beautiful eyes widened as her mind trembled. No, impossible. Her head suddenly exploded with a hum. She shook her head fiercely, her pretty face turning deathly pale. Her pretty face immediately became haggard. She rushed towards the spot where Yifeng was just now, the center of the explosion. Brother Zifeng can't just die like this. Shui, don't be rash. Yi Shui glanced back and coldly glanced at her. I already said that you're not allowed to call me that. Lu Ning's legs gave way and she was unable to hold on. She licked her lips with a complex expression on her face. Immediately, like the others, she stood on the spot, looking at her back from afar. When Han Yu saw Yi Shui rushing over, her bright eyes revealed a hint of surprise. This little girl is not afraid of death. Since that's the case, I will show benevolence and leave you with an intact corpse. She sneered, raised the jade flute in her hand, and suddenly let out a slight tremble. The movements of the 2 ghost servants who were relatively close to each other became sluggish as they heard the sound. After a short moment, their eyes glowed with a red light as they fiercely rushed towards Yi Shui. Don't block me, dot. With a sullen face, Yi Shui urged her Wind King martial spirit to turn into 2 sharp blades made of air and aimed at the 2 ghost servants. It was slightly better than the situation where Zhao Shuqing's attack failed. The 2 air blades hit the ghost servant's chest, causing a layer of blood to blossom. However, it was just a layer of blood. After all, she had just obtained the King Wind martial spirit not too long ago. No matter how high her potential was, she had not yet reached the level of a martial disciple. Han Yu's face revealed a trace of disdain as she advised, Yifeng's sister, right? Little girl, stop struggling. No matter who it is, they all have to keep their lives today. No one is an exception. That might not be true, dot. Yi Shui knitted her eyebrows and bit her lips. She took out a wind blade from her space jade pendant in an instant. In the tranquil air, a mournful howl suddenly rang out. The 2 ghost servants were still grinning from ear to ear, but before they could react, Yi Shui's eyes flashed and the wind blade in her hand drew many afterimages in front of them. The chi flow was full, and the flowing light sword strike was as powerful as a sword. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2 giant ghost servants couldn't even see the path of the clear wind blade, let alone block it with their hands. From the start, the bloody wounds on their throats had gradually expanded to become numerous bloody holes, and they were even constantly expanding. With a pang sound, their throats were completely pierced by Yi Shui's wind blades, exploding in the air. In the next moment, their bodies were stiff like stone slabs as they fell straight onto the ground. What? Han Yu's heart trembled. How could she know that this little girl, who was slightly weaker than her opponent, had obtained a set of peak spirit level whole Gale armor from Wuji's medicine. Gale said, AI, if only I had won first place at the last pet hunt. Zhao Shuqing sighed with envy. With the lack of strength, Yi Shuiyi could completely use the unique advantage of the set to make up for the deficiency. This little girl is somewhat similar to your big brother. She won't be so easy to deal with. Han Yu recovered slightly and nodded with a cold smile. Whatever. I'll grant you that wish. How did Zifeng die? I'll let you die too right now. Thus, she picked up the jade flute and placed it across her lips. An extremely passionate flute song once again rang out. When he saw her pick up the flute, he knew that the ending had already been decided. After all, under the effect of Han Yu's illusion flute melody, the power of this berserk wave of corpses was peerless. Corpse explosion was her unique trump card. As far as he was concerned, there was nothing to be gained from the rest of the group. Even if Yi Shuiyi had the Gale set, she would only be able to hold on for a little longer. Sooner or later, she would be engulfed by this sea of corpses. A calm smile appeared on his face as he sighed. Since Yi Zifeng is dead, you have lost. Everyone, take care of yourselves. Just as he was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind. Who said I died? He stopped walking and all the blood in his body froze. In addition to that, upon hearing this shocking noise, Han Yu's hand that was holding the jade flute also stiffened on the spot. The two of them looked at the center of the explosion. Brat, brother Zifeng. Yi Shuiyi slowly raised her head, her bright eyes became serious and her beautiful face turned teary into a smile. The corpse Qi dissipated, and Zifeng was surrounded by the giant finger. Around him, about half a man's height had been lowered and a huge sand pit had been caved in. He was still standing on the high ground with a pale face. However, there was no doubt that Zifeng was still alive. All right, Guo Ying, you should rest first. Zifeng smiled blandly. The huge white bone finger in front of him turned into strands of spiritual energy that followed the blood veins on his arms and returned to his mind. No matter what, this 5 continuous corpse explosion was forcefully endured by Zifeng and the huge white bone finger. You? His eyes, which had originally been narrowed into a line, widened almost at the same time. Is it really okay to be in a daze in front of me? Zifeng laughed coldly. Then, with a flash of ice, the glow of the Ice Emperor's sword rose up, drawing a long streak of silver light in the air. The tip of the sword was facing the pupil of his waist. It was constantly enlarging. His face twitched and he came back to his senses. The silver sword in his hand shot out from under his flank and tapped the tip of the Ice Emperor's sword, deflecting it a little. However, when he hastily made his move, he was still shaken by the huge force. The area between his thumb and index fingers suddenly split open as fresh blood flowed out. As for the resplendent ice aura, it was constantly frozen upwards along the blade of the silver sword. Suddenly, it froze all of Shuriyan's fingers, and then along his wrist and arm, forming a thick layer of ice. Han Yu hesitated for a moment before making her decision. She immediately held her jade flute and blew out a powerful sound. The thick ice was shaken by the sound of the flute, and in a split second, it broke off from Jiamu's arm and fell to the ground, turning into ice. He was so worried that he was saved by Meng Hanyue. Without saying anything more, he hurriedly gathered the spiritual qi and stepped back a dozen steps. However, after being attacked by the frost qi from the Ice Emperor's sword, his retreating speed had become slightly slower. Still trying to escape? Zifeng laughed and wiped off the ring. Then, the sword fell into his hand. It was facing the bright silver sword in his hands. If it wasn't for the frost qi from the Ice Emperor's sword, Zifeng was still used to using the electrical flying sword when they were slashing. This was due to the increase in speed. Ding! 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 The sound of metal clashing could be heard. Once Qi Zifeng made his move, he would no longer show any mercy. 7 sword strikes in a row, each one containing the intent to kill. This He had always prided himself on being a genius, hiding his true strength in the sword training. He had always believed that in the same cultivation realm, no one could surpass him in talent. But now, he had changed his mind. After he exchanged blows with Qi Zifeng, he immediately felt the inexhaustible subtlety of Qi Zifeng's sword technique. In his heart, he actually felt a faint sense of inferiority. Yifeng, Yi Chong looked up in shock. I've already said it before, to be in a daze in front of me, is that really okay? Yifeng looked at the opponent's weak point and sneered. His flying sword shot out as fast as lightning. In a state of panic, he saw that he didn't have time to dodge, so he immediately raised his left hand to block. Whoosh! Blood splattered in the sky, the silver light was dazzling. A flying sword had actually made a big hole on his left hand. And that was not all. The electric sword was still there. It went all the way into his chest. He groaned and his face suddenly turned pale. He was in extreme pain. He gritted his teeth and his whole body burst out with power. He released his qi to the sky, and just like that, he shot out the electrical flying sword from his body, knocking away the tip of the leaf. Yifeng frowned and retreated a few steps, avoiding the attack of the soaring spirit energy. However, from the beginning till now, Yifeng had already used up all of his energy. But he felt a sweetness in his throat and a lump in his chest. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. He quickly raised his sword and pressed the tip of it against the gravel to prevent himself from falling down. You were indeed heavily injured just now. Zhao Yuan was slightly stunned, and a smile unconsciously appeared on the corner of his mouth. Just a little bit more and Qi Zifeng's attack would have pierced through his heart and killed him on the spot. However, he still failed in the end. Yifeng did not answer, he forcefully suppressed his urge to vomit blood, and his expression turned a bit ugly. He turned around, gritted his teeth, and ran in the direction of Yi Shui. Snowy, follow me. He suddenly raised his head and looked towards the direction of the cold moon, loudly shouting, Hanyue! Hurry up and chase him. Yifeng is already heavily injured. This is his last struggle. As he spoke, he was too excited. He suddenly felt dizzy and his vision went dark. He slowly fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407. Chapter 407. Brother Zifeng, you. Yi Shui was slightly startled. Her big, watery eyes flickered with a strange light. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and follow me. Run with me. Yifeng pulled his little sister's delicate hand and knocked away the ghost servants closest to him. Then, he dashed forward without looking back. Good. Yi Shui's small hand was being held by her brother. Her charming face couldn't help but slightly blush. To her, it was fine as long as Yifeng was fine. At the same time, for Yifeng, he was only concerned about his sister's life and death. Zhao Shucheng and the others on the side were stunned for a moment. Seeing that Yifeng had escaped, they did not dare to stay and fight back. Originally, they had all been aiming for Yifeng's demon-subduing formation. Moreover, no matter how tough their lives were, they couldn't withstand the attacks from these corpses. Go quickly. Those who don't want to die, hurry up and catch up with us. In my territory, you want to run? A cold light flashed in Han Yu's eyes as the jade flute sounded. Chase after him. When the countless ghost servants heard the sound of the flute, they all chased after Yuan. Some of the ghost servants at the front of the street even went crazy as they chased after Yuan to intercept him. However, for the time being, the rest of you. The speed of Leaves, who possessed the zigzag electric suit, and Yi Shui, who possessed the Gale set, were incredibly fast. How could ordinary ghost servants be able to catch up? After all, these sets were all peak spirit level treasures. If combined, it would give a huge boost. After chasing for a while, Zifeng frowned. Lord Hanyue, what do we do? Yifeng and the others are too fast, we can't catch them in a short while. After the cold moon finished playing the jade flute, her steps were like a shadow. The speed that she rushed forward was also abnormally fast. In a short while, she had caught up to one of them. She stuck out the jade flute in her hand and lightly tapped on his shoulder. The other party's balance became unstable and he fell onto the ground. No! Save me! Save me! However, even though his voice was hoarse, no one paid any attention to him. The group of corpses swarmed up and started to bite at his body. Ah! A blood-curdling scream resounded through half of the town. The result was obvious. No matter how fast Yifeng is right now, if he is seriously injured, how far can he run, and when we catch up to him, this will be his fate. Zifeng, remember the smell of his blood, don't let him escape later. Yes, Lord Hanyue. Then the others, Zifeng nodded his head and answered respectfully. Don't worry about the others for now. As long as we kill Yifeng, the time of the others' deaths will soon come. Brother Zifeng, are you alright? Yi Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. In her impression, this was the first time they had escaped. It's nothing, it's just a small injury. Yifeng smiled. However, just as he finished his sentence, he suddenly felt a surge of blood in his throat. Pfft, he couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. He frowned and pressed his chest to ease himself up a bit. Brother Zifeng. Yi Shui's heart ached from seeing this. With a heart full of tenderness, she couldn't help but reach out her hand to pat her brother's back to comfort him. However, moments later, her movements froze in midair. She raised her head coldly and pulled out a wind blade from her hand. With a fierce momentum, she swept the blade toward one of the ghost servants that was pouncing towards Yizong. The cyclone shook, and King Feng was enraged. Her actions were merciless. One after another, bloody holes appeared on the throats of the ghost servant. The blood blossomed like a blossoming rose, blooming with a vivid brilliance. Yifeng had created so many opportunities for her to grow. Now, it was her turn to protect her brother. Near the fork in the road. Shui, follow me to break through the siege from the west. Yifeng pressed down on his chest and clenched his teeth, trying his best to not let himself cough up blood. But, there seemed to be a lot more ghost servants in the west than in the east. Yi Shui raised her head and looked around. She slightly frowned with a puzzled expression. Shui, trust me. Yifeng's expression was extremely solemn, and his words contained an unquestionable power. Then. Alright, I'll listen to Zifeng. Yi Shui, after hearing what was said, braced herself and rushed to the west side to welcome the ghost servants. The wind blades in her hands sparkled brightly. Yifeng nodded, then turned his head and seriously said, There's still the demon fox, help me grab Shui. Don't let her get hurt while she's running away. The demon fox let out a cold snort. On her beautiful face, there was a trace of impatience. Why should I? I only care about you, Yifeng. The life and death of others have nothing to do with me. There are some things that shouldn't be so simple. Don't you think that if Shui dies, I won't go and fight to the death with these ghost servants, masters? If I go all out, do you think that my chances of victory are high? The demon fox pondered for a moment and her lips moved. Then, she hesitated about this. In her opinion, although Yifeng had a calm side to him, he would still act recklessly when he was impulsive. Only the heavens knew to what extent Yifeng would go berserk if Yi Shui died. Forget it. I will just help her. The coldness on the face of the demon fox faded a bit as she let out an unhappy sigh. After consuming the puppet pill, she had no choice but to help Yifeng with some matters before being cured of its effects. At this moment, with Demon Fox and Shui leading the way, Yifeng finally had a moment of leisure. As he ran, he raised his head and looked at the sky in the distance. As time passed, the corners of his mouth suddenly curled up into an unfathomable smile. Come. Thus, in the blink of an eye, they had arrived at the next fork in the road. All right, Shui. This time, let's head south. Zhou Feng, are you sure you're not mistaken about the blood imprint? They are all heading towards the west. Han Yu's expression changed slightly as she found it hard to believe. The ghost servants on the west were clearly much more numerous than the ones on the east. Logically speaking, if Yifeng wanted to escape, he shouldn't have chosen the west side. It's absolutely true. It's absolutely true. Lord Hanyue, you should know about my detection of the blood imprint. I, Zhou Feng, have never made any mistakes in it. Zhou Feng said while nodding his head. In truth, Hanyu understood that Zhou Feng's detection should not be a problem. Could it be that this Yifeng didn't know that we would use the blood imprint to locate him? That's why he decided to go the opposite direction and purposely walked on an impossible path, thinking that we wouldn't go on the west. Zhou Feng felt the same way and nodded his head. What Lord Hanyue said is extremely true, then right now, we should. Nonsense, of course I'm continuing to chase. I can't possibly stop and let Yifeng go just because of this little reason, right? Since I, Hanyue, became the master of this town, I haven't been in front of anyone. Moments later, Hanyu and Hanyu passed by the rows of alleyways with swift steps. Thus, they arrived at the second fork in the road. Lord Hanyue, this time they chose the south side. Hanyu looked around, and a trace of a sneer appeared on her beautiful face. Her eyes were as cold as knives. Hee, as I expected, Yifeng chose another path that ordinary people would not choose. He wanted to use this to confuse us, but unfortunately, he is too naive. No matter how confused he is, no matter which path he goes, it will be useless. Because, we have a bloody mark on him. Zhou Feng also gave a malicious smile, his face filled with a murderous intent. That's right, Lord Hanyue. Other than that, there is another piece of good news because I can clearly feel that Qi Zifeng has slowed down. I'm afraid that he is already at the end of his strength and won't be able to run anymore. This is true. Chase, hurry up and chase him. By the way, Zhou Feng, later on, you should remember to be gentle and spare his life. I will torture him until he dies. Hanyu laughed in her heart. For such a long time, the people from the other realms that came to the Soul Death Town were usually defeated within a few rounds. For a student like Yifeng to be able to fight against her and even almost force her to death, he was definitely one of a kind. Therefore, now that Yifeng was about to fall into her hands, she was greatly looking forward to it. Even her footsteps became a lot lighter because of this. For a moment, the sound of quick steps, the clatter of feet on the ground. That was the sound of the cold moon bringing with it a group of ghost servants. And we went around another corner. Zhou Feng's closed eyes suddenly opened, and as he walked forward, he completed the detection of the blood imprint. He smiled and said, "Congratulations to Lord Hanyue. Capturing Qi Zifeng is near. The current him has completely stopped. The two streets before seemed to be a large courtyard. Very good, Yifeng is finally severely injured. Can't he move anymore? I can't help but admire his perseverance even after holding on for so long." Hanyu sighed in admiration, her eyes revealed a trace of happiness. The spirit energy under her feet didn't stop, revolving like lightning. Chase after him. The distance between the two sides of the street was covered in a short while by her 2 steps. In front of the courtyard, a dark red door appeared in front of Hanyu. Hanyu let out a cold laugh and walked forward without saying anything. The jade flute immediately drew 2 marks on the door. Chi, a sound was heard. From the center, the dark red lacquer door broke into pieces. Numerous thick cracks expanded into the shape of a human and exploded. Han Yu's bright eyes shone as she stepped onto the doorstep, slowly raising her head. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408. Chapter 408. The gate collapsed with a loud bang. As far as the eye could see, within the courtyard, flags were flying everywhere, and black cloth covered the sky. "You guys are here?" Yifeng smiled. His voice was very normal. Those who didn't know what was going on would think that he was greeting an old friend. Han Yu looked up and saw Yifeng standing silently on the beam. Under the layers of black cloth, his eyes were calm like the waves, without the slightest hint of danger. His little sister, Yi Shui, was also standing beside him, glaring at Han Yu and the others like a tiger. "Good brat, I'll come and kill you right now." Zhou Feng smiled sinisterly and was about to attack. "Wait, Zhou Feng," Han Yu waved her hand to stop Zhou Feng. "Lord Han Yue." Han Yu knitted her brows slightly. She couldn't help but look around to see if there were any traps in the surroundings. After all, the calmness on Yifeng's face was too abnormal. However, in such a short time, Yifeng did not even have the time to set up the smallest array. What trap could he set up? As she probed out her spiritual qi and wandered around, she still did not find anything out of the ordinary. Thus, she relaxed. So that's how it is. After a long while, a hint of relief flashed across Han Yu's beautiful eyes. She seemed to have found an explanation for Yifeng's actions, and a slight smile appeared on her face. "You, Yifeng, know that you're dead for sure. So, have you calmed down now?" She paused for a moment and smiled. "Speak. Seeing that you can force me, Han Yue, to this extent, I will listen to your last words. You have lost." "What?" These four simple words were like a thunderclap that exploded in the hearts of Han Yu and the rest. Hearing Yifeng's tone, it wasn't hope, nor did it involve process, it was just one conclusion. "The ghost servants that came with you now, if you run right now, you will most likely die. As for the two of you, the chances of you surviving is less than 50%. Yifeng smiled, and the coldness on his face gradually deepened. "And if you choose to fight me to the death, then I'm sorry, but all of you will die here." "You?" Han Yu was startled. After a moment of silence, an uncontrollable smile surfaced in her heart. Yifeng, you are indeed an interesting person. You were heavily injured, and just before your death, you already started hallucinating. Then forget about it, I don't need a madman to be my high-level ghost servant." She picked up the jade flute, and the strongest note sounded once again. Her chest was burning, and droplets of blood were dripping down from the jade flute. Lord Han Yue, seeing this, Zhou Feng's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but blurt out. "No matter what tricks Yi Zi has up his sleeve, on my side, I won't let my guard down until I kill him." A cold light flashed in Han Yue's eyes as she continued playing her jade flute. As they heard the sound of the flute, the 8 ghost servants, who were the first to enter the yard, suddenly looked up with cold eyes. When they looked up, their pupils were filled with a brutal killing intent. Just like the explosion of the 5 consecutive corpses, if 8 ghost servants were to explode at the same time towards Yi Zone, the power would be hard to imagine. "Zifeng, go to my back. I should be able to block it with my gale set. This time, even if I am killed here, I have no regrets to be with brother Zifeng." Yi Shui wrinkled her brows and bit her lips tightly. Seeing that she was unable to turn the situation around, she turned her head to look at Yifeng and felt somewhat at ease. Yifeng chuckled, "No need, Shui. The ones who lost this time aren't us, but them." "What, brother Zifeng, are you alright?" Yi Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Now, not only Han Yu, but even Yi Shui started to suspect whether her brother was seriously injured and a little delirious. It's about time, Shui, use your Wind King martial spirit and help me blow this black cloth away. Yi Shui looked at her brother doubtfully and muttered to herself, this. Hurry up, I'm severely injured right now. I need to save some energy to deal with any sudden situations. Yifeng looked at his sister meaningfully, pressed his chest, and spoke with a solemn tone. When Yi Shui saw the strange glint in his eyes, she refused to admit defeat. Her heart trembled, but she still decided to do as her brother said. Okay, Brother Zifeng, since that's the case, then I'll just treat this as a living horse. She thought for a while and activated the power of her Wind King martial spirit. With the enhancement of the gale set, the swirls in the sky started to glow and intertwine. The powerful swirl swept away the pieces of black cloth in the air. The black cloth was lifted up and after a moment, it disappeared. In the sky, a glimmer of light gradually appeared. If someone were to stand on the roof and look to the east, they would see that the place where the heaven and earth met was covered in a layer of white fog. This, Yi Shui's eyes lit up. Her gloomy mood was suddenly swept away. Seeing this, Han Yu was startled, and the expression on her face changed instantly. So that's how it is. Not good. The sky was about to brighten. If the light rays came down directly, all the ghost servants would die from the light, turning into a pool of blood. Even Han Yu and Zhou Feng, who were slightly better than ordinary ghost servants and would not die immediately, did not have the slightest resistance to the sunlight. Her beautiful eyes widened as she finally understood. After an entire night of intense fighting, her eyes were completely bloodshot. She had even forgotten the time. These large courtyards that had their roofs torn down had no place for them to hide under the light. Could it be? You've had so many houses turned up, not just to get rid of the ghost servants, but to make way for something like this. No, of course not. The smile on Yifeng's face was surprisingly faint. Not to escape, but to fight back. Do you really think that I ran towards the place where the ghost servants gathered just to confuse you? Han Yu's expression changed drastically as she turned her head to look at Zhou Feng. The two of them could see the astonishment in each other's eyes. Perhaps Yifeng had already guessed the ability of blood searching from the very beginning. He had deliberately brought Han Yu and the others into this large courtyard covered in black cloth to confuse their vision and to confuse their concept of time. Yifeng continued to smile. In his eyes, there was a dark and cold aura. The sky will brighten. Do you dare to fight me? Han Yu raised her head and looked at the sky. Her originally anxious mood had gradually calmed down. After an entire night of rain, it was about to stop. The sky was occasionally shining like the dawn. She understood Yifeng's words. They had indeed lost this battle. What are you fighting for? Yifeng, just you wait. Count yourself lucky. Zhou Feng gave his opponent a fierce look and immediately turned around to flee. Han Yu also put down the jade flute in her hand. She felt somewhat resentful in her heart. Forget it. At the same time, the red light that had just appeared on the ghost servants' bodies dimmed. She did want to kill Yi Zichen, but she wasn't willing to pay the price with her life. After a moment, she took one last look at the sky and, without caring about anything else, she immediately started running. Yi Shui was speechless. After a moment, she came back to her senses, walked up and stood beside Yifeng. Brother Zifeng, I didn't think that the method you used to get Zhao Shucheng and the others to help us demolish the houses could actually force back these ghost servants. It's just a pity, if we had run a little further before, when the sky brightened up a bit, perhaps none of them would have been able to escape. Who said they can run away now? A cold light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Brother Zifeng, could it be that you, Yi Shui gazed at her brother's eyes. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. When I ordered Zhao Shucheng and the rest to demolish the houses, it was arranged according to the layout of the maze. Just now, I naturally included the speed at which they escaped in order to lift the black cloth. Yifeng smiled and walked out of the gate. His gaze stopped somewhere in the distance. Come, let's go to the exit of the maze and block them. The light in his eyes froze as his body shot out like lightning. Once Han Yu was killed, it would be equivalent to eliminating the greatest danger of death. At that time, wouldn't the dead town's magic treasure close its eyes and search for it? While running, he suddenly asked with a smile. Gui Ying, how are you resting? After a moment of silence. In his mind, a burst of laughter suddenly rang out. On standby. I understand. Yifeng didn't tear down the roof aimlessly. He purposely followed a certain pattern and created a maze. He made us hit walls everywhere and we won't be able to escape for a short period of time. Han Yu jumped onto the roof and looked around. She took in a deep breath as she realized why Yifeng was so unique. If you looked at the trap that leaves had set on the ground, you wouldn't be able to see any clues. There was no trace of spiritual energy, not even the slightest trace of a formation. Only when one looked down from a high vantage point could one see the difference. However, at the same time, it was also the most deadly trap. Who said that once a person reaches the martial disciple realm, he must use the corresponding method of the martial disciple realm? A truly lethal method, no distinction between superior and inferior, only valid or ineffective. Lord Hanyue, following the blood imprint and finding the exit isn't too far away. What's wrong, Master Hanyue? You don't look very happy, Zhou Feng said excitedly. Anger surfaced on Han Yu's pretty face as she cursed. Idiot, how could I get up happily? Since Yifeng set up the maze, how could I not know where the exit is? If I'm not wrong, he is already at the exit. Then what should we do? Zhou Feng panicked, his face turning deathly pale. Han Yu gritted her teeth. What can we do now? We can only fight him, This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 409. Chapter 409. The sand blew in the wind, and the leaves tumbled to the ground. The dawn was about to arrive, and the atmosphere was a little heavy. It was cold and somber. The cold moon had a calm face. As it ran, it would occasionally raise its head to look at the light that was gradually rising from the east. Its brows had never relaxed. To others, this radiance represented endless hope. However, she was filled with despair for herself. It's almost at the exit. Zhou Feng, you have to be careful later. I don't have the time to care about your life or death. Yes, Lord Hanyue is also very careful. Zhou Feng forced a smile and nodded his head, as he hurriedly replied. Previously, he had almost chased Yifeng to death. Who would have thought that he would have to flee in such a panic, and even face the opponent's counterattack? In the next moment, Han Yu gently gritted her teeth, ignoring the blood that still stained the corner of her mouth. She took out her jade flute and placed it across her thin cherry lips. The strong sound came out from the jade flute. Several giant ghost servants took large strides as they ran towards the exit. Their entire bodies were suffused with scarlet red light and their eyes looked as if they were about to split open. Their expressions were especially pained. From the looks of it, they could easily self-destruct at any time. Han Yu's gaze was fixated on her front, and she was extremely focused. She didn't even have the time to close her eyes. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped out from the corner of the street. Explode! Han Yu's eyes lit up. Without a doubt, Yifeng was blocking the exit. Thus, she played an extremely strong note almost at the same time. Immediately, one of the giant ghost servants dashed towards the black shadow. Scarlet light radiated from his body, and a strong air whirl shot out in all directions with him as the center. Bang! A loud sound echoed through the dead end. Blood splattered everywhere, dust stirred up. The power of the corpse explosion was extraordinary. However, that black shadow was not Yifeng. The thing that flew out was just an ordinary black cloth. What, you? Han Yu's beautiful eyes widened. She did not expect Yifeng to joke with her at this critical moment. He had risked his life to trigger the corpse explosion, but the other party had only lost a piece of cloth. Are you mocking me? How preposterous. Han Yu was so angry that his lips and teeth collided. His internal organs were all on fire. He really wanted to beat up Qi Zifeng. However, the one who was running away was him. Compared to capturing Yifeng, the most important thing right now was to escape to a place where the light could not reach. No matter how angry she was, for the time being, she could only forcefully hold it in. The next moment, another black shadow jumped out. Han Yu snorted angrily. Once more, do you think I, Han Yu, will fall for your trick? She focused all her attention on the front. This time, she could tell whether the black shadow was Yifeng or anyone else. After a moment, the light in her eyes froze and she let out a sigh of relief. Heh, it really is another pretense. At the corner of the street, another piece of clothing was thrown out. Han Yu put down the jade flute in her hand and said with a smile, repeat the same old trick. You want to waste my energy, but you don't even have a chance. Is that so? At the corner of the street, Yifeng suddenly took a step forward and appeared in front of Han Yu with an extremely calm expression. You finally appeared, Leaf Tip. Anger flashed through Han Yu's bright eyes. Just as she was about to play the jade flute again. Lord Han Yue, be careful behind you. Zhou Feng was stunned for a moment before he almost blurted out. Yes, behind us. Han Yu's charming face froze and she turned her head back. Behind them, the last bit of spirit energy from her giant bone finger had completely condensed. And behind this giant finger, the other one, Yifeng, stepped forward. His snow-white school shirt fluttered in the wind as he looked at Han Yu with a smile. This, Han Yu was startled as her face paled. She found it hard to believe. She pursed her lips and looked in front of her, then back again, where she stuck out like a log. How could there be two leaf tips? She originally wanted to kill Qi Zifeng in one hit, so that she could escape. But now, with two of Yifeng's words. So, which one should I hit? Just as the other party was hesitating. Attack! The corner of Yifeng's mouth raised into a smile. With a command, the huge white finger pierced towards the direction of Han Yu like an arrow piercing through the air. Wherever the giant finger went, a strong wind howled. The strange tremors caused Han Yu to be unable to stand steadily. In her haste, she barely managed to make out a flute tune, but it gave off a fragmented feeling. With this state, she could control the ghost servants, but she couldn't control the corpses. Because for a while, she hadn't been able to adjust herself. Qi Zifeng's timing was perfect. Bastard! Since she wasn't able to adjust her position, Han Yu decided to bite the bullet. He picked up the jade flute and viciously swung it at the huge white finger. Ripples erupted in the air when the two forces collided. On the skeleton of the giant finger, there was a distinct, damaged mark. However, compared to this, the defensive chi barrier around Han Yu's body was destroyed on the spot. His body was shaken by the power of the huge finger made of bones. He was forced back more than 10 steps as his body was engulfed by a wave of heat. Moreover, every time she took a step back, the giant white finger would closely chase after her. A ghost that won't dissipate. As she retreated, she could not help but curse in anger. Are you talking about yourself? Yifeng, who was beside the giant, smiled and said. As the master of a dead town, she was worthy of her reputation as a lingering ghost. Han Yu looked at him deeply and asked probingly, from your tone, that means you are the real Yifeng? If Han Yu were to use a corpse explosion to deal with the giant white bone finger, he might not even be able to kill it after 10 explosions. That was why she had thought of using this as an opportunity. Capture the thief and capture the king. Han Yu wanted to directly blast Yifeng to death. This way, if the master was killed by the explosion, the huge white finger would most likely disappear along with it. This was a good guess. If it was anyone else, she might have already succeeded. However, her opponent was Yifeng. In his previous life, a martial ancestor realm expert possessed 10,000 battle experiences. Therefore, when fighting, he would naturally use everything he had. As for Han Yu, she borrowed the repelling force of the giant finger of bones to leap to a nearby beam and obtain a moment of respite. Immediately, she raised her jade flute. Yifeng, just you wait. However, before she could really play the flute, another deep sound came from behind. Who said he's Yifeng? Look carefully at the Ice Emperor's sword in my hand. Is it still fake? Han Yu looked back and was stunned. Sure enough, Yifeng, who was standing at the exit of the maze, was holding the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand. She pointed at the tip of the leaf and frowned. You? In the blink of an eye, the giant white bone finger whistled as it bullied her body, almost hitting her. Although she finally managed to barely dodge it, her arm could not help but have quite a bloody scratch. On the other side, Yifeng let out a cold laugh. So what if I have the Ice Emperor's sword? Is the lightning flying sword in my hand just for decoration? So that's how it is. Yifeng, you even gave the magic treasures to others. Han Yu's eyes brightened as she looked deeply at the two of them. The corners of her mouth twitched, but she remained motionless. This was because, just judging from her appearance, there was not the slightest difference between the two of them. What do you think? The two leaf tips looked at each other and said almost at the same time. I see. It's that demon fox, right? I should have thought of it long ago. Mysterious rank demon fox, having the ability to change the appearance of others. Han Yu bitterly smiled and shook her head, realizing that. But at this moment, even if she wanted to understand, what could she do? Alright, I admit it. I never thought that I, Han Yu, as the master of a dead town, would be forced into this kind of situation by a brat like you. Perhaps, it's time for me to reflect on it. Han Yu looked at the sky, which was gradually lighting up. The expression between her brows instead turned calm. Even her originally frowning brows had now relaxed. Yifeng saw that she was not rushing towards the exit and was a bit confused. He couldn't understand why she would reveal an expression like she had given up. Even in his opinion, the cold moon might have a chance of survival. He had only come for the heavy typhoid moon, so he did not hold much hope that he would be able to kill the other party. However, even though he wanted to, he didn't order his fingers to stop attacking. Several times, the cold moon was full of danger. After dodging several times, she finally took a deep breath and made a decision. This was because the combination of Yifeng and the demon fox might not be enough to take her life, but if it was used to stall for time, it would be perfect. We can't drag this on any longer. If she waited until dawn and the light shone on her, then she would really be finished. She stepped into the sky and with a leap, she suddenly leaped to a dead end. She raised her jade flute and gently clenched her teeth. Determination flashed in her eyes. An incomparably dead flute sound, like a soul-suppressing melody from a dead town, suddenly resounded in the ears of everyone present. Lord Han Yu, you definitely can't. Hearing his words, Zifeng's face changed drastically, and he almost blurted out. While the cold moon played the song, he was unable to interrupt it. He could only glare fiercely at Zifeng, and could not say anything else. Yifeng also frowned as he felt uneasy. He looked around and saw that there seemed to be a subtle change in the environment. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 410. Chapter 410. Yifeng was slightly shocked and frowned. Spirit Shadow, stop her with all your might. As his voice fell, in the center of the huge white finger, a layer of mysterious ripples rose up, containing an endless amount of Buddha's power. Like a giant eagle, it soared into the sky and then fell down heavily towards Han Yu's location. Even if he couldn't kill Han Yu, as long as he could destroy her playing the jade flute, he would have achieved Yifeng's goal. However, just at this moment, beams of extremely dark light shot out from the bodies of the ghost servants. It was that wisp of soul remembrance that swept around Yifeng, enveloping him layer by layer. Black light permeated the air while the sound of the flute was extremely strange. It was just like a black coffin. Even the white bone giant finger was not spared. It was tightly wrapped by the black light and was unable to move. This feeling is space transportation. Yifeng was stunned. He felt the change in his surroundings, and after a while, he couldn't help but blurt out. Compared to Yifeng, Han Yue was even more surprised. It can't be, you, a mere low-level martial disciple, can actually see it with a glance. You still dare to say that you don't have a master? I'm not lying, I really don't have a master. Yifeng's voice was as calm as the waves. Ridiculous. Han Yu's charming voice was filled with curses. Her eyebrows were raised, clearly unwilling to believe the other party's words. Yifeng shook his head, not bothering to explain anything to the other party. At this moment, he was suppressed by the black light and was unable to move. He knew that the teleportation had already begun, so he felt at ease. He smiled. It seems that my guess is right. If you want to use teleportation to send yourself to a place where there is no light, your guess is correct. I just don't know what the price would be if you do that. As she spoke of the price, Han Yu's charming face couldn't help but sink. The price. With their souls destroyed, half of the ghost servants will be sacrificed. Lord Han Yue. Zhou Feng sighed with a sad face. Obviously, this result was already known to him. Yifeng, you destroyed our soul death suppression to such a state. When the spatial transfer is completed, I, Han Yue, will definitely not let you go. These past 2 nights, the number of ghost servants that Yifeng had killed was countless. Now, he had forced Han Yu to use half of the ghost servant's soul remembrance to activate the teleportation formation. To Han Yu, this was a heavy loss. The hatred that was so deep that it could cut bones had already been buried deep within her heart. I never expected you to let me go. Yifeng chuckled, however, from your tone, it seems that you are trying to be brave. Don't tell me that even you don't know where the destination for the teleportation will be? The corner of Han Yu's mouth twitched, but she didn't open it immediately. After considering it for so long, he still did not deny it. Looks like this is true. You? Yifeng smiled faintly, interesting. Since neither of us can predict the destination of this teleportation, why don't we make an agreement? I don't want to make any sort of agreement with you. Killing you is what I want in my heart, Han Yue snappily replied. Her heart was filled with anger towards Yifeng. In any case, you can't move right now, you can't kill me, and you're also free to listen for a while. In addition, the contents of the agreement is not related to you, but to the life of that Zhou Feng beside you, your high-ranked ghost servant. Suddenly, Yifeng mentioned Zhou Feng's name. His heart shivered, and he couldn't help but be filled with doubts. It has something to do with him, Han Yu said after hesitating for a while. Then, why don't you tell me about it? Satisfying. After the teleportation, all of us will need some time to regain our mobility. I wish to make an agreement with you, that no matter who reacts first, you will not act against my sister, and I will not act against that Zhou Feng. We will settle the grudge between us ourselves. What do you think? This. Han Yu was stunned. She obviously did not expect Yifeng to not only notice the teleportation, but also know the side effects of the teleportation. She thought for a moment before coldly smiling and said, Good, this suggestion is not bad. The grudge between us, we should settle it ourselves. Then it's a deal. In the next moment, a dazzling path of light abruptly rose from under Yifeng's feet. Following which, the second and third paths of light continuously formed. Thousands of specks of light gathered in the space around him. Yifeng's consciousness gradually fell asleep. It was as if he had turned into a bright dot of light and was constantly rising. Then, he slowly landed on the ground. After a short moment, he passed through a narrow gap and descended into a narrow cave. The black beam of light dissipated, and the teleportation process came to an end. Yifeng's eyes lit up, his fingers moved slightly. Soon after, his expression brightened and he jumped up almost immediately. In that instant, he could see that Hanyue had also quickly stood up. The two of them stared blankly for a moment. Then, almost simultaneously, they attacked at the same time. Whoosh! The sword in Yifeng's hand was indeed pointed at Zhou Feng's forehead. However, Han Yu's jade flute was pressed on Yi Shuiyi's chest. Both of them stopped on the spot. It seems that we have just made a promise. Have you forgotten about it already? Yifeng spoke first with a smile. Han Yu coldly laughed. Same here. If you, Yifeng, are willing to let go of that flying sword, I can also put away my jade flute. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Their eyes were full of sincerity, but neither of them had the slightest bit of relaxation in their hands. The swords were drawn and the crossbows were drawn. When Zhou Feng and Yi Shui finally woke up and saw the situation in front of them, they were immediately filled with shock. Brother Zifeng! Lord Hanyue! Nobody move! Yifeng and Hanyu yelled out at the same time, scaring the pale faces of the two people in front of them. Even the words they wanted to say were sucked back into their stomachs. Yifeng, it seems that I've earned. What I've grabbed is your sister, and what you've grabbed is merely a dog. The cold moon chuckled lightly. The divine light in her beautiful eyes continuously roamed around Yi Shui's body like two sharp knives stabbing into her flesh. Lord Hanyue! Zhou Feng was stunned. Hundreds of thoughts flashed through his mind, and he heavily sighed. He also knew clearly in his heart that after so many years of flattery towards Hanyu, he did not have the dignity of a man and was unable to refute her even if she called him a dog. Even if it really is a dog, after a while, feelings will arise. After so many years, I assume that you, Hanyue, have spent this time alone with this dog. Hanyu knitted her brows and a light flashed in her eyes. She pursed her lips but didn't say anything. But I'm different. Shuiyi is just a sister, not my woman. If you kill her, then the Yi family property will all belong to me, Yifeng. Speaking of which, I still need to thank you. You are so heartless. You only care about women and you don't even care about your own family. Han Yu's heart trembled as she stared at Yifeng. You can't put it like that. It's not that we don't care, but it's more important. If it's a woman, she can help my Yi family expand and revitalize the Yi family. Once my sister grows up, she will belong to another man, and she won't be surnamed Yi even if she gives birth to children. Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, besides, if you still don't believe me, we can try to use some of our strength to see who is holding the person who will die first. What do you think? Yifeng smiled. The Zifeng lightning flying sword in his hand had already pierced through the skin between Zhou Feng's eyebrows. Blood dripped down from the center of Zhou Feng's brows like a trickle. It was as if there were tears of blood on his face. Ah! An unspeakable pain spread throughout Zhou Feng's body, almost unbearable. Lord Hanyue, save me. I don't want to die. It's your turn, please. Yifeng smiled and gave Hanyu an encouraging look, indicating that she could now make a move on Yi Shui. Hanyu looked deeply at Zhou Feng, and when she saw his pained expression, she tightly pursed her red lips. Yifeng was right. Even if Zhou Feng lived like a dog, in this long and lonely time, he was still accompanied by Hanyu. Brother Zifeng, Yi Shuai blankly stared at her brother's appearance with a complex expression in her eyes. Forget it, I'm not interested. I won't kill this Yi Shuai. She glanced at Yi Shuai, then looked at Zhou Feng, and let out a heavy sigh. Although her mouth was still trying to be brave, but her hands had already put down the jade flute that was resting on Yi Shuai's chest. She had never thought that, as the master of a dead town, she would be threatened by someone else. Moreover, the other party had really succeeded. A human being was even more ruthless than his own heart. I can swear a blood oath that I won't kill you and your sister, released Zhou Feng. Han Yu's expression was somewhat unsightly. Alright, but what? Han Yu asked in a daze. Yi Feng smiled and looked at Zhou Feng. Give it to me, quickly open your mouth. You? What are you trying to do? Zhou Feng was uneasy. Being told by Yi Feng made him even more uncertain. If I let you open it up, it will open up. The divine light in Yi Feng's eyes bloomed, and the Zifeng lightning flying sword in his hand advanced slightly. Ah! Zhou Feng opened his mouth from the pain and gasped for air. At the same time, a dark green pill flew through the air in a beautiful arc and fell into Zhou Feng's mouth, melting in his mouth. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 411. Chapter 411. Cough cough, cough cough. A continuous cough came from Zhou Feng's mouth. The instant the medicinal effects of the pill entered his mouth, it started to churn within his body. After a while, his face changed from green to white, changing constantly. Yi Feng, you bastard, what pill did you just feed me? Piercing intestinal heart corroding bone corpse pill, ... Zhou Feng's eyes darkened as he cursed loudly, bullshasterisk tea. How could there be such a medicine with such a long name in this world? Yi Feng smiled and shrugged. That's why the name of the pill is not important. What's important is that you only need to know that I have the only antidote for this poison. What? Zhou Feng gazed at the leaf tip, his gaze wandering over it. He really wanted to see the tip of the leaf within his flesh. Han Yu frowned and spoke up as well. Yi Feng, do you think that I'll believe you just because you bought a pill from the shop and started speaking nonsense? Okay, you think I'm just spouting nonsense? If you don't trust me, that's fine. Now, I'll let Zhou Feng say it himself. Yi Feng smiled, and his eyes turned cold. Let me ask you, Zhou Feng, do you feel a numbness on your right arm and a swelling on your left leg? Oh, no, you don't need to rush to answer me. And when you send your spiritual energy into your dantian, do you feel a hint of coldness? Now, when you send the spiritual energy back to your mind, do you feel a sense of dizziness? This. Zhou Feng stared blankly at Yuan, his lips moving in and out of his mouth, unable to utter even a complete sentence. How is it, Zhou Feng? Han Yu couldn't help but ask when she saw his strange appearance. Lord Hanyue, what Yi Feng said. Everyone. It can't be, right? Hanyue was stunned by his words. A look of disbelief flashed across her pretty face. She had never expected that Yi Feng's seemingly calm tone and calm demeanor actually described Zhou Feng's symptoms correctly. Could this pill really be a poison? Han Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Yi Feng, are you a corpse cultivator, a beast cultivator, a soul cultivator, a sword cultivator, or a pill cultivator in your sect? She couldn't understand why Yi Feng wouldn't admit to having a master even if he told the truth. What kind of cultivator am I? Even if it's a fully mastered 5-element cultivator, it has nothing to do with the current situation. Yiwen smiled, shook his head, looked around, and said, The important thing is, since we are both afraid of each other now, then, I hope that in a short period of time, we can temporarily stop the war and understand the situation around us. As for the rest, We can talk about this later, of course. You can rest assured that I will give you the antidote for Zifeng after confirming that we are safe. There was a complex expression in Han Yu's beautiful eyes as she looked at him. After pondering for a moment, she said, "All right, your words make sense. I'll listen to what you say first." After Zifeng swallowed the poison pill, the tense atmosphere between both parties finally eased a little. Without understanding the situation, they didn't want to face each other head-on. After all, in such a narrow space, whether it was Zifeng using the huge white finger or the corpse explosion, they would not be able to survive. Only people of equal strength would have the possibility of being able to balance it out. As a result, Zifeng and Han Yu's group, one with huge white fingers and demon fox, the other with 8 ghost servants following them, walked along the 2 sides of the cave and carefully observed the slightly narrow cave. They seemed to be at peace, but their killing intent was concealed. If the other party were to relax, both of them would probably immediately give the order to attack. "Shui, what I just said." A low and deep voice sounded in Yi Shui's ears. Hearing this, Yi Shui was startled, but she still smiled and answered, "Brother Zifeng, I know, this is also a stopgap measure, I know what I'm doing." Zifeng looked at her deeply. "It's for the best if you understand. Besides, the situation is complicated and even I can't predict what will happen. I hope that you can calm down no matter what happens. Don't be impulsive, and don't move." "Okay, Brother Zifeng, I understand." Yi Shui chuckled lightly, then nodded, "Don't worry, I'm already a big person, so I still know what I'm doing under certain circumstances." "That's good," Yi Shui nodded with a smile. Suddenly, from not far away, the voice of the demon fox sounded. "Zifeng, there's something strange here, come and look." Zifeng slightly frowned. He was clearly dissatisfied with the demon fox making such a loud noise. Sure enough, Han Yu was also startled after hearing that. She turned her head back and stared at the demon fox and tightly held the jade flute in her hand. "What's so strange about that?" Zifeng immediately strode forward and arrived in front of the demon fox. "Look!" The demon fox's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of solemnity. She pointed at the dark red barrier before her, which seemed to have some strange engravings on it. Yi Wen's eyes narrowed as he looked at her meaningfully. "This is..." Han Yu walked up, maintaining a certain distance from Zifeng. Her bright eyes stared at them. "Be careful. This might be a trap. If you're not careful, you might lose your life. How about I solve it for you, dot. Since it is a trap, what difference is there whether you solve it or I solve it? You? Alright, ghastly shadow, protect me." Zifeng's face sank. He did not waste any more words. He focused his spirit power like never before and stared deeply at the strange pattern. With that, the huge white bone finger floated behind Zifeng and faced Han Yu's group. It was like a tiger eyeing its prey, and it had a stern aura. Lord Hanyue, Zifeng glanced at Zifeng, and was about to step forward. Han Yu had a stern expression on her face. With a frown, she waved her hand, signaling for him to leave. "Don't be impulsive, let's observe for a while first." She did not doubt Zifeng's insight, nor did she doubt the power of this giant finger. Just as Zifeng had said, before understanding the situation around them, it was better to stop the battle. After all, his people had discovered the strangeness of this barrier. "I feel like I've seen this before." Zifeng paced a few steps back and forth as he thought about it. The answer seemed like it was about to come out, but he just couldn't recall it. Before, he had said that he wanted to independently break the clue on this pattern because it looked a little familiar. Otherwise, he would have asked Han Yu to participate and give him some advice. Brother Zifeng. Seeing how painful his thinking was, Yi Shui could not help but slightly sigh. "Let me calm down first, wait, Snowy." Zifeng was stunned for a moment, then his eyes suddenly lit up. "I finally remember. Shui, the sword mark on your back seems to be similar to the pattern on this barrier. This. It can't be." Yi Shui's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at her brother in disbelief. However, at this moment, she stepped forward and observed for a while. She was shocked too. So it's true. Exactly what is the origin of this sword seal? It actually exists in this place with the same pattern. When Hanyue heard that they were going to use a sword seal, she also frowned and asked a question. What nonsense are you guys talking about? This dead town is connected to the outside world only by the gate of heaven. Who would come in here? Your relatives wouldn't come in this dead town. Why would they leave sword imprints on this wall? There are a lot of things that I have to try because I don't know them. Yifeng raised his head solemnly, looked at her sister's position, and said righteously. Shui, do you want to try using your own spirit energy to break the pattern? It's possible that the enemy laid this pattern here, and it will cause fatal harm to you. It's also possible that your loved ones set this pattern up, and it will give you an unparalleled inheritance. This. Yi Shui bit her red lips tightly as thousands of thoughts flashed through her mind. Brother Zifeng, I've decided. Let's give it a try. In the martial spirit continent, martial arts was the most important thing. Generally speaking, who would not take any risks or setbacks and casually pick up a divine tool and stick to it? Alright, I'll respect your decision. I'll stand by your side and watch over you. A complicated look flashed across Yifeng's eyes as he nodded. Yi Shui took a deep breath, walked forward with slight hesitation, then turned around to look at her brother. Her beautiful eyes were sparkling, but she didn't say anything more. She stretched out her slender and jade-like hand, and with a vicious heart, a palm print appeared on the barrier. Silence, absolute silence. After a long while, it was still quiet. Nothing had happened. She raised her heart to her throat and finally let it go. She let out a long sigh of relief. Brother Zifeng, it looks like. However, before she could finish speaking, all of a sudden, the rock was precipitous and the red light above the barrier pattern shone brightly. The entire cave seemed to be trembling. A majestic cyclone was imprinted on the barrier that Yi Shui had pressed down just now. White misty fog was slowly forming into the shape of a small sword along with the sword imprint. Be careful. Yifeng immediately rushed towards his little sister, and threw her to the ground before she could regain her senses. Not good. Hanyu saw that the situation had gone awry, and her expression also changed slightly. She hurriedly retreated a few steps and ordered her servants to stand in front of her. The barrier before him glowed white. Bang! A loud sound was heard, along with a violent surge of energy. After a moment, a corner of the cave was pierced by the small sword. Rumble, rumble. A voice that lingered for a long time resounded in the ears of everyone present. Gravel flew in all directions, and sand fell to the ground. The strong light from outside shone into the cave. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 412. Chapter 412. Yi Shui's body had always carried the faint fragrance of osmanthus flowers. She was so delicate and pretty that it would make one feel relaxed and happy. At this moment, she was under the pressure of her brother. She was completely exhausted and couldn't move. She had to straighten her neck and bend her body slightly. The series of explosions finally stopped. Huff, huff. During Yi Shui's breathing, the flame aura that she spat out blew into Yifeng's ears. Her heart seemed to be on the verge of jumping out as her delicate body continued to burn. Brother Zifeng, wake up. Yifeng coughed and propped himself up from the ground. In the next moment, however, he did not bother to answer his sister's question. Instead, he turned his head around and focused on the situation with Hanyue. Seeing that there was no movement from her side, Yifeng finally let out a sigh of relief and looked towards his sister. Shui, are you hurt? It's fine. Where's brother Zifeng? Yi Shui shook her head and asked. It's nothing. It's a good thing that this electrical vest and armor offset most of the impact. Therefore, I only suffered a few small injuries right now. Yifeng smiled. Apparently, he was very satisfied with the set that was made from martial extreme medicine. That's good. Oh, right, I want to ask. What's wrong? Yi Shui's beautiful eyes were half closed. Her delicate body was trembling and her face was completely red. Brother Zifeng, it seems like when second uncle harmed us at the Yi family, you tried to protect me, and then you threw me under you like this. Do you still remember? Well, of course I remember. Hearing this, Yi Shui's face brightened up as if her face was burning. Really? Yeah, I naturally remember anyone who has hurt me, Yifeng. I also don't know if second uncle has been thinking too much lately. When I return to the Thunder City, I will pay attention to that person. You? Yi Shui let out a helpless sigh. Her charming thoughts had all gone to waste. She could finally understand her sister's feelings a little bit more. Alright, Shui, let's not worry about other things for now. The expression in Yifeng's eyes gradually turned solemn as he stared at the cave entrance. Let's go over there and take a look at the situation. He saw the strong light coming down from outside, shining through the hole. Yi Shui's eyes also lit up as she remembered the most important thing at the moment. He didn't know if the path opened up by the sword seal would lead to a path to survival. Wait a minute, are you planning to leave now? Hanyu stood out from the group of ghost servants. She immediately spoke out and shouted out the words of Yifeng and Mu Ruyu. If you feel that you are at a disadvantage, then you, Hanyu, can come with me. Leaves let out a faint laugh, then she gestured towards the entrance of the cave. Please. You? For the sake of their own reasons, Hanyu and the others could not go to a place with light. Therefore, it was impossible for Yifeng's words to be true. After a moment of anger appeared on her pretty face, her expression turned cold. Yifeng, stop giving me this. If you want to leave, that's fine. But first, bring me the antidote for Zhou Feng. I remember that I said that I would only take out the antidote after I made sure that my life was safe. Now is not the time. Hanyu sneered for a moment and snorted, not believing Yifeng's words at all. Now is not the time. How long are we going to wait? You are already out of the cave. Do you still think that your life is in danger? Yifeng smiled. How about this? If you feel there's a problem, I'll have Shui take a look at the situation. I'll stay here by myself. How about that? This. After a long while, she finally nodded her head. Alright, I promise you. As well as Yifeng, I'll kindly remind you that you'd better not play any tricks for me. Otherwise, even if we both lose to you, you can forget about being kind. Of course. Yifeng chuckled and looked towards his sister. Alright, Shui, go out and check on the situation. As he smiled, his back was facing Hanyu as he silently made a flea sound. Yi Shui's face froze for a moment. She originally wanted to say that she wouldn't leave, but if her brother were to move by himself, it would be more convenient. Her face turned serious as she nodded. Alright, I'll go out and take a look. Having made up her mind, she no longer hesitated. With gentle steps, she quickly walked towards the exit of the cave. After a long while, she gritted her teeth and sped up, dashing towards the light and dashing out. Ta star. Then, she walked out of the cave and disappeared into the light. Yifeng let out a sigh of relief. However, all of a sudden, sounds of things collapsing came from outside the cave. What's going on? He clenched his teeth and ignored the others. Like an arrow that had left the bow, he shot out and rushed towards the exit. He was anxious and restless. It's fine if your sister runs away, but who allowed you to run away? Seeing Yifeng suddenly run away, Han Yue was extremely furious. Her expression changed slightly as she also chased after him. Watch carefully, this is the antidote for Zhou Feng, and then. Yifeng saw that she was trying to catch up, so he quickly took out a green bottle and threw it into the depths of the cave without looking back. Han Yu was slightly alarmed. She abandoned Yifeng and immediately leaped towards the green bottle. She flew to the bottle before it could fall to the ground and put it in her bosom. Her figure slowly straightened. Zhou Feng, this antidote is hard to come by, I'll leave it to you. Remember to use the paper to check if there are any problems before taking it. Her face was expressionless as she threw the antidote she had worked so hard to Zhou Feng. Lord said Han Yue, Zhou Feng will definitely remember Lord's grace and grace. He will never forget it, and will never forget it. Then, Han Yue raised her head and looked at Yifeng's back. She understood that it was too late to continue chasing. She could only sigh bitterly. Taking advantage of this situation, Yifeng used all of his strength to increase the speed of his Zigong electric suit. His body was like lightning as he flew towards the entrance of the cave. The white light gradually lit up. He reached out his hand to block the blinding light as he scanned his surroundings with his fastest speed. Snowy. However, after he ran out of the cave, he did not see the flat ground that he had imagined. The mountain was precipitous, it was tens of thousands of feet high. At this moment, there was only a small tree under his feet. It was extremely fragile, as if it would break at any moment. And below this small tree was the bottomless abyss. The surrounding stone fragments fell off one after another. For a long time, not a single sound could be heard. Brother Zifeng. He saw Yi Shui tightly holding onto a tiny branch of the small tree. Her delicate arm lightly trembled as if it was going to fall down at any time. She just floated in the air like that. And now that Yifeng had come up, it put more burden on the small tree. Crack! The branch of the small tree was broken in half. Yi Shui was holding the last half branch, her pretty face was deathly pale. This was not a cliff. If it was a cliff, it would be fine. At least it would be flat after they climbed up it. Right now, they were in an awkward position halfway up the mountain. They couldn't climb up, and if they fell down, they would die without a doubt. Don't be afraid, Shui, we are not powerless ordinary people. Calm down, try activating the Wind King martial spirit. Even if we lost our hands, we can still return to this cave, but this won't do, Brother Zifeng. There's a suction force pulling me down here. It's making it impossible for me to condense spiritual energy. Also, where can I calm down right now, let alone activate the Wind King martial spirit? A suction force is pulling you, but you're still unable to condense spiritual energy. Yifeng was slightly startled and looked down. After observing for a while, he found nothing out of the ordinary. Don't speak nonsense to me, it is only because of you. He shook his head inside, Shui, you have to calm down. Otherwise, how could you become an independent martial cultivator in the future? Sooner or later, I will have to go to a distant place, This, hearing that her brother was going to go to a distant place, Yi Shui's expression froze and she also calmed down. She thought that Yifeng was heading to her home and the Yi family from the Tiandao City or the foreign battleground. She didn't think that Yifeng was talking about another continent. Good, since that's the case, let me try condensing the Wind King martial spirit again. Yi Shui's mind became serious. She lightly closed her beautiful eyes and began to seriously urge the power of her martial spirit. Crack! Another crisp sound was heard. The branch was broken again. However, this time, she only frowned slightly, but her complexion immediately returned to normal. Again. Her hair was fluttering in the wind, her spirit energy was swirling around. The wind blades swirled around her, continuously moving around her body. With the Wind King's martial spirit in the gale set, if she were to fall down in this place and lose her life, it would be too much for her. A moment passed. Finally, the weak branch could not bear the weight of two people and broke apart with a bang sound. Yifeng's Wind King dagger had stabbed deeply into the top of the cave. Since he was held by a golden thread, so there was no major problem. Yi Shui, on the other hand, closed her eyes and plummeted while being blown by the wind. Shui. Yifeng kept staring at the bottom of the dagger and frowned. He pressed his fingers against the tip of the Wind King's dagger and was ready to attack at any moment. Suddenly, a strong whirling power rose continuously. A strong gale swept through the valley and lifted up Yi Shui from the ground. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 413. Chapter 413. Outside the gate of heaven, the crowd was in an uproar. Master Wang, it can't be. How could such a big person disappear just like that? Elder Zhao was taken aback. His face was covered in dark clouds. He knew that Yifeng was in trouble this time. That's right, after Yifeng disappeared, where did he go? I hope that Master Wang will take the trouble. Yang Wuji's face changed slightly, and there was a trace of gloominess in his eyes. He had a good impression of Yifeng and really wanted to take him in as his disciple. After listening to Master Wang Rui's description of last night's great battle, it made him even more resolute in his belief. However, right now, he couldn't help but feel a tinge of regret. He didn't know if letting Yifeng participate in the battle of true disciples was helping him or harming him. Wang Rui helplessly shook his head. Some of you want me to care about Zhao Shuqing's life, some want me to help Sumo Bai, and some want me to worry too much about the Jiwen who suddenly disappeared. Do you really think I can do more than one thing? Master Wang. Wang Rui let out an unhappy sigh. Amongst so many people, he was probably the one with the highest status. But now, he was also the most tired. The reason why Yifeng disappeared is probably because of some form of teleportation. If I was in the Soul Death Town, I could trace back to my original location and find the place to teleport to. But now, I have to release my soul consciousness across the border. But Wang Rui's face sank. I'm tired. Then I won't trouble Master Wang anymore. Forget it, just let this brat pray for himself and do his best. Yang Wuji and the others sighed in unison. Their eyes showed a trace of regret. After hesitating for a moment, they decided to retreat to the side to recuperate and cultivate by themselves. After a short period of time, the light in Wang Rui's eyes slightly condensed as he leisurely strolled toward Gu Yuanwu's position. He stood beside Gu Yuanwu and watched the scene with him. Suddenly, he looked at Gu Yuanwu meaningfully and said with a smile, Gu Yuanwu, other people don't know about Yifeng's movements, but you do, right? A light flashed through Gu Yuanwu's eyes and he replied with a blank look, I don't understand what Master Wang means. I don't understand anything. My spiritual will has already detected it. You did some things to that woman who entered last, didn't you? Gu Yuanwu just quietly listened and didn't refute or admit anything. Wang Rui laughed. For a battle of true disciples, you have to use some tricks, but don't go overboard and don't harm others' lives. I will close my eyes for once, understand? Gu Yuanwu looked at Wang Rui. His lips moved, and he answered after a long while. Yes, I know what I'm doing. At the top of the mountain, there was a powerful gust of wind. Within the valley, strands of strange warm current weaved into a net, supporting Yi Shui who was falling down and slowly rising up. Her beautiful eyes were tightly shut, as if she had entered a state of oblivion. The misty white fog coiled around her arm, and coupled with the light and agile gale set, she looked like a fairy from the heavens. Even Yifeng was mesmerized. She activated the power of her Wind King martial spirit and stepped through the sky. In the blink of an eye, she had fallen into the cave and arrived at Yifeng's side. "Brother Zifeng, thanks to you, my understanding of the Wind King's martial spirit has deepened by quite a bit." Yi Shui's beautiful eyes were filled with joy as she giggled while looking at her brother. "Oh, congratulations." Suddenly, he heard a familiar voice in his ears. He suddenly turned around and looked behind him with an incredibly solemn gaze. "Yifeng, if you can't get out, then leave your life here." Han Yue. Just now in that narrow space, even Han Yu didn't dare to rashly use the corpse explosion. However, now that the passageway had been opened and she had obtained the antidote for Zhou Feng, there was no reason to let go of this opportunity. The song of the cold moon's flute sounded from within the cave. It was extremely passionate. A group of ghost servants, their bodies glowing with red light, ran towards Yifeng in large strides. Their bodies swelled up and their faces distorted. Their end could already be predicted. "It seems that we can only avoid the limelight for now. Shui, are you ready?" Li's eyes were deep as she smiled. "Prepare what, could it be?" Yi Shui's bright eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment. "Wait, I'm not mentally prepared yet." The corner of Yifeng's mouth raised into a faint smile. He held his sister's hand tightly. "What mental preparation do you need? Keep your mouth shut and stop entering the sandstorm." The light in his eyes sharpened as he leapt forward with his sister in tow. The cold and clear mountain breeze rolled up their feet, blowing on their clothes, causing them to be full of wrinkles. In the next moment, a loud explosion came from the cave entrance. The rocks fell down, the air swirled. With the cave as the center, the powerful impact swept in all directions, bringing up a sky full of yellow sand. The remaining sound reverberated through the valley, lingering there for a long time. Yifeng took the lead and held her sister's hand. He actually jumped down from the bottomless abyss. High up in the sky, Yi Shui's descent gradually calmed down. Her eyes sheared water, her beauty was unknown, and her hair danced lightly in the cold wind. "Brother Zifeng, how is it? I still have some use for it, right?" Yi Shui giggled and said. I can still barely take a look at it at this critical moment. The blood relationship between you and me cannot be broken no matter what. Even if I'm useless, when you grow up in the future, you can't care about your own woman. You also have to care about me. Then let go, my Wind King dagger is not for show." "You?" Yifeng smiled. He knew that this girl had a good memory. In fact, she was still thinking about what he had said before, about his attitude towards women and his sister. Wisps of power from the Wind King martial spirit carried Yifeng and her up to the sky. Did they run away? Han Yu quickly stepped forward and rushed to the cave entrance. She used a veil to block the light as she looked outside. Her eyes became serious as she narrowed them into a thin line. 30,000-meter mountain peak, so that's how it is. I know the terrain here. Her beautiful eyes moved about, and after staring at it for a moment, she revealed a playful smile. However, Yifeng, how could you guys fly up such a high mountain? I think sooner or later, if you guys can't handle it, you will fall back into the cave. Zhou Feng, squat down here and watch. Zhou Feng, do you hear me? Zhou Feng. She was stunned for a moment, but she was still unable to get Zhou Feng's response. In her heart, a wave of anger instantly rose as she turned around. He saw that Zhou Feng's face was pale and his arms and neck had a dark green color. It was obvious that he had been poisoned, and the poison was not shallow. Under the great shock of the cold moon, her beautiful face lost all color. She hurriedly retreated back from the cave entrance and stood in front of Zhou Feng. What's going on? Didn't I just let you test it on poisoned paper? How could you be poisoned? Hearing this, Zhou Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry. He coughed out a mouthful of blood. Lord Hanyue, of course I tested the poison with the poisoned paper, but I'm afraid the pill Yifeng gave me wouldn't have any poison when it's separated. If it was combined together, then it would be poisonous. What? Her red lips moved as she took a deep breath. According to what you said, Zifeng, you might not have been poisoned at first, but after taking his antidote, the effects of the two drugs clashed, and that's why you were poisoned. I think so. My body, I feel it myself. Zifeng sighed with a worried face, his expression extremely ugly. This Zifeng, even before escaping, he didn't forget to trap us. He's simply courting death. Lord Hanyue, from the moment you saw Zifeng, you have said courting death more than 7 times. Shut up. The corner of Han Yu's mouth twitched. He fiercely clenched the jade flute in his hand, almost wanting to break it. The awakening of the Wind King martial spirit required the support of spiritual force. Spiritual force and spiritual qi were two completely different concepts. If the spiritual qi was insufficient, it could be replenished with qi nurturing pills. However, if the spiritual power was insufficient, the martial disciple could only wait for it to restore itself. Brother Zifeng, how tall is this mountain? I can't hold on any longer. Zifeng looked up in the sky and frowned, confused. However, he still smiled and said, soon, Shui, one more time and you'll be here soon. Cough, cough. Yi Shui slightly cleared her throat, clenched her teeth and said, Brother Zifeng, from just now on, you've always said this. How much distance is there between us? Not much left, don't get distracted, just one more try. Another short period of time passed. Yi Shui's martial spirit was exhausted, her face was pale. Brother Zifeng, we really can't do it this time. Her body's strength had dissipated, and she was already at the end of her rope. And so, she slowly opened her eyes. However, before his eyes, there was a misty white land. The mountain wind was cold, and the peak of the mountain seemed to have no end. He looked up at the sky, and saw that there was no end to it. Looking back at the bottom of his feet, the endless abyss. How could this be? Yi Shui's beautiful eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. She had actually prepared in her heart, but she didn't expect that when she saw reality, it would still surprise her a bit. Don't worry, Shui. At worst, we can just go back to the cave, but... Zifeng smiled in relief. The expression on his face gradually turned solemn. Alright, Spirit Shadow, it's your turn. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 414. Chapter 414. As the sound of his voice faded, a gust of wind blew, and the giant white finger appeared out of nowhere. Zifeng smiled and put the exhausted Yi Shui on the side of the skeleton. Brother Zifeng, Yi Shui lightly coughed. Her small face was completely pale. Shui, you've worked hard. Leave the rest to me. At the same time, he stood up with a solemn expression. Guiying unhappily rebuked, what do you want me to give it to you? Leave it to me. The sound of the wind whistled as the huge, white, skeletal finger continued to lift Zifeng and the other two higher up the sky. If someone were to look down at this bottomless chasm and be blown by the cold wind, not many people would be able to keep their legs calm. However, Zifeng's expression was calm and collected. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid at all, but if he were to reveal a frightened expression, then Yi Shui would be at a loss as she watched from the side. Zifeng, Zifeng. Yi Zifeng raised his head and looked at the lingering mist and the endless mountain peak. Speak, I am listening. His face gradually became solemn and his eyes narrowed into a line. After a series of battles, Spirit Shadow revealed a somewhat exhausted expression. She asked with some doubt, what's going on? How far is the peak of the mountain? Is it really that tall? No, I observed the surroundings of the dead town when I came in. The terrain is relatively flat, so logically, there should not be such a tall mountain. What exactly is? What's going on? If this goes on, I'm afraid we won't make it to the top of the mountain, Guiying couldn't help but exclaim. Yifeng hesitated for a moment before asking. Spirit Shadow, tell me honestly, how much stamina do you have left? Spirit Shadow pondered for a moment and then replied. It's almost half an incense stick of time. What's wrong? Do you want to go back the way you came from and go back to that cave? Yifeng smiled blandly and said, although I left a path of retreat there, I don't want to use this last path of retreat unless I have to. Of course, it's good to be able to get out there. Wait, you just said, what way to retreat? Guiying was confused, and for a moment, did not understand what was going on. Of course, she did not know that Zhou Feng was poisoned, which was equivalent to half of Yifeng's hostage. Could it be that Hanyue person over there is gnashing his teeth in anger at you? Will he let you go? Yifeng laughed coldly and nodded. That's what I meant. You really do like to talk nonsense. Spirit Shadow smiled helplessly. He obviously couldn't stand the other party's crazy talk anymore, and he let out a deep sigh. Yifeng smiled, but didn't comment. There were some things that had yet to be verified. Even if he tried to explain them, others might not be able to understand. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Yifeng took out a pill from his magic crystal ring. Here you go. It was a bright red and warm luster. Its spirit energy was extremely abundant, causing one to be unable to shift their gaze away from it. This. Big hand, I'm following you, Yifeng. I didn't expect that even after reaching the peak, I would still be able to eat the pill. Without a doubt, to her, this pill was a great tonic. Yifeng smiled. If I don't have enough qi, I won't believe it. No matter how tall this mountain is, it can't be. There really is no end, right? After an unknown period of time, Yi Shui had recovered a part of her Wind King martial spirit, and the qi in her dantian was getting warm. Her beautiful eyes opened in a daze as she looked at the scenery in front of her. She suddenly froze. After a long while, she almost blurted out in excitement, "We're here, Brother Zifeng. Did you see that? We're finally at the top. Yeah, we've finally arrived. This mountain is even taller than I imagined." Yifeng's eyes also brightened up, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Previously, even he couldn't help but feel a bit of heartache after being fed 2 spirit nurturing pills to Ghost Shadow. If he had used the 3rd pill, he would have gladly fought with Hanyue directly. The two of them were feeling a surge of joy at the prospect of success. Suddenly, a rock fragment fell from the sky. This. Yifeng was slightly stunned. He raised his head and looked at the peak of the mountain. He saw a figure standing on the edge of the cliff, facing away from the sunlight. It seemed that the figure was also looking in his direction. Yifeng's expression suddenly became serious, and the light in his eyes became serious. Who is it? However, because the light was too bright, Yifeng could not see clearly who the person was. Brother Zifeng, what should we do? Yi Shui clearly saw the outline of that person, and her heart was slightly uneasy. What else can we do? We've spent so much effort to reach the peak, we can't possibly let all of our efforts go to waste because of him. Yifeng hesitated for a moment. Then, a vicious look flashed across his eyes. Spirit Shadow, continue to fly Shui up. Remember to deliver her safely to the ground. Do you understand? Alright, no problem. Guiying agreed, and then revealed a surprised expression. But what about you? Yifeng did not answer, he only laughed, and his aura also increased. I'll go meet him. After calculating the distance between them, he threw out his Wind King dagger without a second thought. It flew towards a stone crack on the mountaintop and stabbed deeply into it. When it was firmly fixed, the golden thread in his hand suddenly retracted. His body was like a windmill, being pulled by the golden threads. It kept tightening and moving up, sticking to the wall, moving at an extremely fast speed. During this process, he put on the ring that Zhao Shucheng gave him as fast as he could. The Ice Emperor's sword in the ring appeared in front of his forehead and he held it in his hand, preparing to launch the attack. It was one thing if he did not make a move, but once he did, he would definitely show his full potential. The whole process of Liu's surprise attack was as smooth as the moving clouds and flowing water. Before the man on top of the hill could say a word, Zifeng clenched his teeth. In the next moment, he had already rushed to the top of the mountain. He stabbed the Ice Emperor's sword towards that person's throat. 10,000 rays of ice and dazzling white light burst forth at the same time from the other side, just like a peacock spreading its tail. The air was like ice, so cold that it made people shiver. Zifeng heard this and suddenly stopped. The Ice Emperor's sword in his hand grazed the wound on the man's throat and did not stab down. However, the Ice Emperor's sword's power was extraordinary. Even if it hadn't been pierced, it had caused that person's entire body to feel as if it had been encased in ice. It was so stiff that they couldn't move, and they didn't even have the time to dodge. On the tip of the Ice Emperor's sword, a drop of blood slowly dripped down his throat. Luning, G. Zifeng was slightly shocked. He slowed down and put down the Ice Emperor's sword that was at her throat. Brother Zifeng. In the next moment, Yi Shui also jumped down from the skeleton of the huge white finger. She noticed that Lu Ning's leg was at a short distance from her. She jogged all the way to her brother's side. This. Strange, why would you be on such a tall mountain? Cough, cough, cough. Lu Ning's legs were penetrated by the Ice Emperor's cold energy. Being at the Qi condensation stage, it was naturally very difficult for her to receive such an injury. What are you talking about? Isn't this the entrance to a dead town? It's a flat ground. I couldn't find you all and was afraid of being eyed by the ghost servants at night, so I came to the entrance to see if I could get other people's protection. Hearing that, Zifeng and his sister looked at each other in shock. What? This? He slightly frowned and quickly turned around to look at the road he came from. Sure enough, they couldn't see any deep abyss behind them. All they could see was a black enchantment extending from the flat ground. Could it be? Zifeng reached out his hand, wanting to touch the black barrier. However, when his hand was halfway there, he stopped moving, picked up a rock on the ground, and threw it into the barrier. After the stone entered the black barrier, it disappeared almost instantly. Zifeng's eyes lit up. After observing for a while, he stood up as if he had understood something and smiled. I understand. This isn't a barrier at all, it's only formed from Ghost Servant's soul remembrance. As a kind of teleportation array, I just didn't expect that this teleportation array would actually be set up at the exit. I'm afraid even Hanua didn't expect this at the start. Is that so? That's right, how was the fight between you and the Ghost Servant Master? If you guys come out now, doesn't that mean you've already won? Lu Ning looked deeply at Zifeng and couldn't help but ask. No, I haven't won yet. Zifeng casually replied. Suddenly, a divine light flashed in his eyes. Wait, Lu Ning, I heard we said that this is a teleportation formation, why didn't you express any surprise? When Lu Ning heard this, she was startled. Her pretty face slightly changed, but she immediately laughed and said, Being together with you, Zifeng, there are few things that are worthy of being surprised about. Although I, Lu Ning, have spent less time with you, I, too, have always heard of your matters from Sister Bingqian. Zifeng looked at Lu Ning suspiciously. He then looked around and his gaze fell back on her. Whatever, let's not talk about this for now. How could the others only have you? That night, how did you, a mere Qi condensation student, survive the hands of so many ghost servants? This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 415. Chapter 415. Yifeng, could it be that you still suspect me even now? Lu Ning gazed at him, gritting her teeth. Immediately, a sullen expression appeared on her face. I said before that I could swear a blood oath. I definitely won't harm you. You are by my side, which in itself is a form of harming me. Since you want me to believe you, then alright, it was rather tight on time last time, since it was daytime this time. Since you are rather free, tell me the entire story of how you participated in the competition from Legacy City to Tiandao City from the beginning to the end. Lu Ning's expression turned cold and her face turned pale. Does it mean that we won't be able to finish in a single sentence? Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, also, if you are making up a story, I can recognize it very quickly. When that happens, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yifeng, you. Lu Ning gently gritted her teeth. Alright, since you want to hear the reason behind this matter, I'll tell you later. It's just that this isn't a good place to talk right now, right? Yifeng thought for a moment and looked at her with interest. If you want to move to another place, that's fine. For the sake of Bingqian, I can give you a chance. Of course, if I discover that this place is a trap, you can just pray for yourself. The cold light in his eyes gradually surfaced, causing Lu Ning to shudder. After a long time, she raised her head and looked at him with a meaningful gaze. Please. The place closest to the entrance of Death Town, the most ordinary house. This is the place. Yifeng glanced at Lu Ning with slight suspicion. He had originally thought that if the other party had set some trap, it would definitely bring him to some small alley with 9 twists and turns. However, even if it was a trap, the first room at the entrance had been set up too casually. In that case, either way, Lu Ning didn't set any traps. Or perhaps, Lu Ning had received instructions from someone else and set up a special trap that was hard for an ordinary person to detect. Otherwise, with her ability, how could a mere Qi condensation student possibly injure a martial disciple? I was just randomly choosing a house, but you thought too much and mistook it for some kind of trap. Could it be that you have a fantasy about being killed? Lu Ning's eyebrows twitched as she replied in a coquettish manner. Yifeng raised the corner of his mouth into a faint smile. Great, since you chose this house at random and you're so sincere, how about I choose one? His eyes drifted away as he looked at a place not far away. He pointed to a large courtyard. For example, I see that the room over there is quite spacious and is suitable for sitting and chatting. What do you think? Lu Ning looked up and readily agreed. Okay, I can, but what? Yi Zichen smiled. However, while your sister is listening in on the conversation between the two of us, it might not be good, because there are some things that would be better if she doesn't know about it. Yifeng, you should understand what I mean, right? Wait, Yi Shui's bright eyes flashed and she curled her lips. If you have something to say, you can't say it in front of me. Yifeng laughed. Shui, it's good. You can take advantage of this time to help me go back to the dead town and find Bingqian. Shui, listen to me. Yifeng's expression turned solemn. Yi Shui originally wanted to refuse, but after hearing her brother talk about Bingqian, her heart couldn't help but tighten. Alright, then I'll listen to Zifeng and continue looking for Sister Bingqian. She gently lifted her foot and walked a few more steps into the dead-end town before turning back, fiercely glaring at Lu Ning. Listen up, if you really plan to harm Brother Zifeng, even if I have to risk my life, I won't let you go. Yi Zichen looked around after stepping into the room. At the same time, his soul talent also spread out. Silence. He frowned and closed his eyes slightly. His soul talent had been checked everywhere, but he still couldn't find anything out of the ordinary. I was just casually looking for a place to chat with you. Why are you worried? Lu Ning gave a sweet smile. She then lit a lamp for the dim room. The smoke curled up like a thread, enveloping the room. The flickering flame was reflected on her charming face, causing her snow-white face to turn crystal clear. You can take my actions as if I'm looking for a ghost servant. After all, light can't enter this place. This is where the ghost servants live. If you're not afraid, then just be afraid. Yifeng smiled and replied, all right, I've already confirmed that there are no ghost servants. Let's stop chatting. We can talk business. Before Yifeng could finish his words, Lu Ning lightly smiled and gracefully walked away. Creak. She closed the door. The light in the room had dimmed even further. The misty atmosphere made people feel a little tipsy. Don't be so anxious. It is rare that we are alone in a room with no one to disturb us. Don't tell me that we have nothing better to do? Her face was filled with charm. Her eyebrows were like the crescent moons, and they were filled with deep emotions as she looked at the position of the tip of the leaf. Dressed in a green dress, Lu Ning's shoulders slowly fell down, giving off a kind of hazy beauty. She leisurely walked towards the leaf tip, her extremely tender and soft, long white neck dyed in a few bright red. It is reasonable that you hate me when I have insulted you in the past. I am afraid that you have always wanted to take revenge on me, am I right? She paused for a moment, her eyes bewitching as she breathed out, fine. This morning, I can let you take revenge however you want. Whatever you want to do to me is up to you. You? Yifeng was a little bit shocked and stared at her. Then, he came back to himself and said with a serious smile, I understand, this trap is either something else, or you. Said Lu Ning. For a man, the thing that was most likely to make him fall was not the green battlefield, but the gentleness of a beautiful woman's arms. Yes, Yifeng, then are you willing to fall into this trap? I'll be frank, as long as you agree to keep me peaceful for the next few days, then my body will be harvested by you without a shred of resistance. If you are willing to give me a name, that would be for the best, otherwise, I will bury this matter deep within my heart. Her slender figure was as straight as a tender willow. As she spoke, she puffed out her chest. However, although her mouth was calm, her heart was still slightly frightened. As she spoke these embarrassing words, her delicate body would also slightly tremble. It was obvious that she was reluctant to do so. Such an unparalleled beauty, saying these words to a hot-blooded young man, seeking only his protection. No matter what, it would cause one's heart to tremble and their body to heat up. In her opinion, Yifeng was no exception. So that's how it is. In order to survive, you've already begun to degrade yourself. I'm afraid that the candle you've lit also contained elements to urge your emotions, is it? Yifeng stared at the candle flame for a moment, then turned around and smiled at Lu Ning. This fire candle was definitely not some strong drug. Otherwise, Yifeng would have been able to see through it with one glance. But it's not poison, it doesn't mean it doesn't work. You? Are you still so calm? Is that really okay? Don't tell me you don't want to be confused and let your instincts run wild? Or am I not beautiful and unable to arouse your interest in me? Lu Ning looked timidly at Yifeng. Her jade-like face had a faint blush on it. Within her limpid eyes, there was a kind of breathtaking beauty. Charm. If she wasn't beautiful, then how many beauties were there in this world? No, you are beautiful. Then, why am I doing this? Why are you still not willing to look at me for a while? Also, don't you think that Sister Bingqian and I are sisters after all, and we still look a little similar, but... With that said, even Yifeng couldn't help but be slightly shocked, and he looked at her again. The dim room, the flickering candle flame. Bingqian. Yifeng stared at the man, as if he was really lost in emotions. The two of them had different appearances, and each of them had their own characteristics. However, there was a slight similarity between them. Just as she had said, the two of them were sisters after all. She bit her lips tightly and used all her strength to say such seductive words. The feeling of rejecting her as much as possible undoubtedly made a man's blood boil. She even stretched out her slender hand and gently caressed Zifeng's broad chest with her finger. So that's how it is, Lu Ning's lily-white hands were still hanging in the air when they were grabbed by Yifeng. What's wrong with you? Lu Ning looked at Yifeng with wide, clear eyes. Within her eyes, there was a tinge of panic. Could it be that you've decided to take the initiative and take me? No, Yuan smiled and shook his head. His answer was simple and straightforward. Then why are you? Yifeng stared at Lu Ning's leg, and the corner of his mouth raised into a sneer. After a while, he finally opened his mouth. Come out, you can't help but admit it. Just a little bit more and my attention would have lost its effect on you. When Lu Ning heard these words, her face froze. Her originally hot body gradually cooled down and her charming eyes suddenly turned cold. She abruptly broke away from Yifeng's hand and retreated to a dark corner, covering herself with the veil that she had yet to completely remove. Behind Li's back, a silhouette holding a bright silver sword slowly appeared in an extremely dark environment. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 416. Chapter 416. Swoosh. Table of contents. Suddenly, Yifeng saw something. Enlarged continuously. Just a moment ago, it was still incomparably warm and gentle. In an instant, he was about to turn into a bloody battlefield. Yifeng's eyes brightened. He opened his mouth and smiled gently. Lu Ning. I really can't believe you. Lu Ning's delicate body trembled slightly. He did not refute Lin Ning's words. He just bit his lips. A complicated expression flashed across her pretty face. As he spoke, Zifeng did not stop moving either. Suddenly, he activated his spiritual energy. He took a few steps back. His back was even pressed against the edge of the wall. Zilch. Using a beauty as bait. When I wasn't prepared for it. You think this? Can you win against me, Yifeng? Mad talk. In the narrow space. I haven't lost since. You have lost all your opportunities. I want to see where you can hide. Zikura sneered. He waved the sword in his hand. Layers of light and shadows appeared. In this dark environment, it was especially eye-catching. Yifeng took many steps back. And Ziluo's sword. They followed his movements as well. He moved like a shadow. They didn't move an inch away from each other. He couldn't get rid of it. At this moment, the light in Yifeng's eyes froze. He wiped off the crystal ring. Its surface glowed with silver light. You still want to pull out your sword? Don't even think about succeeding. He was looking forward to the moment when he would be able to use his spatial treasure. He then shouted out harshly. The thin sword in his hand glowed even brighter. A quick attack. He didn't give Zifeng a chance to pull out his Z-electric flying sword. The next moment, wisps of white mist. It hovered over the bright silver sword. A bright light shined in the air. With a flick of his finger, he waved his hand. A sharp sword Qi shot out. They flew in front of Yifeng. Wait a minute. Don't. Lu Ning took a step forward. He looked like he wanted to say something, but stopped in his tracks. Don't say anything. You trashy woman. Stand aside. He coldly glanced at her. There was nothing good to say. Lu Ning was at a loss for words as she stood on the spot. After a long while, he let out a deep sigh. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The rafters in front of him. He was excited by the sword Qi. It instantly exploded. A shockwave that could not be underestimated. It was heading straight for Yifeng. In that instant, a bright silver sword. It was also a sword dance. At the very first moment, it pierced towards Yi Zichen. Two violent and turbulent energies. One black and one white. In the direction of the common center. Gathered together. Yifeng was being attacked from the very beginning. The weapon had not yet been unleashed. The situation could be said to be in a perilous situation. If he hesitated for a moment, it was a situation where one would die from a heart-piercing death. He quickly reached for his clothes. The golden threads left his body. The Wind King's dagger whistled as it flew towards the bright silver sword. Yi Zichen pulled him a little away from his original position. I got a little breathing time. Subsequently, he wiped the crystal ring. He suddenly turned his head and rushed towards Ziluo. His bright silver sword rushed forward. At the same time, Ice Emperor's sword quickly formed. It was facing the chest of Zigzag. He then handed it over. Too late. The corner of his mouth curled up. With a slight smile. He was right. You have to do so many things. Yifeng took the initiative and disappeared. In the end, she was one step slower than him. The silver sword had already pierced into Yifeng's chest. The blade energy howled. He directly broke through the protective armor on his chest. All the way to the vest. He barely managed to break it open. What? Ziluo was surprised. He obviously didn't expect this. The two treasured clothes that the opponent was wearing, together, could defend him. To think that it would be so troublesome. But Yifeng was shocked by the huge force. He couldn't hold it in any longer. He spat out a mouthful of blood. However, after paying the price of this blood, the Ice Emperor's sword in Yifeng's hand. He also pointed at the chest area of Zilong's chest. It broke through the skin on his face. If the Ice Emperor's sword was used, the consequences were unimaginable. Both of them moved at the same time. He raised his head. Yi Zichen looked at each other. The corners of their mouths raised in a joyful smile. Yifeng. And I've been thinking, how could an exchange student be so arrogant? It seemed like you really have the right to be arrogant. Yi Zichen took a deep look at Yifeng. He was the first to open his mouth and laugh. Your sword technique. Not only was it exquisite, and it was incredibly fast. If it was another person to be ambushed by me like this, I'm afraid he is. He has already died under my sword. From his tone, she was a bit impressed by Yi Zichen. Ever since he became a hidden genius, he had never looked down on his peers. But now, when he met a young man, Yifeng, who was a bit younger than him, his sneak attack failed. And he was even suppressing it. He couldn't help but sigh in admiration. He paused for a moment. He continued, Yifeng. I still say the same thing. If it wasn't for you offending sword nurturing, offended my master. I really want to be with a talent like you. To make a friend. Yifeng smiled. If she looked at him meaningfully. Is that so? You're not bad. Even though he seemed arrogant and proud. He was not arrogant at all. After knowing that I can summon out a colossus like the white bone giant finger, he purposely chose a narrow space to fight me. He even used a woman as bait. Hide your presence and ambush me. He was willing to place himself in the position of a weakling. Unfortunately, you still lost. When he said the words women as bait, Yifeng intentionally or unintentionally looked towards Lu Ning's position. A cold look flashed across his face. Lu Ning didn't have time to reply. Qi Zimo turned his head. He didn't look at her again. He treated her like air. Who said I lost? The current scene. Isn't it a draw? Ziluo's heart skipped a beat. He was stunned for a moment. Puzzled, she asked. One must know that. Right now, the two of them were each wielding a sword. They faced each other's hearts. He was only missing a little bit of strength. It could pierce through a person's heart. Under these circumstances, what other victories or losses could there be? A draw. You think you haven't lost yet. Because you still don't know me well enough. For example, do you think I, Yifeng, am a decisive person? Why are you blabbering so much with me? Zikora stared at him. In her sword-like eyes, an indescribable surprise flashed through his eyes. He said in a hoarse voice, "This. Could it be? You are stalling for time." He looked around. Qi Zimo frowned. Feeling the atmosphere, he said, "Impossible. I can't feel anyone approaching me. Your sister, Yi Shui. It is also impossible for him to return so quickly. Don't look around. I'm stalling for time. It wasn't anyone else. I am myself." Yi Si's eyes lit up. A vicious expression suddenly flashed across his face. Zikora looked up and saw the change in his expression. Inwardly, he felt that this was not good. Just as the sword in his hand was about to pierce through, instantly, a large hole of blood appeared in the ground. However, this was also the limit of his thin sword's ability to break through. Pieces of ice spread out from the tip of the thin sword. Through the blade. It was frozen to the wrist of Zigzag. It actually managed to take his entire arm. It was immediately frozen. He blocked his next move. This. Concomitantly. It was a sharp pain coming from his chest. Let him suddenly look up. A contorted, pained expression. Immediately, his handsome face appeared before the crowd's eyes. He was in pain. He quickly threw away the shiny silver sword. A burst of true energy burst out from his body. He shook Qi Zifeng's Ice Emperor's sword away from his heart. There was no doubt about this. He had activated his essence. The pain made him clench his teeth in pain. The situation had taken a sharp turn for the worse. He had thought that he had the upper hand. In an instant, from the side that was chasing Qi Zimo, he became the target of the pursuers. Yifeng attacked 7 times in a row. They split into 7 directions and attacked the big acupoints around Ziggy. He was almost unable to avoid it. He could only dodge around in a sorry state. From time to time. And maybe get hacked a few times. His body was covered in wounds and blood. It was impossible to look directly at them. Yifeng. Stop. If you kill me, then this dispute over the successor disciple. Rewards and rewards etc. and you're not fated to meet them. It's alright. You don't really care about the rewards. Yifeng. You can also do it for the sake of a moment. As you wish. As the sound of his voice faded, he did not say anything else. The Ice Emperor's sword cut through the void. It whistled through the air. Ziluo's eyes froze. He knew that things were not going well. He wanted to escape. However, Qi Zimo's attacks were too fast. He barely had time to spare. He gritted his teeth. He stretched out a hand. He sealed his heart meridian with spiritual energy. Let the bleeding stop. At this moment, he raised his head and glanced at the confused Lu Ning. A plan came to mind. He rushed over to her with big strides. From his interspatial ring, he drew out the black iron sword that he had been preparing. He used the tip of his sword to press against Lu Ning's throat. He felt like he was about to bleed. Wait a minute. Table of contents, don't move. Lu Ning was caught off guard by this sudden change. Her beautiful face turned pale. It was incomparably white. Her long eyelashes continued to tremble. Qi Zimo nodded. It was useless. Are you trying to use me to threaten him? However, I have nothing to do with him. And just now, I've lied to him. Shut up. She glared viciously at Lu Ning. He turned his head around. Qi Zimo chuckled. Qi Zimo looked at Yifeng. Yifeng. This woman. I heard she was your former fiancée. Or you like a woman's sister. Right. Yifeng coldly stared at Lu Ning, it seems. These words. It was you who said it. Lu Ning stammered. A moment later, she nodded her head heavily. Seeing that Qi Zimo's expression still turned dark, just as he was about to open his mouth, Lu Ning gently gritted her teeth. Fu Cheng said, Yifeng, I know I'm sorry. However, don't blame me too much. I promised someone else. If it was before the end of the successor-disciple battle. If I don't do what he says, I will die. I did it. There is no other way. That's right. In a person's life, always full of this kind of helplessness, he would often be unable to control himself. To do something that I've never even thought of doing. In that case, table of contents, you understand me. When Lu Ning heard this, she froze. Her pretty face was filled with joy. What do you think? A mysterious smile appeared on Yifeng's face. Next to his ears, the wind from the sword howled. This book came from the 17K webpage. The first thing I did was to look at the original content. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 417. Chapter 417. With a flash of ice, the Emperor was infuriated. The cold spiritual energy that filled the entire room gathered in one place and permeated into Lu Ning's body, quickly condensing into frost. No. Lu Ning's eyes were filled with fear. She didn't even have the time to complete her sentence before her expression froze on the spot. After a hiss, she remained motionless, frozen into an ice sculpture. However, this was not the end. The cold Qi turned into a bright and colorful one that covered Yi Zhao's body. His eyes stared blankly for a moment. Strands of cold light shot towards the meridians all over his body, and like maggots on the bones, they closely pursued him. Yifeng, you actually dared to do it, but... He hastily gave up on Lu Ning and brandished the thin sword in his hand, barely managing to deflect the strands of cold light. He clenched his teeth, which was especially strenuous. Why can't I? Could it be that because she is a beauty, I will have to show mercy to the fairer sex? Yifeng sneered. As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. I, Yifeng, have always only asked my heart when I do things. An extremely cold atmosphere began to envelop the windows and doors, condensing into a network of layers of ice that were incomparably hard. He was attacking. He was also weaving a net. The frost aura covered the entire room. Step by step, he was narrowing the area around him. It had unknowingly created a huge psychological pressure on his opponent. With Qi Zifeng's talent, although he had already seen through Yifeng's intention of slowly limiting himself to a narrow range, he was still unable to do anything with his injuries. Yifeng's attacks were too fierce. After a while, a cold ray of Ice Emperor's sword entered his shoulder. His face darkened and he let out a muffled groan as the bones in his shoulder shattered. Suddenly, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. His mind was so dizzy that he was about to kneel on the ground. In the next moment, when he gritted his teeth and raised his head, he discovered that his entire body was surrounded by 1,000 ice auroras. "Don't move, you no longer have a way out." Yifeng's words were as calm as the calm waves. The tip of his sword was pointing straight at Yi Zhao's chest. If he were to choose to go further and get injured in the same place twice, he would die for sure. There's no retreat. He tried his best to prop himself up with the black iron sword and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. "Yifeng, don't be too happy too early. I know what you're afraid of. For example, don't you want to know where Liu Bingqian is now?" Hearing that, Yifeng was stunned, the sword light in his hand trembled slightly. Bingqian. Ever since he entered the Heaven Gate, he had never stopped searching for Liu Bingqian. However, even now, it was only the third day, and he still could not find her. It felt like Liu Bingqian had suddenly disappeared from the world. He frowned and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. "You're about to die and you've started to make up lies. Do you think I, Yifeng, am that easy to deceive?" Hee, your face has changed. Sure enough, you have special feelings for that woman called Bingqian. Whether you believe me or not, I will reveal this to you first. Liu Bingqian, she is somewhere on the peak of 100,000 feet right now. He gave a weird smile and looked at the other party deeply. Yifeng was about to attack, but after hearing that, his expression couldn't help but darken. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he couldn't help but stop the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand. "She's at the top of the mountain." "Wait, how did you know about this place?" If it was any other place, Yifeng would think that the other party was lying. However, the mountain peak of 10,000 zhang was different. This place was brought to Bai Hanyu through a space array. Logically speaking, he shouldn't have known about this. It is not only the top of the mountain. As matters stand, I am not afraid to tell you the truth. From the moment everyone came to this Heaven Gate, I have heard about the whereabouts of most people. Liu Bingqian's whereabouts are naturally not unknown. Yifeng stared at the other person and thought for a moment. Suddenly, he thought of the scene where Lu Ningxi came to the top of the mountain. A few suspicious points were connected together and the confusing feeling gradually became clearer. So that's how it is. Yi Chang's eyes lit up all of a sudden and squinted slightly. "I understand. It's hard for you to survive, so you revealed your trump card. I'm guessing it's the ancient master's spiritual will, right?" As he spoke, he wiped off the crystal ring as if he was looking at something. A moment later, he took out a pill and put it into his mouth as if nothing had happened. He stared at the other side, as if he was still immersed in Yifeng's earth-shattering words just now. "What? Then why are you so surprised? It seems like you are very innocent." Yifeng sneered coldly, paused for a moment, and continued, "Between Master Lu and Master Ancient, the two of them are in cahoots with each other." Yifeng sneered coldly, and paused for a moment, and continued, "Between Master Lu, the two of them are in cahoots with each other, and we're in cahoots with each other." "Bastard, who allowed you to say such things about Master?" Ziliuo glared at G1, his body was shaking. However, although he was angry, he was also surprised. After all, Yifeng was just a martial disciple level student. How did he know about such profound and advanced knowledge like spiritual perception? Even if he was a sword genius, he couldn't waste time and learn something that he couldn't actually use. In his mind, all of this was too unbelievable. Your first reaction is to not refute the fact that the two of them have colluded. It seems like I have guessed the right direction. These two people are in cahoots with each other. Seeing that the other party's eyes were blazing as if he was about to break out of his body, Leaves laughed. but she did not continue speaking. Alright, I'll stop and change the topic. I've observed the soul consciousnesses that came to this dead city alone. There's only one of them, and according to my knowledge, it shouldn't be the ancient Grand Masters. What? When Wang Rui was investigating the situation of the students, Yifeng noticed something. The corner of his mouth twitched as he snappily asked, if that's the case, then why do you still doubt the spiritual will of the ancient Grandmaster? Yifeng chuckled and stared at him. Have you noticed that the word I used was alone? You should know that spiritual will can be left in a person's mind. You mean? He looked at Yifeng in a daze. He didn't know much about the concept of soul telepathic thoughts, it was just that he had heard some things from Gu Yuanwu earlier, so he didn't delve too deeply into it. Looking at Yi Zifeng's expression, he might have already thought of something that he couldn't think of. Yifeng laughed softly. I will say my conclusion. If I am not wrong, Master Ancient God's wisp of spiritual will is now hidden in. He suddenly turned around and stared at the ice sculpture behind him. Within Lu Ning's body. With that, a smile appeared on Yi Zifeng's face. The Ice Emperor's sword in his hand suddenly moved an inch away from Yi Zifeng's chest and stabbed into his chest. You? He was completely unprepared for this sudden turn of events, and his face was full of shock. The tip of the sword was ice-cold and incomparably sharp. After a miserable scream, he kneeled on the ground in pain and curled up into a ball. He tried to use his spiritual qi to protect his wound. His face was in extreme pain and his back was covered in cold sweat. In such a short period of time, it was clear that he had lost any chance of fighting back. Following that, Yifeng sneered. With a flash of silver light, the Ice Emperor's sword quickly turned around and slashed down towards Lu Ning's leg. Esteemed Master Gu, can you still maintain your composure in this situation? As the sound of his voice faded, before the Ice Emperor's sword could completely break through. Instantly, cracks began to appear on Lu Ning's ice clothes all over her body. They extended from her feet to the top of her head. With Lu Ning's legs as the center, a vast and mighty aura flew out from her mind, blasting apart the thick layer of ice covering her body. The ice shards that filled the sky shot out in all directions like shooting stars. Boom! 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 The entire room seemed to be unable to withstand the tremendous force as it shook up and down. The heat wave swept up the roof and blew it into the sky. The surrounding walls seemed to disintegrate as they fell in all directions. Since Yi Zifeng immediately retreated dozens of steps, after finding his position, he fiercely stabbed the Ice Emperor's sword into the ground, forming a thin layer of ice. Demon Fox, come out and help me block it. As his voice faded, the beast refining token condensed the figure of a peerless beauty. Seeing that the situation was urgent, the Demon Fox didn't say much. With one hand holding onto Yifeng, and with the other hand transforming into a sharp claw, deeply embedded into the ground, being blown away by the strong wind, leaving a long claw mark on the ground. In this way, Yifeng was able to stabilize himself and was not blown away by the cyclone. Even so, he still could not avoid being injured by the sharp wind. A bloody wound appeared on his cheek, and he felt a sweet sensation on his throat as he let out a muffled groan. But he raised his head and looked forward. A wisp of burning fire floated beside the unconscious Lu Ning's leg. It slowly rose up and faced the leaf's direction, continuously emitting an extreme amount of heat. His eyes lit up and he stood up with a smile. Disciple Yifeng greets Master Ancient Era. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 418. Chapter 418. The fire burned and the scorching airwaves assaulted his face. The surroundings of the leaf's tip were as hot as a furnace. The heat was rolling in the air, and from time to time, a few sparks would jump out. He was completely expressionless. A drop of blood oozed out of the wound on his cheek and fell to the ground. After a zzz sound, it turned into smoke and drifted into the air. silence, absolute silence. The other side did not respond to his words. The demon fox was stunned for a moment as her beautiful eyes revealed a strange light. She looked at Zifeng and said, "Hey, what are you saying to this ball of fire?" However, just at this moment, the ball of fire shone brightly, and a low, ancient voice resounded in their ears. "Zifeng, you're quite amazing. All sorts of methods can't do anything to you, and you even forced me out." The demon fox's pretty face froze for a second. She didn't expect that this ball of fire was so bizarre that it could make a sound on its own. Zifeng slightly smiled. "Master Ancient Grand Scholar has flattered me." Zifeng is terrified. "I'm not praising you. Besides, I heard what you said to me earlier." The fire was dancing in the air, and the sound of burning could be heard. "Where do we start?" Zifeng's eyes brightened as he asked with a playful smile. He knew that even if the ancient master's spiritual will still remained in Lu Ning's mind, it was impossible for him to constantly keep an eye on her. "Everything, including what you said. I agree with what you said." He paused for a moment. Then, his voice gradually became louder, containing a wave of anger that could erupt at any time. "Therefore, you are so bold. You actually dare to say such words to humiliate me. You must be mentally prepared. Wait, I still want to confirm. If you want to kill me yourself, why didn't you do it earlier?" Zifeng's face was solemn and could not help but ask. Before you die, make sure you understand the situation. When I, Gu Yuanwu, made a move across the border, I was afraid that I would damage my own cultivation, so I let Zhao Shu and Zhao Shucheng do it for me. But the two of them disappoint me so much that even Lu Ning's Zue that I had specially sent here failed to make good use of them and died in your hands. Zifeng pondered for a moment and said, "Then, one more thing. Did you tell Lu Ningxi that if she couldn't charm me to success, you would kill her?" The fire hovered in the air for a moment, then flickered and dimmed, changing constantly. Just what is the meaning of asking her about such an insignificant person? I can see that you don't treat her well either. Gu Yuanwu paused for a moment and then replied impatiently, "And, Zifeng, you have too many questions. This is the last question. You can only go on the road after you answer me," said Zifeng sincerely as he stared at the man. After a moment of silence. "Whatever. When a man is about to die, his words are already good. Then I'll tell you, I did indeed threaten her like this before, and even brought her family along. Now that you're satisfied, you can set your heart at rest and go on the road." As the sound of his voice faded, in that instant, the fire seemed to have grown several times stronger, and a scorching aura was released from the center. He was lying on the ground, unconscious. He mumbled a few sentences and was awoken by the heat. The wound on his chest was still bleeding profusely. He tried his best to support himself with his hands. He raised his head and opened his eyes wide. Suddenly, he saw a trace of a smile at the corner of Liu's mouth. When he saw his expression, he suddenly had a bad premonition. He knew that something was wrong. However, he was unable to say where the problem lay. Suddenly, he remembered that time when Zifeng had swallowed that small pill in front of him. Could it be that the problem is that pill? At that time, he only felt that it was a bit strange, but he didn't think too much about it. Now it seemed that Zifeng had considered this situation at the time. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he felt. He really didn't know what kind of enemy he had met. Zifeng lowered his voice and said with a smile, "Master Ancient, the person I was talking about earlier wasn't me, but you." The next moment, a strong wind blew. An extremely hot flame flew towards Zifeng. He suddenly raised his head. The Wind King's dagger had latched onto the roof of a house in the distance. The golden thread retracted, and his figure flew over there like lightning. Trying to escape? That's just like a struggle to the death. The fire swayed in the air for a moment, then it followed Liu's lead and flew towards the roof of the house. A scorching heat swept over and lifted the roof almost immediately. As for leaves, she used her hands and feet quickly without any pause. In the blink of an eye, her dagger was drawn to the next house. Boom, boom, boom. Zifeng ran all the way, and the fire chased after him. The number of roofs that were overturned could be said to be countless. Other than the increase in speed, Zifeng had also done his best. In terms of efficiency, it was much better than tearing down the roof with bare hands like Zhao Shuqing and the rest. Zifeng let out a long breath, and revealed a satisfied smile on his face. Just nice, I've almost completely absorbed the effects. He slowed down his steps and jumped off the roof. Just as he was about to be caught by the fire, the demon fox's pupils contracted and she almost yelled out, "Zifeng, what are you doing? Run!" She was shocked and her face paled. If Zifeng died, then she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to survive either. Too late. Gu Yuanwu's voice was incredibly low and deep. With a swoosh, a strand of scorching heat entered Zifeng's mind and completely disappeared. Soul remembrance attacks. The demon fox looked at this scene in a daze. Her mind seemed to have blown up, and she was somewhat at a loss. It's over. It's all my fault that I didn't follow him closely. What will happen to him now? What will happen to me? She had always harbored an inexplicable hostility towards Zifeng and men. However, at this moment, seeing that Zifeng was about to die, she thought about how Zifeng brought her out of the Nine Abyss, removed her corpse aura, and even carried her by her waist. In her heart, she started to have mixed emotions. Zifeng. At this moment, the sound of footsteps could be heard from behind her. I'm afraid Zifeng, he won't die. Zkitsong dragged his feet and walked over with a painful expression. You? The demon fox turned her head around and looked at him. Her eyes were filled with caution. Don't worry, demon fox, you don't need to be so nervous. I'm so injured that I can't even walk. Even if I do want to kill you, you're the one who's going to kill me. There's absolutely no possibility for me to kill you. He heaved a sigh. Before he had entered the gate of heaven, he had never expected himself to be reduced to such a state. All right, then I won't kill you first. The demon fox looked at him deeply. Seeing that the other party really didn't have any more battle strength to speak of, she let out a sigh of relief. After a long while, she asked with some doubt. But then again, why did you make such a guess? It is because the pill he had just consumed seems to be working. The demon fox was stunned when she heard this. She abruptly raised her head and looked towards where Zifeng was. What? Actually, she was also a bit puzzled. Logically speaking, if a person was really attacked by soul remembrance, it would be enough time for them to die several times over. However, Zifeng was still unharmed. Hisses. The fiery red light surrounded Zifeng in a circle, burning fiercely and enveloping Zifeng's body like a cloak of fire. On the other hand, the Ice Emperor's sword that Zifeng stabbed into the ground emitted a chilling aura that countered the onslaught of the flames. One was cold while the other was hot. The two opposing strands of spiritual energy were constantly fighting within Zifeng's body, while his face was alternately red and white. It was as if he had gone berserk. However, because of the existence of the Ice Emperor's sword, Zifeng was not immediately burnt to ashes. As a result, there weren't any additional damage, and it was purely to deal with the spiritual will. Then, the special effects of the spirit binding pill could be brought out. What's going on? Gu Yuanwu's wisp of soul consciousness entered Zifeng's mind. He wanted to vent out his anger, but as soon as he entered, it was blocked by a wall. He couldn't break through at all. He tried a few times but failed. Zifeng smiled. Master Ancient, I have to admit, the spiritual will of yours is indeed much thicker than the spiritual will of a real person. What did you say? Hearing Zifeng's voice, Gu Yuanwu was shocked. From Zifeng's tone, it seemed like he had seen a real person's spiritual will. It was truly unbelievable. Yifeng was only a low-level martial disciple student, so how did he manage to set foot in such a mysterious thing like spiritual sense? I don't believe it. Gu Yuanwu reluctantly tried a few times and spent a lot of energy, but it still couldn't work. One could imagine the astonishment in his heart. It's useless, Master Ancient. If you had attacked me at the Celestial Gate, then you would have won. But now, you have attacked from across borders and your strength has been greatly reduced, and your soul consciousness has been reduced to the level of a real person. You can take down that person with just the spirit binding pill. Wait, what did you say? Confining spirit pill, take it. Gu Yuanwu was shocked when he heard this. Outside the heaven gate, in the early morning. Even Gu Yuanwu's main body shouted loudly. His entire body was as if it had been petrified, extremely stiff. His face was gloomy and extremely ugly. The rest of the group looked at him with a strange look in their eyes. Master Ancient God, your complexion doesn't look too good. Could it be you? I've had a nightmare. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 419. Chapter 419. Go away, it has nothing to do with you. Gu Yuanwu's face didn't look good as he replied impatiently. The corner of his mouth twitched for a while. His face sank again. Countless thoughts went through his mind, all of them connecting to a wisp of soul consciousness outside the realm. He was no longer in the mood to pay attention to the words of others. Everyone looked at each other. Forget it. Grand Preceptor Gu is in a bad mood, so don't bring embarrassment upon yourself. That's right, let's disperse. We can't afford to offend a master-level character. After a while, they pushed each other, and they all backed away. Only Elder Zhao was still standing there, thinking about what Gu Yuanwu had just said and lowering his head to think. Confining spirit pill, why does this name feel like so familiar? Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and his expression slightly changed. Could it be that Yi Zifeng is also? Achoo! Yifeng sneezed for no reason. He was confused as to who was thinking about him. It was this sound that pulled the demon fox's mind back to reality. Yifeng, you. It's fine even like this. The demon fox was incomparably shocked, her beautiful eyes were wide open, and her worried heart was slightly at ease. Do you feel alright? Why aren't you helping me? Oh, okay. The demon fox hurriedly nodded and followed. Seeing that Yifeng was not worried about her life, her mood improved a lot. Yifeng's face was now red, then white, and his body would occasionally emit a sound like the beating of a drum. If it were anyone else, even if they didn't immediately explode and die, they would have already gone berserk. Good boy, this is great indeed. It seems that it is not an injustice for me to lose. He was stunned for a moment and then forced to smile. In his heart, he couldn't help but admire Yi Xiao. Although he had a premonition before, he wasn't sure. Therefore, when he saw with his own eyes that Yifeng was safe and sound and that he had endured the spiritual will attack of the ancient Grand Master, he couldn't help but sigh in admiration. Yifeng, you should be proud of yourself for being able to escape from the soul consciousness of Master Ancient God. As long as you stop caring about Liu Bingqian and stay safe for the next few days, you should be able to become a true disciple and walk on the right track of cultivation. Yifeng gave Yifeng a profound look, then turned his gaze towards the entrance of the gates of heaven, which was the location of the mountain peak. With Yi Chen as the center, layer after layer of the spinning heat whirlpool started to spread outwards. Each stroke of fire could easily break the surface of a house, leaving a fiery red mark on the inside and outside. The fallen leaves were being burned and rolling outwards. The tip of the leaf was in the center of the flame. It stood there quietly, unharmed. Tell me, where is Bingqian on the mountain? This. Gu Yuanwu took a few deep breaths before he started chuckling. Kid, what is your identity? Is it even enough for me to answer you? So what if it is a spirit binding pill? I do not believe that a martial disciple student with a pill could be able to suppress me, Gu Yuanwu. However, he did not know that although the other party was only a martial disciple, he had the spiritual sense of a martial ancestor realm and could display the full power of the spirit binding pill. Therefore, Gu Yuanwu tried his best several times in an attempt to break the shackles of the spirit binding pill. However, every time his spiritual will was about to escape, it would be intercepted by the special silk net formed from the spirit binding pill. Do you want to continue? Leaves suddenly asked. Every time he grabbed a chance, it could be said to be a proper timing. How could it be like this? Even if it's the spirit binding pill, it's impossible to restrict me to this extent. To you, Zifeng, it's impossible. Since it has already happened, why do you still say it's impossible? Zifeng replied with a smile. Gu Yuanwu became even more confused after he was challenged by Yi Zhao's words. Unless Zifeng's soul perception was on par with a martial arts master, and could guide the qi of the spirit binding pill to every crucial point. Extreme use of pills. Otherwise, with this level of the spirit binding pill, logically speaking, he wouldn't be able to block his soul consciousness like this. Furthermore, right now, Gu Yuanwu's soul remembrance had probably been intercepted by Zifeng, not to mention attacking with his soul remembrance. Yi Wen smiled, and his expression turned cold. He said solemnly, I'll ask you again, where is Bingqian at the top of the mountain? Then I'll answer it again. With your status, you're not worthy for me to answer you. After a moment of silence, Zifeng suddenly smiled and said one word, okay. Almost in the next moment. Ah! In Gu Yuanwu's mind, it was as if someone had stabbed him. The pain was unbearable. What's going on? Outside the heaven gate, a group of people raised their heads and heard Gu Yuanwu's scream. They looked at each other, but this time, they were smarter and hid to the side while discussing in a low voice. Say, what do you think is wrong with Master Ancient Grandmaster? He doesn't seem to be normal, . Yeah, he always had a solemn and dignified look on his face. This is the first time I've seen him like this. Gu Yuanwu's hearing was very sharp. When he was injured, he didn't forget to give them a hard look. Those people then stopped and shut their mouths. His face was ashen. Apparently, the damage to his soul and spiritual will was much worse than the damage to his body. Especially since this was his soul consciousness that had crossed over from the past. The extent of his injuries was even more serious. Grandmaster Gu, let me ask you a second time. Where is Bingqian at the top of the mountain? This time, he didn't even remember to wait for Gu Yuanwu to say something. Zifeng attacked without any hesitation. Ah! Another miserable scream resounded outside the heaven gate. This time, even Wang Rui could not sit still. Great Master Gu, please pay attention to your surroundings. Wang Rui stood up and looked at the chaos around him. He suddenly frowned and swept his gaze at Gu Yuanwu with a stern expression, reminding him. As teachers, they were existences that were above the students and people in life. Naturally, they could not lose their status. Yes, Master Wang. Gu Yuanwu nodded with all his might as his mouth twitched. He closed his eyes again and scolded Zifeng more than 100 times in his heart. Master Ancient God, let me ask you again. Stop. Seeing that Zifeng was about to speak again, Guru Gu's expression changed, and he immediately rushed to say. His voice sounded slightly shaky. It was obvious that he was embarrassed in front of everyone. He was embarrassed and did not want to have to do it a third time. Zifeng did this because he understood that there were some things that needed to be repeated repeatedly. It was to have someone's body remember them, so that they could be engraved into his heart. So you're saying that Master Ancient Grandmaster has some understanding of my methods? Zifeng smiled and spoke calmly. Yifeng, you little brat, where did you learn all these unorthodox methods? Master Ancient said with a deep voice. Since it is some unorthodox methods, why should Master be concerned about them? We can easily destroy them. For example, we can give it a try now, he smiled. He had just used the spirit binding pill's medicinal power and wanted to make a move against his soul consciousness. There's no need to try. Wait a moment, I told you to stop. Gu Yuanwu's face slightly changed. He was already incoherent when he spoke. His heart was filled with anxiety. If Yifeng was in front of him right now, he probably wouldn't be able to control his anger and would directly smack him on the top of his head. However, he was too far away from Yifeng. The only thing that could be used to communicate with Yifeng was his spiritual will, which was tightly bound by Yifeng's spiritual binding pellet. It was like a man who had nothing but his own ability, yet was separated by a river, and could not reach his opponent. It was very depressing, without a doubt. Thus, he had no choice but to forcefully suppress his anger. Master Ancient Grandmaster, Zifeng did not have any intention of causing trouble. Please forgive him, Yifeng calmly said. His voice was as calm as the waves. You call this unintentional? Gu Yuanwu could not control the rage in his heart when he heard the other party's boastful boasting. I didn't mean to offend Master, and Master also didn't mean to hurt me. Can you write off the grudge between us? Gu Yuanwu's eyes lit up when he heard this. The other party had actually put these tit-for-tat matters into unintentional. This boldness caused him to secretly admire it. Furthermore, to be honest, the grudge between him and Yifeng was not that deep. There really wasn't any deep blood feud between them, it was just that they couldn't get over it due to face. You make it sound easy. Yifeng paused for a moment, and then continued with a smile. Otherwise, that thread of telepathic thoughts that took a long time to condense would probably be lost in my hands. Zifeng is just a mere martial arts student, and in exchange for many years of cultivation from the ancient teacher, it would be worth it. You? So it's like this. Not only do you want me to let you go, you even dare to threaten me. Gu Yuanwu was stunned for a moment and understood what the other party meant. Please don't use such a word to threaten me. I am more willing to treat this as a form of reconciliation. If there is a chance, it could be a way to cooperate. Yifeng's voice was calm and solemn. He turned around and smiled. In order to get a good result, sometimes ignoring the process is beneficial for both parties. Also, Master Ancient Grandmaster, the Zhao clan entrusted you with protecting Zhao Shuqing's life. Please don't forget this matter. You? Master Gu was stunned. He didn't expect such a young man to be so fierce. Unknowingly, he had firmly pushed himself to the limit and even brought out Zhao Shuqing. After a long while, he uttered a single word with great difficulty. All right. He could ignore the words of others. However, he couldn't ignore the trust of the Zhao family. Very good, Master Ancient Grandmaster. Then let me ask for the third time. With my status, I don't deserve an answer from you. Where is Bingqian on the mountain peak? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 420. Chapter 420. Yifeng asked the same question 3 times in a row. They were still talking the same words. However, Gu Yuanwu's attitude was very different from when he first started. Gu Yuanwu pondered for a moment and said, I only know that Liu Bingqian is at the top of the mountain. As for where exactly she is, I'm afraid that I need to split my spiritual will to check the situation. Hearing that, the expression on Yifeng's face gradually turned interesting. Divide your spiritual will. So that's how it is. If you put it nicely, I'm afraid you're trying to take advantage of this opportunity to reduce the number of chips that I'm holding, aren't you? Whatever you say. Gu Yuanwu paused for a moment, smiled and said, You have to know, it's not easy for my spiritual will to cross the border. Now you want me to check on the situation in the array. This is even more difficult. If I don't split my spiritual will, how can I find out where that girl is? You should think about it carefully, and then tell me, but. Yifeng smiled and nodded. There's no need to think about it. I, Yifeng, am a straightforward person. Alright, if you want to split a strand of spiritual will, then do it. When Gu Yuanwu saw him agree, he chuckled coldly. He thought that the other person was still a bit too inexperienced. Once he got the chance to leave, it would be up to Yifeng. Yifeng, wait a moment, what are you planning to do? The demon fox slightly knitted her brows as she stared at Yi Zifeng. Seeing that Yi Zifeng's expression had changed, her beautiful eyes couldn't help but show signs of worry. It's nothing, I just wanted to split his soul, Leaves replied in a low voice. What? The spirit fox had asked in a casual manner, but it was met with such explosive news. Are you kidding me? If I accidentally let his soul's spiritual will loose and let him deal with you with all his might, what would you do? What would I do? Her last sentence was actually much softer than before. Yi Cheng laughed lightly. Don't worry, I know what I will do and how much will I have to split. With a worried look on its face, the demon fox still wanted to persuade him. However, he had already closed his eyes and continued to communicate with Gu Yuanwu. He then smiled and said, Master Ancient God, I'm preparing to begin. Are you prepared? What psychological preparation? Gu Yuanwu asked in astonishment. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something and his expression changed. Wait a moment, Yifeng, I still haven't. However, by the time he opened his mouth, it was already too late. His wisp of soul consciousness emitted the same acute pain as before. Unexpectedly, Yifeng's heart was quite vicious. In such a short period of time, it was the third time that he made a move against Yi Zichen's soul. Gu Yuanwu, who was outside of the gate of heaven, had already buried his head deep in his chest when he saw this change. His face was as yellow as dirt and he looked extremely upset. However, after the previous two experiences, even though he had bitten his lips to the point of bleeding, he still didn't utter a single word. There was a sharp-eyed person among the crowd who pushed his companion. Hey, old head. Look, there's something wrong with that ancient master. This. Oh God, did the ancient master eat the wrong medicine today or something? Hey, both of you, be quiet. I can hear you. After he said that, the others also noticed the strangeness of Gu Yuanwu. They all looked at Gu Yuanwu with a weird look in their eyes. Wang Rui also looked at Gu Yuanwu snappily and shook his head helplessly. Yifeng, you brat. Gu Yuanwu was so angry that even his voice was trembling. Yuan had caused him to lose face in front of Master Wang and everyone else. Gu Yuanwu really wanted to strangle him. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Yifeng smiled and said, Master Ancient, let's not talk about other things. Zifeng's speed is pretty fast, right? I've already separated the thread of spiritual will you were talking about just now, and I've made room for the confining spirit pill and let it out. What? You're so fast, it's done. While Gu Yuanwu was still angry, he was shocked by Yifeng's lightning speed. If he didn't have an extremely high understanding of the spiritual will, how could he have done it so quickly? One had to know that even before Gu Yuanwu could do anything, Yifeng had already successfully divided his spiritual mind. What made him even more baffled was that the wisp of telepathic thoughts was perfectly divided and had a bit more of an effect on the balance, and it could not be used to investigate. Therefore, in his heart, Yifeng was no longer a simple person. He could use the word genius to describe him. Great Master Gu, I hope you can do as you said. I hope you can help me check up on Liu Bingqian at the top of the mountain. Yifeng paused for a moment and continued, if you want to say something, you have to throw out water. Master Gu is such a trustworthy cultivator. You can't possibly break your promise, can you? Fine, I'll help you this time. Gu Yuanwu gritted his teeth and agreed in the end. Otherwise, if he really became some untrustworthy villain who failed to keep his promise and went against the rules, it would be difficult for him to break through to the next great realm. Thus, a small wisp of Gu Yuanwu's soul consciousness slowly flew out from Yifeng's mind. The magical formation at the entrance of the sky went into the space and was teleported to the top of the mountain. Just as Gu Yuanwu's tiny wisp of soul consciousness was about to leave his body, a cheerful and bright feminine voice suddenly came from not far away. "Brother Zifeng, I saw what you told me on the spiritual paper. Is that true? Sister Bingqian, she's really in that mountain." Yi Shui's small face was filled with excitement as she happily ran all the way back. She and Yifeng had been searching for news of the Ice Maiden for so many days. That should be the case. The smile on Yifeng's face was undisguised. And when Yi Shui saw the messy scene around her, her smile gradually disappeared. How could this be? What happened just now? When she saw Yi Zifeng, she was the first one to pull out her wind blade and stand in front of Yifeng. "Zichen Ji, go rest and give him to me." With his current appearance, how could he confront someone else? Yifeng smiled and shook his head. He took a step forward and comforted, "Forget it, Shui. With his heavy injuries, he won't be a threat to me for the next few days. So don't be too nervous with him." Okay, I understand. But Zifeng, did you hear about Bingqian from Qi? But you can't trust his words. If you don't believe his words, then you still won't believe Gu Yuanwu's words. Of course, if it's master. Yi Shui was startled for a moment. Her big and watery eyes were wide open as she stared at her brother in astonishment. "Brother Zifeng, what did you just say?" "That's right, Shui. I'll give you a brief summary of what happened just now while Master Ancient Grand Master is out exploring the road. It just so happens that he's a bit free." Yi Shui was shocked. There were many mountains and the wind was blowing. If there was a person who wanted to investigate the situation on the mountain peak, it would be extremely difficult to do so simply by relying on his own body. At this point, the best method was to use his spiritual will. It goes without saying that its speed was fast and nimble. Soul consciousness was light, and it could also penetrate walls. If it was used to investigate, the results would be extraordinary. A long time passed. Suddenly, Gu Yuanwu's soul consciousness stopped somewhere in the cave on the mountain peak and stopped moving. He then wandered around to observe his surroundings. Just as he got closer to take a clear look at the situation, suddenly, the situation around him underwent a drastic change. "What's going on?" In midair, he saw a vortex of power rushing towards the wisp of his soul consciousness. It carried an unparalleled might and darkness, completely engulfing it. "Yifeng, not good. What's bad? Explain it clearly. What happened to Bingqian?" Hearing that, Yifeng was stunned, then he stopped smiling. His originally tranquil expression couldn't help but reveal a trace of seriousness. Even his body leaned forward a bit. It's not because of Liu Bingqian. It's because of my soul consciousness that I found her presence. However, just as I was about to get closer to take a look, it seemed to be trapped by something. I can't get out now." When Yifeng heard that Gu Yuanwu's investigation had nothing to do with Bingqian, his worry was slightly relieved. He gradually calmed down. In that case, there are still powerful spiritual objects around Bingqian that can trap the soul's telepathic thoughts. That's right. Yifeng frowned deeply. This mountain is indeed not an ordinary place. At that time, I should have carefully investigated it before leaving, and this time, my preparations might have been insufficient. All right, Master Ancient God, you should still remember where that place is on the mountain. I hope you can lead the way later. What? Gu Yuanwu was astonished and took in a deep breath of cold air. Didn't you hear what I just said? I said, even my spiritual will was trapped in that place. In this situation, you still dare to go forward? Why not? Leaves paused for a moment before continuing. If Master had said it in a lighter manner, I might have let Bingqian train by herself. But now, even her soul is trapped, so Bingqian is obviously in big trouble. You? A light flashed in Yifeng's eyes. Master Ancient, Zifeng pleads for you to bring me there. After this is done, I will return half of my spiritual will to protect Zhao Shucheng and pass the next few days peacefully. Returning half of my spiritual will is equivalent to handing over half of my chips. Yifeng's awareness was not small. Gu Yuanwu was startled. His heart was moved. Alright, remember what you said. Also, follow closely. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 421. Chapter 421. Lord Hanyue, you just said that Zifeng and the others have returned. Is it true? Zhou Feng revealed an expression of surprise. His expression was extremely ugly. The dark green color in his palm was very obvious. He would occasionally cough out a few mouthfuls of black blood. That's right. Zhou Feng's face lit up. That's great. If there is a path to heaven, he will not take it. If there is no path to hell, then he will come back. After we capture him, we must force him to hand over the antidote. If he still wasn't able to get the antidote from Yifeng in 2 days, then he might really die. Han Yu smiled and replied. Yeah, Yifeng definitely can't guess. We don't even need to follow his spirit energy to know his movements. Because, I can detect anyone that enters this teleportation array. Wait a moment. Han Yu suddenly opened her eyes and felt the subtle changes in the air. Her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. A vast and surging heavy aura swept across the mountain peak of tens of thousands of feet. It was like a heavy stone pressing down on a person's heart. Lord Hanyue, why did you suddenly stop talking? Zhou Feng was stunned and puzzled. What's going on? There seems to be an extremely powerful spiritual qi fluctuation coming from Yifeng's side. It seems like this rank is already at the peak of martial disciple. No, it might be the martial spirit realm. What? Lord Hanyue, how could such a thing be possible? Could it be that your feelings were wrong? Zhou Feng was dazed and almost blurted out. Cold sweat covered Han Yu's back for a long time before he finally calmed down. I should be overthinking things. If he really has such a powerful person helping him, how would we be able to treat him before? Sigh, all these days, I've been a bit troubled by Yifeng. It's time for me to take a good rest. Zhou Feng nodded his head deeply, and then asked after a moment, that's right, Lord Hanyue has worked hard for the past few days, then what should we do now? Should we follow them, and make them all? He chuckled and made a throat-cutting gesture. The meaning was obvious. Han Yu coldly laughed and replied, truly an impatient guy, but you are right. In this cave on the peak of 100,000 zhang, it is quite beneficial for us if we do not have the concept of day or night. First, follow me underground and wake up the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost here. A 1,000-year-old corpse ghost, that's not good, Master Hanyue. If this is not properly controlled and a 1,000-year corpse ghost loses control, the consequences would be unthinkable. Zhou Feng was shocked hearing this, and his face turned white. What are you afraid of? I, Hanyue, am the #1 master of this dead town. Don't tell me that I can't even control a corpse ghost? You're underestimating me too much. Fine, everything will be decided by Lord Hanyue, Zhou Feng pursed his lips with difficulty, still feeling a little worried in his heart. However, since his master had already said this much, he didn't dare to refute her further. Follow me. Han Yu faintly smiled for a moment before she gently stepped forward. She walked past a dark red barrier with some strange engravings on it. After standing still for a while, she took a deep look at it and then walked towards the depths of the cave. She frowned slightly as she muttered to herself. Speaking of which, how did Zifeng's sister trigger this pattern? After pondering for a long time, she still couldn't come to a conclusion. She let out a bitter laugh, shook her head, and gradually disappeared into the darkness. 30 steps to the west, 20 steps to the south. Alright, I have to climb up a cliff here. After Gu Yuanwu spoke for a moment, he became absent-minded. He had clearly come to deal with Yifeng and teach him a lesson. Who knew that Yifeng would place a restriction on his soul? But now, he was showing him the way. Master Ancient, the way forward. Oh. When Gu Yuanwu heard Yifeng's voice, he finally came back to his senses and sighed. Good boy, your movements are quite fast. How long have I just finished speaking? You've already done it. The situation on the peak of the mountain is constantly changing. I need to get to the place where Bingqian is as soon as possible. Yifeng's expression was extremely solemn. The spirit energy beneath his feet circulated and his movements were extremely fast. During this process, Demon Fox had obviously already taken possession of his beast refining token and was carried away by him. It was very satisfied, but Yi Shuai could only follow closely from behind with a pale face. Brother Zifeng, run a little slower. They never thought that there would be so many tunnels and caves in the mountain. It was as if there was no end to them. However, Yifeng did not pay much attention to this. Because what he needed now, compared to surprise itself, was action. So that's how it is. It seems like your feelings for that woman called Liu Bingqian are not ordinary. I have truly failed my plan when I used Lu Ning Jiji to deal with you. Gu Yuanwu muttered to himself for a moment before sighing helplessly. Master Ancient Grand Master, there's no need to say anything else. Please continue to point the way. Yifeng's voice was deep and his brows were still furrowed. There was a sense of dignity in his tone. It was clear that he did not intend to linger on the topic of Bingqian for too long. Gu Yuanwu was stunned for a moment before he smiled and said, forget it. Just listen carefully and continue heading west. At the corner, enter the cave on the left. All right. Yifeng looked anxious and his body moved like lightning, bringing up the wind. After a while, he followed Gu Yuanwu's instructions and jumped into a cave. Next place. After an unknown period of time, Yifeng had a serious expression on his face. He walked in big steps throughout the entire journey, shuttling back and forth in the twisting and winding cave, as if he was dead. Done. Gu Yuanwu's expression shook and he said with a smile. Seeing that Yifeng had suddenly stopped, Yi Shuai turned a corner and hurriedly followed him. Her pale white face revealed a look of relief. We're finally here, Brother Zifeng. However, when she stopped and looked around, her eyebrows knitted together, but that's not right. There's nothing strange around here, and there's not a single shadow of a person. Sister Bingqian shouldn't be here, right? No, we have arrived. Gu Yuanwu's voice was deep and powerful. Yifeng was slightly shocked. Could it be? He spread out his soul talent, and his starry eyes shined. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he cast his gaze at his own feet. Yifeng, you must have guessed it right. Liu Bingqian's current location is right under our feet. However, I will explain it to you clearly first. I will stay here and not follow her. Sure. Yifeng nodded. Master Ancient has his own concerns, I won't force him, but in exchange, if anyone follows, please make a move. You must stop him. This. Gu Yuanwu pondered for a moment as if he was considering whether to help Yifeng. No. Before he could finish, Yifeng spoke again. Master Ancient God, please don't forget. If I am unlucky and die, that forbidden soul of yours will perish with me. I don't think Master Ancient God would want this to happen either. Yifeng, you. Thank you for your trouble, Grandmaster Gu. When Gu Yuanwu heard this, he was shocked. When he thought of how such a thing could occur, an intense rage rose up in his heart. It was a waste of his time for him, a dignified high scholar, to care about the life and death of a martial disciple cultivator. However, he could not refuse. After a moment of silence, he forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart and reluctantly agreed. All right, then remember the blood oath you made previously. After this is done, return half of your soul to me. Don't worry, it's a deal. Yifeng nodded. He took a deep breath and released some of the efficacy of the spirit binding pill, releasing the fire. The fire was still burning, but this time, it would no longer attack Yuan. Yifeng, you better behave. Don't die so easily. Even he himself did not believe the words that Gu Yuanwu said. Before the war started, he was still thinking about what he should do to kill Yifeng, but now, he didn't want anything to happen to Yifeng. Yifeng squatted down and tapped his finger on the ground to feel its thickness. Then, he revealed a smile. All right, Master Ancient, farewell for now. As the sound of his voice faded, ruthlessness flashed across Yifeng's eyes. He suddenly wiped the crystal ring. The Ice Emperor's sword and the electrical flying sword formed in the air and fell heavily to the ground. The two swords shone, sending out beams of resplendent light. Under his harsh shout, they split open the soil, creating tiny cracks that continued to spread deeper into the ground. Suddenly, a great earthquake broke out. A large hole, which was almost a one-man hole. Shui, I'll go down first. If there are no problems, I'll call for you. Okay, Brother Zifeng, if you encounter danger, don't force yourself. Yi Shui looked at her brother with a solemn face and nodded deeply. I know what I'm doing. Yifeng clenched his teeth, took a deep breath, and jumped into the bottomless black hole. However, a little bit of time had passed. Yifeng's voice was never heard again. Brother Zifeng, Brother Zifeng. There was no response for a long time. Yi Shui's heart trembled and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She thought for a moment and could not restrain herself anymore. She walked to the edge of the cave and looked down. Zifeng. She hadn't even finished speaking when a gust of black cold wind escaped from the cave entrance, enveloping her body and completely engulfing her. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 422. Chapter 422. A bone-piercing cold wind that penetrated the heart. At the top of the cave, on top of a small ice pillar, water slowly dripped down. 1 drop, 2 drops, 3 or 4 drops. Yi Shui whispered to herself. She felt a slight stabbing pain in her head and then slowly opened her eyes from the state of chaos. Shui, you're awake. Yifeng's deep and magnetic voice allowed her to calm down at the first moment. She scratched her heavy head, feeling confused. It was obvious that she had not fully recovered yet. It was as if her mind was still stuck at the moment when she was carried away by the black wind. Brother Zifeng, she bit her lips and tried to sit up on the cold ground. The silhouette of the person in front of him became clearer. Fresh and handsome, eyes like stars. Naturally, it was the tip of the leaf. Brother Zifeng, I just called for you, but I don't know what happened to you. There was no response, so when I approached to take a look, I was attracted by a black wind. The black wind you're talking about, are you talking about the surrounding these? Yifeng's expression was indifferent as he slightly frowned. What? While she was speaking, Yi Shui looked around. Then, like a bolt of lightning, she was shocked on the spot. In this incomparably wide cave, large and small black tornadoes swept through the cave as if they were real. They looked especially strange. Brother Zifeng, this. What's going on? She paused for a moment, as if she had thought of something, and then asked, "Oh right, where is Sister Bing, Zifeng, do you have a clue?" "Yes, I have a clue. I used my soul talent to check and found out that she is within 1 kilometer of here. Specifically, we will go to the fork in the road and then turn right. We will go straight ahead, dot." "Seriously, then what are you still waiting for? Since I'm already awake, then hurry up and go over." Yi Shui's body slightly leaned forward and she couldn't help but take a step forward. "Wait a moment, Shui, don't act recklessly." Yi Feng held her hand and pulled her back to his side. "Brother Zifeng, Yi Shui slightly froze for a moment, then took a short and spasmodic breath of air and stood rooted to the ground. There was a trace of doubt in her expression. Yi Feng frowned and replied, "If I could go, I would have already passed. But now, if I were to act recklessly, it might be life-threatening. If you don't believe me, you see." As he spoke, he picked up a small stone from the ground and weighed it in his hand. His eyes flashed as he quickly threw it into the cave. In an instant, the stone had just flown through the air when it was caught up by the black tornado. Balls of murderous aura spread out from the black wind and quickly engulfed it. After a while, the stone appeared again, turning into pieces of debris on the ground. When Yi Shui saw the strength of the black wind, she was suddenly overwhelmed with shock. She immediately stopped her steps and froze on the spot. She no longer dared to impulsively run forward. Otherwise, if he rushed forward, he might be one of the targets of these black winds. "I see. Thank you, Brother Zifeng, for your concern. Otherwise, I'm afraid the consequences would have been unimaginable." Her long eyelashes fluttered as a trace of fear emerged in her heart. "That's right. In this place, even the spiritual will of the ancient Grand Master was able to cut it off. Naturally, we can't underestimate it. However, Shui, don't you find it strange?" "What?" Yi Shui asked in confusion. Yi Feng paused for a moment, then continued with a smile, "Tell me, since this place is so powerful, with Bingqian's strength, how did she get in?" After a moment of silence, Yi Shui was stunned. "Oh, how did Sister Bingqian do it? Could it be that this place has some special loopholes that can be found?" Yi Shui opened her big and watery eyes and stared at her brother. "No, it's not that simple. Compared to her breaking through the loophole, I'm more concerned about the reason behind her breaking through the loophole. That's because she risked her life to enter. There must be a reason for it." "Brother Zifeng, you mean?" Yi Shui blankly stared at her brother with a surprised expression on her pretty face. "I believe that even though Bingqian wants to be independent, if she sees us spending so much effort to find her, she would appear even if it was for our safety. However, she has never appeared before us. At this moment, I have a guess." "What kind of guess?" He paused for a moment before sighing deeply. His eyes were bright. "Shui, do you remember that I calculated the number of people in the 20th? At that time, there were only 2 that hadn't appeared. One of them was Bingqian, and the other one." Yi Shui's beautiful eyes widened. "That's right. Up till now, that other person has never appeared." As soon as Yi Feng finished speaking, the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand stabbed towards his back like a gust of wind. The 3 feet of white light illuminated the entire cave. The dense sword shadows split into strands of white silk, interweaving into a net. However, there was no one behind him. Yi Feng's ferocious sword attack seemed to have hit cotton and stabbed the air. "Brother Zifeng, your nerves are a little sensitive, right?" Yi Shui looked behind her, and seeing that there was no one, she couldn't help but slowly exhale. She shook her head helplessly. "In this town of the dead, it is already so dangerous at night. I guess that person must have already died in the tide of corpses." "No." Yi Feng's gaze caught a glimpse of a shadow in a corner. His expression was solemn and his expression was as cold as a blade. He was not at all disappointed by the fact that his sword had missed. Instead, a trace of a brilliant smile had formed on his face. Come out. I can't guess your name, but no matter what, I can still guess your identity. If I'm not mistaken, you are the disciple of that old virgin, Qin Zimo, right? Silence, absolute silence. Yi Shui stared blankly into her brother's eyes. Brother Zifeng, even if you scold Master Qin like that, no one else would, but... Bastard Zifeng, what are you barking for? This was an unusually loud male voice. This was the first time Zifeng had opened his mouth, but he had already started cursing at Zifeng. However, as soon as he spoke, he could not help but feel regret. This was equivalent to exposing his own existence, going against his original plan. Oh my god, Yi Shui was stunned on the spot. Surprisingly, she was like half a piece of wood as she poked the ground. In this cave, other than Liu Bingqian and them, there was actually a fourth person. And from her tone, it seemed that she really was Master Qin's disciple. Initially, I was still thinking that if due to Qin Zhu's heart, Bingqian would be injured or even killed by me during this competition, but now, it seems that I have wronged her. After all, she has already sent you to protect Bingqian. What did you say, Master? Say it again if you dare. That person was so angry that he wanted to rush out and teach Zifeng a lesson. However, at the same time, he was also afraid that the other party was trying to goad him into doing so. After hesitating for a while, he could only endure his anger. So what if I say it again? I said that Qin Zhu is an old virgin. Could it be that there's something wrong with me? You? That person was hiding in the dark, tightly grasping his sword hilt. He was about to flare up and pull out his sword to rush out. After all these years, it wasn't that there weren't many people who dared to insult him, but rather, he hadn't seen any of them. That was because those who did were all people who had suffered from the cold-blooded revenge of his teacher. It was likely that Zifeng would not be able to escape this calamity once he emerged from the struggle for the true disciple position. Come on, Zifeng said softly. His eyes lit up as he waited for Yi Zichen to attack. However, in the end, the other party still returned his sword to its sheath, and his voice also slowly calmed down. Zifeng, I know your goal. You want to urge me to attack so you can see clearly how I broke this black wind formation. Am I right? Zifeng was speechless for a moment and knew that the other party was not someone to be fooled. In fact, if a person could spend 2 nights in this dead town and come to this mountain peak and enter the black wind array, how could he be an ordinary person? Besides, a heartless person had an extraordinary ability to control his emotions and keep calm. Breaking through the black wind array itself wasn't too hard for me. Although the array is strong, it isn't impossible to break it from the very start. What I was worried about was hurting Bingqian while I was trying to break the array. As he smiled, he took out the Dark Heaven lightning container from his magic crystal ring. He also took out the beast smelting token, bottles of pills, array symbols, and other materials. Wait, junior brother, and Zifeng, stop fighting, but... Suddenly, Liu Bingqian's gentle voice rang in the cave. Hearing that, Zifeng was stunned. He raised his head and looked at the person he was familiar with. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 423. Chapter 423. Her skin was snow white and her lips were cherry red. He was dressed in a long, emerald green robe. Her eyebrows were like a painting. She was extremely beautiful. Liu Bingqian stood in the depths of the cave. Her beautiful eyes sparkled. He had a slightly complicated expression on his face. Zifeng looked at her deeply. Bingqian. Seeing that Liu Bingqian was fine, Zimo frowned. He was slightly relieved. His complexion gradually turned better. Because no matter what kind of speculation or judgment he made before meeting the person in question, is that you can't be sure. Sister Bingqian. I can see that you're all right. That would be great. These few days. Brother Zifeng and I are worried for you. Yi Shui giggled. She was originally feeling gloomy. It also became better. Snowy. Don't talk too much. Yi Zichen glanced at her. Yi Zichen shook his head helplessly. Snowy. I've made you worry. Also. Yi Feng. Have you been worried about me before? Liu Bingqian was stunned for a moment. On her pretty face. A look of doubt flashed across his face. That day. When Yi Feng revealed his true intentions. Table of contents, she was also present. Hearing it clearly. He remembered it clearly. It was also the reason for this incident. That was why Liu Bingqian was able to take action. However, at this moment. Before Yi Feng could say anything. Cough, cough. A sound of someone clearing his throat. From behind Liu Bingqian. Senior sister. What are you doing out here? Could it be? You forget the decision you made. Have you forgotten the task of your heartless master? A youngster who appeared to be only 16 or 17 years old. Her sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His skin was lustrous and lustrous. He followed behind Liu Bingqian. The coldness in his eyes. It was an obvious statement. Liu Bingqian frowned deeply. He looked like he wanted to speak, but stopped. The next moment. The young man stepped forward. He stretched out his hand. It stood in front of Liu Bingqian, blocking her way. Senior sister. Please go back. Since he was willing to become his heartless master's disciple. Of course we know our rules. To achieve the supreme Tao. He definitely had to have absolute desire to clear his heart. I'll train with all my strength. So that's how it is. Yi Feng smiled, it seems. Old Qin's maidservant has brainwashed you. He's quite powerful. A moment of silence. Yi Shui widened her beautiful eyes. She looked at her brother in astonishment. However, as soon as she thought about it, he felt relieved. In any case, Yi Feng had already offended the other person's master. He didn't care if it was 2 or 3 times. Bastard. He had insulted master over and over again. See if I, Xia Chen, kill you or not. Xia Chen snorted angrily. His fingers gripped the hilt of his sword tightly. His fingernails seemed like they were going to be stuck in the groove. If you want to kill me, kill me. Don't hide it. However, this way. Do you not contradict yourself? On one hand, he wanted to kill me. On the one hand, he had to clear his mind of all desires. Now that he had decided to clear his heart. Then why do you want to kill me? Yi Feng looked at him deeply. A fierce look flashed across his eyes on this point. Your master. Didn't I warn you? You, Xia Chen glared at Yuan. The tip of the leaf paused for a moment. He continued to speak with a smile. Also, don't think that I, Yi Feng, can't see it. You guys aren't here to cultivate with all your might. I'm afraid. You are trapped here, right? Xia Chen was stunned upon hearing this. His expression was extremely ugly. What makes you think that? Until now. Only then did he start to listen seriously to Yi Feng's words. From your tone. It shouldn't be wrong. I admit it. Since you are able to keep Bingqian safe for a few days. Naturally, there was something unique about it. However, this did not mean that you could set up such a powerful black tornado formation. I see the blood on your arm. Look at the shape. It should be the damage caused by this tornado. Xia Chen blanked out for a moment. He looked at his arm in a daze. He raised his head again. Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen. Actually, it wasn't hard to figure out the reason. Without mentioning anything else, this black whirlwind. He could even absorb Gu Yuan Wu's soul consciousness. How could he be a brat like Xia Chen? An array that could be set up. Once you have the right direction to guess, reasoning can only be justified. Xia Chen's eyes lit up. His face was slightly gloomy. Gently, she gritted her teeth. He focused his mind and said, "All right. I won't hide anything. Not bad. Although we wanted to come here to train." He hadn't expected to be caught in this trap. He had accidentally been trapped here. This black tornado formation. It's easy to get in, but hard to get out. Of course. This has nothing to do with you, Yifeng. I would never ask you to do it. We are the disciples of Heartless Martial School. In times of crisis, he would be able to solve the problem on his own. I will never lower my head to anyone. His words. Its aura was extremely sharp. He had already made his attitude clear. I didn't make you lower your head. Yi Zifeng's eyes lit up. And then he laughed softly. Yi Zichen shook his head. So that's how it is. No wonder old man Qin asked you to protect Bingqian. Perhaps. This was her choice. It's not because you're strong. It's just that you're still young. Once it was brainwashed, it would be the most loyal one. With your existence, we'll be able to affect the decision of Bingqian to the greatest extent. What nonsense are you talking about? Anger boiled in Xia Chen's heart. Yifeng smiled lightly, don't worry. He continued to listen. This way. Either you two survived by a fluke. She will have 2 loyal disciples, or you will die. Presumably. She won't feel too much heartache. Table of contents, you have gone too far. Anger raged in Xia Chen's heart. Gritting his teeth, he looked at him and said, "You're always talking about how my master is like. But what about you? What's the use of saying something nice on the surface? If you really care about Sister Bingqian, then, if you have the ability, don't worry about anything. You also have to cross the black tornado formation. Come to us. To face the difficulties together with us. At that time, I am only in the mood to listen to a few more words from you." "All right. You're the one who said that." Xia Chen was just about to continue cursing. Suddenly, he heard Yifeng reply. His eyes widened. "What?" The next moment, Yiwen bent down. He picked up about 10 stones from the ground. He weighed it in his hand. Then, he suddenly shot forward. The black whirlwind seemed to be attracted to it. One after another, they began to scrape away at the small stones. It enveloped them like a black cloud. A moment later, the whirlwind dissipated. In midair, the rocks rustled and fell. Yifeng stared at the scene in front of him. He was silently calculating something in his heart. Found it. Suddenly, in his starry eyes, there was a flash of light. His knees were a little more complete. In a split second, he rushed out like a shooting star. And they're going to go somewhere in these black cyclones. He suddenly sprinted forward. Brother Zifeng. Upon seeing this, Yi Shuai was startled. Yi Xiao was shocked. She quickly extended her jade-like hand. He wanted to stop his brother. However, it was already too late. What she caught? There was only a piece of torn white cloth. Yifeng. Hurry up and go back. Liu Bingqian felt anxious. Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. He called out subconsciously. The raging wind raged. An aura of death pressed down on everyone's hearts. It was suffocating and suffocating. Zifeng's expression was solemn. He sprinted in the direction he had decided on. He never turned back. He glanced ahead. Halfway there. In the blink of an eye, he had changed his position. He then sneaked away from another area. One black column of air after another. At the place where he had just changed his position, they collided against each other. There was a loud rumble. After the two of them had permeated through each other, Zichan chased after Zifeng once again. Taking advantage of this situation, the Wind King dagger in Zifeng's hand swung out. It struck the rock wall in front of them. After being deeply inserted into the wall, Tang Qingshan felt his heart tremble. The golden thread was pulled taut. His speed was quite fast. Table of contents. Snowy. Hurry and use your Wind King martial spirit to help me. Zifeng spoke concisely. His voice was extremely loud and clear. All right. All right. Hearing this, Yi Shuai nodded. He quickly recovered his wits. He pursed his red lips. He hurriedly activated his Wind King martial spirit with all of his strength. There was a natural vortex within the cave. Quickly condense and form. It collided with the black wind. To a certain extent, she had also helped to slow down black wind's advance. Whoosh whoosh. Liu Bingqian stared at Zifeng's movements. Stare. Her delicate, jade-like hands were tightly clasped together. He was extremely worried. Her delicate body leaned forward slightly. He was about to rush forward. No need to come and help me. Bingqian. I can do it myself. Zifeng smiled. His face turned solemn. The black wind howled behind him. And then, he just wouldn't let it go. He was about to grab him by the back. He was even being carried on his back. It opened up a shallow bloody wound. We're here. Finally. He leaped forward. Point of the foot. Finally, it landed safely in front of Liu Bingqian and Xiachen. At the same time, the black wind was blowing behind him. It was as if he had reached the critical point. Like a flood, it tilted over the invisible barrier of air. A series of loud bangs rang out. Subsequently, the black winds continued to drift back. In the space in which it operates. Just like before. Fly around. Zifeng took a few deep breaths. He raised his head with a smile. Thank you, Xiachen. Now that I'm here. You're still in the mood. Listen to me continue saying a few more words. Xiachen stared blankly at Zifeng from beginning to end. His movements were like the flowing clouds and flowing water. He felt stunned and speechless. He was just spouting nonsense to begin with. Who would have thought that? Zifeng truly did not care about his life. After passing through this dangerous black tornado formation, he came to his side. Zifeng. Table of contents, you're crazy. He knew this was a dead end. And you came in. I really don't know what you think. Xiachen sighed helplessly. Zichan glanced at Zichan. However, from his tone, it was clear that. However, it was no longer as hostile as before. After all, Zifeng. He had just proven himself. It's a dead end for you. To me. It might not be so. Zifeng turned to look at Liu Bingqian. He looked at her deeply. Bingqian. I'll take you out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 424. Chapter 424. Take me out, Zifeng, you. Liu Bingqian raised her head and bit her lips. The scenes where she relied on Zifeng to avert danger time and time again had now reappeared in front of her. If that was the case, following behind Zifeng like a lackey or a burden might be a good place for her. Senior sister. Xiachen cleared his throat. Under Xiachen's reminder, Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes froze as she thought of her heartless master and her own understanding. Then, her heart sank. That was why she kept thinking about it for a while. Sorry, Zifeng, I can't. Zifeng smiled and said. You don't have to resist from the beginning. I know that you want to rely on yourself to fight, to clear your mind, and to achieve the unsurpassed path of cultivation. However, you don't have to know that sometimes it's better to rely on others when you're in a life or death situation. Seeing that his senior sister's expression had clearly wavered a little, Xiachen's heart couldn't help but tighten a little. Before entering the Heaven Gate, he had been instructed by Qinju to make sure that Liu Bingqian would completely separate herself from Zifeng after this mission and focus on the path of cultivation. He looked at Zifeng and adjusted his mood. That's easy to say. You let me depend on you, senior sister, but even you came here with a slim chance of survival. This place is easy to enter, but it's hard for me, Xiachen, to believe that you, Zifeng, can break this formation. Yes, just as you said, we're going to break this black wind formation. You? Astonishment flashed across Xiachen's brows. He thought to himself, how come this Zifeng just got taught a lesson and came out of hell? In the blink of an eye, he became so boastful. No matter how arrogant a person was, he couldn't ignore the truth. Zifeng smiled calmly. He took out the dark heavenly thunder, beast refining token, pill token, and other things from the crystal ring. Xiachen, do you think that I was really as crazy as you said when I rashly charged over? What? This, Xiachen recalled his actions just now and could not help but be stunned. Could it be? Zifeng smiled and paused for a moment, then continued, that's right, after my previous attempt, I have a general idea of the attack pattern and movement pattern of this black tornado formation. Now, Shui and I can coincidentally work with each other, and with the help of these treasures, I think we can break this formation with 50% certainty. This black tornado formation was, after all, able to trap even the spiritual will of the ancient master. Even if he had successfully entered it before, Zifeng did not dare to underestimate it. Because some formations were easy to enter, while others were difficult to exit from. Wait, you're only 50% confident, yet you dare to do this. Astonishment flashed across Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes and she couldn't help but ask, Zifeng, are you not afraid? If you are trapped here by the black tornado formation, your bright future will be ruined. There are some things that will be too late when I have a 90% chance of success or even 100% chance of success. It will just be regret and regret left behind. Zifeng smiled and looked at her meaningfully. After that, he didn't waste any more time talking and turned towards Yi Shui with a solemn face. Shui, stay alert, there are two things I need you to remember. First, you can condense your spirit energy to protect your body, and then retreat as far as you can. Second, activate your Wind King martial spirit. Yi Shui thought for a moment and then nodded. Alright, I understand. Very good, there is also Bingqian. Are you willing to help me with something? Raise the chances of success to 60% or even 70%? Yuan turned his head and looked at Liu Bingqian seriously. Xiachen snappily replied, Zifeng, I remember that I said before that my heartless martial school's disciples do not need anyone's help. I didn't ask you, I asked Bingqian. When Xiachen heard this, he was stunned. He didn't know how to continue. Can I, Bingqian? Yifeng's expression was serious, but he did not say much to Xiachen. Okay, Zifeng. No problem. Liu Bingqian answered without any hesitation. Senior sister, you, in Xie Chen's heart, he could not help but feel a surge of anger. Yifeng was right before. Surviving is the most important thing. In this life and death situation, we should rely on him to protect our hearts. Moreover, I don't want anything to happen to him. Liu Bingqian's voice was as loud as a mosquito before she finished her sentence. After Yifeng received confirmation from the other party, his mind gradually became clear. He began to meticulously observe the formation formed by the black tornado. It's about to begin. Therefore, he bent down slightly and picked up another 10 stones from the ground. He silently calculated the movements of these black winds and thought about the situation when he broke through the first time. Then, with a flick of his finger, these stones shot out like shooting stars toward 10 different formation points. At the same time, he felt a surge of hostility coming from all directions. Dots of gray light appeared at the top of the black pillar and suddenly pounced on the flying stones. Their speed was twice as fast as before. The black wind that filled the sky instantly enveloped these stones. Once it came into contact with them, it easily tore them into pieces. Whether it was power or speed, the speed of these black winds was roughly twice as fast as before. Yifeng was stunned for a moment. He thought for a while and repeated his hand movements just like before. The result was the same. There was not a single stone that could last past that long. Meanwhile, Xie Chen, who was standing to the side, revealed a disdainful smile when he saw that Tang Wulin only dared to probe. Yifeng, how do you feel? I remember that I told you earlier that it would be much harder for you to get out of this black tornado formation than coming in. Earlier, you said that you had a 50% chance of success. I said 50% just now, but now, that's still 50%. Yifeng laughed coldly, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He threw the 2 dark thunder of the heavenly Dao up and down. Then, he suddenly took off the black cloth and threw it towards the 2 extremes of the black tornado formation. As soon as he saw something fly out, the black wind followed him like a shadow. However, this time around, the moment they swallowed the container of the dark heaven lightning, their situation changed. There were 3 loud bangs. Spiritual energy rippled like waves from both ends of the formation. One after another, dark clumps of light emitted explosive sounds that reverberated incessantly. Dust flew into the air from both ends of the array and flew into the air from all directions. The smell of scorched earth immediately suffused the air, causing people to cover their ears and noses. Demon Fox, destroy that formation core and come back in 5 seconds. If you can't do it, Yifeng's expression was extremely solemn. His speed of speech was also extremely fast. Once he was in a state of mind, there was no way he could stop to rest before succeeding. Because a slight deviation could mean that the yin and yang were separated. That's enough. The demon fox that had already taken form from the beast refining token moved as fast as lightning, charging towards the position that Leaves had pointed out. The claws of the phantom fox extended, and then it suddenly poured it in. Although this was only an invisible eye of the formation, it could not be seen with the naked eye. However, the cyclone around her seemed to have been scattered by her slap. All of the black cyclones stopped in midair for a split second. At the same time, a black pillar of light suddenly rose from under the demon fox's claws, surging and surging with huge power. In the next moment, it besieged the demon fox, seeming to want to swallow her whole in darkness. Huff, huff, dot. The demon fox had finally rushed out of the array space in the final half-second of the 4th second. In the next moment, Yifeng's figure appeared from another location like lightning. The Ice Emperor's sword in his hand carried an unparalleled power as it flew towards all 4 corners of the formation while carrying a strong wind. The ice shines and the ice crystals in the sky freeze into frost. With the rock wall as the center, an extremely cold aura spread out in all directions. Each time Yuan's toes touched the ground, a sword flower would quickly appear. Before the black wind could catch up with him, Yuan fled with his fastest speed, sticking close to the rock wall. In the time it took for 4 breaths, he had already locked down 4 corners. The foot of the formation had been broken, and the heart of the formation had been broken. This was the prerequisite for breaking the formation. Using the Ice Emperor's sword to freeze the 4 corners of the array was the key to breaking the array. Under Zifeng's observation, the black tornado formation seemed to be slowly starting to crumble. It should have been a happy time, but his brows never relaxed as he continued to ponder. If this formation was the one he had just encountered, he would not have thought too much about it. However, since this was a formation that could trap his master's spiritual will, logically speaking, it shouldn't be so easily broken. Could it be that I missed out on some important point? That's right, where did the spiritual will of Grand Master Gu go? Zifeng pondered for a moment. Thinking about that, he felt that something was strange. He inadvertently raised his head and glanced above the ceiling of the cave. His expression instantly changed greatly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 425. Chapter 425. Above his head, the wind howled. Under the stimulation of the vortex, the strange dark red pattern seemed to shine brightly. White mist swirled around it, and it didn't seem to be dispersing. The spiritual will of the ancient Grand Master. Zifeng's eyes lit up. Among them, there was a white Qi tornado. It was the sole perception of Gu Yuanwu's side. But at this time, it was as if it had been sucked into this mysterious pattern, and was unable to break free. While he was stunned, a powerful suction force came from the mysterious symbol. Could it be? Not good, this formation is about to return to its original state. Zifeng's expression changed. A silver glow flashed on his Ice Emperor's sword. It was filled with extremely cold frost that covered the small red dot in the tornado formation. Bingqian, Shui, help me attack the red dots on the ground. All right. Liu Bingqian and Yi Shui looked at each other and nodded. They also took action at the same time. The dazzling light shot out from their hands and attacked the tiny red dot. The light on the dot slowly dimmed. However, it was too late. An earth-shaking energy formed from the mysterious pattern. A strong suction force absorbed all the ice on the 4 corners of the magic array. The ice slowly broke down and was absorbed into the pattern above the cave. As for the dark red formation on the ground, a misty white mist was emitted and converged into the black tornado. As a result, the black tornado, which appeared to be slightly weaker, seemed to have received an energy supplement and once again wreaked havoc in this 10-feet radius. Due to the existence of this mysterious pattern, the black wind formation, which was about to be broken, had returned to its original state. Failed to break the formation. This. Liu Bingqian stared at the scene in a daze. From her point of view, Zifeng's calculations and actions just now had already reached the limit and he had used a lot of methods and magic treasures. During this process, he had even wasted 2 of the Heaven's Path Divine Thunder. If that was the case, then the power contained in the mysterious pattern was too terrifying. Even under Zifeng's attack, it could return to its original state. Xia Chen was stunned for a moment before regaining his senses. He looked at Zifeng, who had lost and was in deep thought. He could not help but smile. Who said just now that you wouldn't be able to break the formation that I am unable to break? Now, do you dare to ask, Zifeng, did you succeed? Xia Chen, by doing so, Zifeng is helping us. What do you mean by mocking and ridiculing us like this? Liu Bingqian frowned. There was a trace of reproach in her beautiful eyes. All right, forget it, I won't say any more. Senior sister, you've known him for a long time, you two can talk this way. I've worked so hard these past few days and it's all to no avail. He's so amazing, why don't you just let him take you out? Xia Chen chuckled. He didn't say anything more and spread out his arms before walking to the side and sitting on a rock. Who said I can't take Bingqian out? I already have an idea. Yifeng's face turned serious. He walked to the edge of the black tornado magic circle, raised his head and looked at the dark red pattern on the ceiling, and then his gaze fell on his sister, Yi Shui. How laughable. Xia Chen laughed disdainfully as he shook his head. I'm not as thick-skinned as you. I've clearly just lost and I'm not ashamed to say something about trying to be brave. Brother Zifeng, do you really want to do it? Yi Shui saw the look her brother gave her, and raised her head to look at the dark red pattern on the ceiling. Her delicate body trembled slightly. The tip of her small nose exuded a faint trace of sweat. A faint nervous expression surfaced on her exquisite face. It might be a little dangerous, but if it succeeds, it might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. The sword imprint on this dark red picture might be the key to opening your inheritance. Xia Chen couldn't help but be a bit shocked when he saw Yifeng ignore him and chat with his sister. Hey, what are you two fighting for? Are you in dire straits? Is your brain burned out? However, Yifeng still did not even look at him, as if he had completely forgotten about him. Shui, let me try again. I will give you another chance, to ensure that you can safely fly to the top of this cave and touch that sword mark. But the formation has its own protection, it may change next time, and our strength will also decrease. Hey, you guys, did you hear what I just said? Xia Chen saw that Yifeng was ignoring him, and a fire started burning in his heart. Sure. Yi Shui swallowed a mouthful of saliva and adjusted her mood. Brother Zifeng, I can start any time. Alright, prepare yourself. I'll count to 3 and start the operation. 3. Yifeng did not hesitate at all. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately made his move. The shape of a monster made of spirit energy appeared once again in the blood veins on his arms. Demon Fox, you summon Fox Shadow and are responsible for destroying the spell formation at the left. Gu Ying, you are responsible for destroying the spell formation on the right, second. The Demon Fox was slightly stunned. She knew that by doing this, Yifeng would be able to replace the power of the Dark Thunder of the Heavenly Tao. Wait a minute, could it be that you want to break through alone from the middle path? Of course not. Yifeng smiled and turned his head to look at Liu Bingqian. Bingqian, you must be wearing Wu Ji Pill's fire channeling set, right? Liu Bingqian was stunned for a moment before she smiled and replied, of course. Then this speed and attack power should be enough. Just do it again when you see the Demon Fox destroying the formation aperture, okay? No problem. Liu Bingqian smiled sweetly and nodded. Okay, let's start. As the sound of his voice faded, 2 black figures flew out. Spiritual energy ripples rippled outwards. These were the figures of Demon Fox and Gu Ying. Bang! Bang! The 2 sounds were like a thunderclap, exploding on the spot. Yifeng, we'll take care of the left side first, the Demon Fox laughed and looked towards Spirit Shadow. Wrong. It was obviously done on the right side first. Gu Ying didn't give in and almost blurted out. The 2 men looked at each other and frowned. Yifeng retracted the light in his eyes and turned around. The first step is complete. Bingqian, it's your turn. Okay. Liu Bingqian bit her silver teeth as a bright red light appeared on her fire armor. The fire from the fire ignited and shot out towards the core of the formation, like a dragon spitting out its tongue. A great fire, a great fire. Under the tremendous force, all the black tornadoes in the air stopped at almost the same time. Yifeng, done. Understood, quickly retreat. A dignified look flashed across Liu Bingqian's pretty face as she retreated with surprising speed. She didn't even touch the ground as she relied on the recoil from the flames to leap back like a light swallow. The light in Yifeng's eyes flared up and he broke through the middle path. He almost brushed past Liu Bingqian. In the blink of an eye, he streaked across the sky, leaving behind afterimages. His speed was incredibly fast. As for the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand, it was also glowing brightly. It was moving in 4 different directions as it stabbed towards 4 different corners of the formation, creating many sword flowers. Layers of boundless frost aura, with the 4 walls of the cave as the center, began to spread toward the corners of the formation. The icy aura of the entire arena swept out, and for a moment, the black tornado seemed to have been frozen on the spot. Zifeng's expression was extremely serious. He raised his head and looked deeply at his sister. Shui Yi, seize this opportunity. Time is short and fleeting. If he missed this opportunity, the next time, the black tornado formation would undergo some changes. All right. Yi Shui was already prepared for a long time. After receiving her brother's instruction, she let out a charming shout and flew into the air. As light as a feather, she drew a beautiful arc in the air. Her expression was solemn. Her slender, jade-like hands made a palm in the air and struck the sword pattern. After a moment of silence, everyone's eyes were focused on that palm strike. Even Xietchen stood up, staring at Yi Shui without letting go. He did not understand how Yi Shui was able to believe that her brother was capable of taking such a risk and even took his own life seriously. It had to be known that although Yifeng and the others were in danger and couldn't escape, Yi Shui was outside the array and she could leave safely. As he was thinking, suddenly, the red light on the barrier pattern shone brightly. The misty white fog slowly formed the outline of a small sword on the picture. At the same time, the sword mark on Yi Shui's back emitted a strange light. The strong wind spread out from the formation in circles, causing people to involuntarily take a few steps back and directly lean against the side of the rock wall. Yifeng took out his zigzag lightning flying sword and stabbed it into the ground before the wind even touched him. Only then did he manage to stabilize himself and not get blown back by the wind. Shui. The sound of heavy footsteps came closer and closer. Every step of the footsteps shook people's hearts. With a long, mournful howl, a huge corpse spirit that was as tall as 2 people charged into the cave. It headed towards where Yifeng was and started to run. Hatred, bloodlust, ruthlessness, and all sorts of negative evil powers were emitted from his body. His face was blurry and his skin was pale. It was truly a strange and terrifying sight to behold. Lord Hanyue is indeed powerful. With him controlling the 1,000-year corpse ghost, Yifeng will not be able to escape. As the cold moon listened to Zhou Feng's flattery, its deep eyes began to shine with a strange light. Alright, stop talking nonsense and hurry up. You have to know, we're very close to the edge of the leaf. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 426. Chapter 426. Waves of air rumbled as black light pillars rose from the ground. It was these light pillars that, once they appeared, fixed the whirlwind like a wooden stake and stopped moving. Yi Shui's beautiful eyes were tightly shut. Her long black hair was blown up by the strong wind. A misty white mist wrapped around her, making it hard for people to see her clearly. Yifeng looked at everything and remained silent. It was as if an invisible force was holding her up in the air. Meanwhile, the spiritual energy from the mysterious patterns continued to flow through her body like electric currents. Ah! She could not help but let out a low moan as she felt the electric currents flowing through her body. Her eyebrows slightly knitted while her delicate body trembled due to spasms. Sister Shui. Liu Bingqian stepped forward, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. She activated her spiritual qi and was about to go against the hurricane, but Yifeng stopped her with his hand. Don't go over there. In Yifeng's starry eyes, there was an unquestionable solemnity. But, a strange light flickered in her beautiful eyes. I was afraid something would happen to her. She is my sister. I'm more afraid of her getting into trouble than you are. Yifeng looked at her deeply, and just now, through my soul talent, I could feel that Shui seems to be gradually controlling this array. Now, if I recklessly make a move, it might break this balance. The corner of Xie Chen's mouth twitched when he finished speaking. He jumped down from a large rock behind him and walked to the edge of the array. He turned around to look at Zifeng. What are you waiting for? Finally, these black whirlwinds stopped. If you do not escape this chance given by the heavens, then I will not be polite, but. He sneered and turned to look at Liu Bingqian. His eyes were complicated and he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Senior sister, follow me. Forget it. Then, he shook his head, raised his foot, and was about to step into the array. Suddenly, the entire land began to tremble. Xie Chen staggered and almost fell into the array. What's going on? He hurriedly took 2 steps back before raising his head to look at the top of the cave. In fact, from the space above them, there came a series of earth-shaking sounds, as if something enormous was running. Every step on the ground was as heavy as a giant hammer hitting the ground. Looks like someone is coming from outside. Zifeng was stunned for a moment. He muttered to himself and then slowly closed his eyes. Spirit Shadow circled around Zifeng and asked, Zifeng, do you want me to check on the situation? No need. Zifeng shook his head, they are already very close. With my soul talent, I can still find out. It seems like Hanyue and the others have come. Wait, what did they bring this time? His face turned slightly pale and his expression was one of shock. What's wrong, Zifeng? Guiying asked in confusion when he saw Yi Wen's expression change. Yifeng's eyes brightened and blurted out, what a powerful ghost servant. No, perhaps they are no longer ghost servants. They are currently approaching us. Their intentions are quite bad. What? Guiying was stunned. To be able to make Zifeng call him a powerful ghost servant, one could imagine how terrifying it was. Zifeng opened his eyes and raised his head. He frowned and looked at Yi Shui as if he was thinking about something. He pursed his lips, Guiying, take this elixir first. Just in case. As he spoke, he used his spirit energy to wipe the ring, and then threw out one of the pills. All right. Seeing Yi Zichen's serious expression, Guiying did not dare to think carelessly anymore. Then, Zifeng raised his head, and looked deeply at his sister, his eyes narrowed into a line. Her beautiful eyes were still closed as she floated in the air, absorbing the power of the patterns. She knew nothing about what was happening in the outside world. Zifeng helplessly laughed and sighed. It is a good time to choose when the enemy will show up at such a critical time. Zifeng, I don't think you need to be that worried. You already told Gu Yuanwu outside the cave to block any enemies that might pass by. With him around, there's a 90% chance that he'll make a move. A camel is bigger than a horse. From the demon fox's point of view, even though Gu Yuanwu had attacked from across and a strand of his spiritual will had been split into 2, he still possessed the strength to suppress his opponent. The most important question is, do you think an old fox like him will go all out to help me? I'm afraid that he's still planning to let me and him fight to the point where both sides would be injured. Then, he would have the chance to remove the restriction placed in his soul consciousness and regain his freedom. Sai, you humans are the only ones thinking too much. However, according to you, if the other party is truly able to break through Gu Yuanwu's defensive line, how do you plan on dealing with such a powerful opponent? Looks like I still have to take a dangerous step forward. Zifeng bit his lip slightly, extended his leg and stepped into the black tornado's array. Wisps of burning flame power penetrated his body. In a sea of fire. Hanyu's brows furrowed slightly as the expression on her charming face changed drastically. This? Lord Hanyue, do you have any idea what's going on? Why is this area so hot? Which cultivator released this cultivation technique? Or is it a martial spirit? Zifeng looked around and looked at Hanyu's location. It's not a cultivation technique, nor is it a martial spirit. If I'm not wrong, it's the soul of an expert. Just as I felt before, this is the spiritual energy fluctuation of a martial spirit stage expert. What? No way. When Zhou Feng heard this, he was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. His face was abnormally pale. Martial spirit stage experts. That isn't something we can deal with, right? What are you afraid of? If they truly wanted to kill us, do you think we would be able to survive until now? This means that the martial spirit master would turn a blind eye to our existence. Han Yu helplessly shook her head and unhappily looked at him. But, Lord Hanyu, after some thought, in Zhou Feng's heart, there was still some fear. Ignore him. Regardless of the other party's position, it seems like he won't stop us from dealing with Yifeng. That's enough, let's hurry up and continue. She then picked up the jade flute, her pure white hands were abnormally agile as she played a melodious tune. As for the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost, its eyes suddenly glowed with a crimson light. It turned a few corners and rushed towards the cave in front of it. At this time, from the cave, a mass of shining crimson-black flames emitted out endless brilliance like the sun. They flew out and flew towards the arm of the 1,000-year corpse ghost at an incomparably fast speed. The moment it touched the ghost, the black flame wrapped itself around its left wrist and completely set it on fire. The 1,000-year ghost corpse held its left wrist in pain, its expression was twisted. It wanted to slap out the fire on top of it. However, the black fire was very strong and it was impossible to put it out. It went along his left wrist all the way up to his arm. A short period of time passed. The 1,000-year ghost corpse's left arm was completely burned to ashes by the black flames. Even its skeleton was melted by the high temperature and fell to the ground, turning into streaks of blood that sizzled. When Han Yu heard this, she was alarmed and hurriedly followed him. Seeing her trump card that she was proud of, the 1,000-year-old ghost corpse's arm was burned off without any reason before it could even make a move, her heart was naturally incomparably shocked. A moment later, her eyes rolled slightly as the corner of her mouth lifted in a relieved smile. So that's how it is. I understand now. Lord Hanyu, this. I think we should forget about it. You see, even a 1,000-year-old corpse ghost has been burnt to such a state. So what if it's burned? Hanyu came back to her senses and coldly smiled. Originally, I was worried that if we were to enter, we would anger that martial spirit expert. However, it seems that I am even more certain that the other party does not mind us attacking Yifeng. Zhou Feng pondered for a moment, somewhat puzzled, then asked, "What does Lord Hanyu mean, Dut?" Think about it, with his strength, why did his black fire fly towards the ghost corpse's left hand? If it flew towards the ghost corpse's head, I'm afraid the consequences would be unimaginable, so I guess that he only did this to restrict our strength. His real goal is for us to fight with Yifeng and fight until both sides are injured. This. Zhou Feng thought about it for a moment and felt that this made quite a bit of sense. Alright, I won't talk any more nonsense with you, hurry up and follow me. I keep having the feeling that Zifeng seems to have some ability to predict the surrounding environment, and the less time left for him to react, the better. Perhaps, if he's a bit more quick-witted, he might already be on the way to escape. A trace of coldness flashed through Han Yu's beautiful eyes. She then picked up the jade flute and played a sonorous and powerful tune. As she ran, she looked around. A moment later, she caught a glimpse of a tunnel that had been pierced through. It was clearly man-made. Found it. She stepped into the sky and lightly tapped the shoulder of the 1,000-year corpse ghost. Get down. The zombie also took a big step forward and followed the path before leaping into the air. Like a meteorite falling to the ground, a sound that shook the earth and shook the mountains resounded throughout the entire cave. The dust gradually dispersed. Han Yu raised her head and looked around, looking at her surroundings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 427. Chapter 427. Yi Feng's face was solemn. He composed himself and stepped into the black tornado formation. At the same time, the whirlwind that had stopped suddenly became restless. Ding! The black tornado broke free from the restraints of the black pillar of light and began to move about as fast as it could. Yi Feng, you. What do you want to do? Liu Bingqian's beautiful face lost all color. She was worried about Yi Shui and Yi Feng. The situation has changed. Did you hear the voice just now? Danger is approaching and we can no longer wait leisurely. Yi Feng let out a long sigh of relief, raised his head, and a stern expression suddenly appeared between his brows. What do you mean? Yi Feng, you told me not to enter the formation earlier, but now, you're going to go in yourself. You are truly laughable. Xia Chen let out a cold laugh. He had no good words out of his mouth. All right, go. It's best if you and your little sister all die in this battle. If that's the case, then it'll be great. Xia Chen. Liu Bingqian's face darkened as she frowned and glared at him. The reason Yi Feng did not let him into the battle was mostly for his own safety. Hearing this, Xia Chen froze. He spread his hands and shook his head. What, senior sister, we're not even allowed to speak the truth before we die. Just from the earth-shaking sounds, we can tell that a monster will appear. It's definitely not someone we can handle. Don't say that we are unable to deal with it, that's only you. You? Yi Feng, do you think you're amazing? Xia Chen's pupils contracted. He wanted to rush up to Yi Feng to exchange a few blows with him and teach him a lesson. Yi Feng sneered and glanced at him, then follow me in and teach me a lesson. Xia Chen suddenly recalled that the other party was already within the whirlwind formation. If he were to follow, it might be life-threatening, so he quickly retracted his footsteps. Forget it. You can just be stubborn for now. After all, it won't be long before that monster comes rushing down. At that time, let's see if you, Yi Feng, can remain as calm as you are now. If that's the case, why don't you move to the side? Since Yiwen had already said so, he wouldn't waste any more time on Xia Chen. His body moved like lightning as the white light in his hand flashed. A frosty air mixed with some rainbow lights surrounded Yi Shui's location. Layers of ice energy penetrated his body. Silver light flashed on the Ice Emperor's sword. A cold wind blew. Yi Shui's entire body seemed to be covered in ice armor. At the same time, a huge suction force suddenly appeared on the strange pattern. Just like before, a swirl appeared on the pattern. It was like a black hole, absorbing all the ice on the Ice Emperor's sword. In the next moment, he saw the sky full of ice spots pouring down like rain on Yi Shui's body. She let out a soft moan as her eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Yi Feng, could it be? A surprised look flashed across Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes. After thinking for a moment, she somewhat understood. It turned out that Yi Feng did this not to save Yi Shui, but to use the frost chi on the Ice Emperor's sword to wake her up. After a while, under the influence of the ice energy, her delicate body was frozen. Her consciousness quickly recovered from the chaos. Under the effect of the Wind King martial spirit, her long black hair continued to flutter in the wind while the radiance around her gradually dimmed. Brother Zifeng, . She opened her eyes and looked around with a blank expression on her face. Brother Zifeng, why did you enter the array? Her beautiful eyes gradually lit up. When she came back to her senses, she almost blurted it out. Her heart was also filled with worry. Yi Feng raised his head and looked at her. Don't let your emotions be affected by me. Everything will be the same as before. Good. Yi Shui was startled when she heard this. She immediately calmed her mood and nodded. Just as he was speaking, 3 or 4 black whirlwinds suddenly appeared behind Yi Feng and gathered around Yi Zifeng. Shui, since you've woken up, hurry up and absorb them. Use all of your power to activate the King of Wind's martial spirit. Zifeng clenched his teeth and waved his Wind King dagger to lock himself in a place on the rock wall. Then, he suddenly pulled the golden line out of the three swirls. Okay, brother Zifeng, I will use my strength. You should also run. Yi Shuai understood the current situation. Seeing this, anxiety flashed across her eyes. How could she dare to slack off at all? She gritted her teeth and calmed her heart, focusing all of her attention on stimulating the Wind King's martial spirit. In her opinion, if she could absorb the spiritual energy from the Dark Mark, maybe she could stop the operation of the whirlwind formation and save Zifeng. However, at this critical moment, the sound of burning flames mixed with continuous explosions came from the space above her head. That was the explosion of spiritual energy caused by the burning of a large area by Gu Yuan Wu in order to deal with Han Yu. Oh God! Astonishment flashed across her beautiful eyes. In just an instant, she saw Zifeng being chased around by the black wind and ignored the changes in the outside world. Because even though she was curious, she knew the importance of it. Now, what he needed to do was to unlock the tornado formation and save Zifeng. Thinking of this, she calmed down and completely entered the state of oblivion. Her whole body was covered in a white mist, and the sword mark on her back started to shine brightly. The power of the Wind King martial spirit was pushed to its greatest limit and wrapped around her body like a thread. Her brows had never relaxed before, and her bright eyes were slightly closed. All of a sudden, an aura that was like electricity streaked through her muscles and veins, spiraling around her and making hissing sounds. Now! Zifeng's eyes lit up as he shouted. Yi Shuai also slightly nodded her head as if the water was flowing to her. Her eyes lit up as she shouted. Break! In the entire black tornado formation, all of the tornadoes stopped at the same time. Yi Zifeng stared at everything, and even his own heart was in his throat. Because he knew, without a doubt, at this critical moment. Then, a black whirlwind flew from Zifeng's side to the center of the spell formation. However, it was the second path, the third. All the black tornadoes had gathered and appeared in front of Yi Shuai. They then suddenly dispersed and formed two rows, forming a tunnel of wind. This passage could extend all the way from Liu Bingqian's position to the entrance. As for the strange pattern on the top of the cave, it gradually dimmed down. The black tornado formation was finally broken. Almost at the same time, everyone present took a deep breath. Only Zifeng remained calm for a moment. Then, he stared intently at the dimmed picture once again. It was obvious that he was planning something. After all, the danger had not really passed. This, Xia Chen was stunned. It can't be, right? He actually accidentally broke the array? Actually, this wasn't just a fluke. The sword seal inheritance on Yi Shuai's back was searching throughout the entire celestial sect of wonders, but it might not be able to find another one. Yi Shuai's face also lit up. Great! Brother Zifeng, let's use this opportunity to get out of the entrance as soon as possible. Maybe Guru Gu is still fighting with that Hanyue guy. We are rushing at the right time. She paused for a moment and turned her head back, smiling sweetly, and Sister Bingqian, hurry up and come out with me as well. Brother Zifeng has risked his life to do this. Before Liu Bingqian replied. No, Shuai, it's too late. Hanyue has already come. Zifeng frowned and shook his head. What? Yi Shuai was stunned upon hearing this as her beautiful eyes revealed a hint of doubt. Yi Zifeng's eyes emitted a bright light as he grabbed his little sister's delicate hand. Wait, Brother Zifeng, what do you want to do? After that, he did not explain anything. With a solemn face, he dashed towards Liu Bingqian's position. When he was close to the border, he suddenly used some strength in his hand and threw Yi Shuai forward. Spirit Shadow, catch this for me. Guiying was stunned for a moment and then laughed helplessly. Brat, all you have to do is let me do this kind of menial work. Meanwhile, Zifeng turned around and leaped towards the strange pattern on the ceiling. At the same time, boom! A colossal monster fell onto the ground. It was as if an iron hammer had smashed into the ground, creating a deep crater. An aura of evil, brutality, and despair spread out in all directions. Phew, huff. He saw a corpse ghost that was as tall as two people. Its face was full of wrinkles, and its eyes were bloodshot. It had a ferocious expression on its face as it let out a heavy sigh. His left arm was burning, as black as charcoal. However, because of his injuries, he was thoroughly enraged and restless. And on his shoulder stood Hanyu. At this moment, she raised her head and stared straight ahead. Yifeng, who was standing not far from him, held the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand. He had just descended from the sky. His handsome face was slightly pale. Not long after he landed on the ground, several black whirlwinds whizzed towards him. He gritted his teeth and tightened the silver line on his Wind King dagger. He then leaped up and barely escaped the border area. So that's how it is. It's the Black Tornado Formation. Hanyu's cold eyes swept over the crowd. She slightly sneered and fixed her gaze on Yifeng. As the owner of this dead city, she was naturally very familiar with the traps at the top of the mountain. Having fallen into such a trap is your misfortune. This formation is hard to escape from. Other than being the master of this town, who else could solve it like you, Yifeng? Oh, Yifeng smiled. He slowly stood up and looked at Hanyu with an indifferent smile. Since that's the case, you can come in and give it a try. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 428. Chapter 428. Come in, come in, come in. The trap in this mountain peak. Don't tell me I'm not as familiar as you, Yifeng. Hanyu coldly laughed, and her graceful body lightly jumped up from the ghost's shoulder. Before she could make a move, he saw Zifeng panting heavily, slapping the flames on his body all the way down from the hole. Wait a moment, Lord Hanyue, don't kill Yifeng later. Remember to ask him for the antidote. His entire face would occasionally reveal a dark green color. The endless pain caused his face to contort. With a single glance, he could tell that it was caused by the poison. Hanyu nodded her head with a smile. Don't worry, I know what to do. After I break the formation, the 1,000-year corpse ghost will use all its strength. Once Yifeng falls into my hands, could it be that I'm afraid he won't hand over the antidote? As soon as she finished speaking, she stepped lightly into the air and jumped into the black tornado formation. The closest few black whirlwinds seemed to have found a target and whizzed towards the cold moon. Hee, black tornado formation, easy to enter but hard to come by. Merely entering the formation is nothing difficult. Yifeng, didn't you want me to try? I will break the formation now for you to see. The corner of Hanyu's mouth raised into a smile as a cold light flashed in her eyes. She slanted her foot and took a few steps forward. Holding the jade flute by her hand, she pressed it against one of the rock walls. Suddenly, she turned to the other side with a smile and continued to hand over her jade flute. With a light tap of her flute, her footwork and speed were both unbelievably fast. Under the sound of the flute, the patterns on the formation began to fluctuate. Hanyu smiled and followed the same pattern, tapping on the other rock walls one by one. The 7 stars naturally connected into a single shining line. She smiled and raised her head as she shouted, "Break!" Silence, absolute silence. The 7-star luster only brightened for a moment before it dimmed again. There was nothing else happening. She pursed her lips, thinking that she had not said it loud enough. Thus, she awkwardly smiled and shouted once more, "Break!" This time, the 7 stars' luster didn't even shine and there were no changes. This. Her beautiful eyes widened as her smile froze on the spot. She was speechless. Yi Shui and the others also didn't understand. They all looked at Zifeng in confusion. Because, from Han Yu's appearance, she definitely didn't seem like she was joking. The only possibility was that after Yi Shui had unlocked the formation, this black tornado formation had already been tampered by Zifeng. Zifeng laughed softly. Han Yue, didn't you say you were going to break the formation? How come it suddenly doesn't work? Han Yu was stunned for a moment, and then she seemed to have understood something. She stared at Zifeng in astonishment. Good boy, could it be that you did this good thing? Even though he's in the middle of a formation, he's still acting a little erratic. Is it really okay like this? Zifeng let out a slight sneer and indicated for the other person to look around. Bastard, when Han Yu heard the sound of the black wind blowing past her ears, she knew that she had been entangled by it and immediately scolded him. In an instant, her delicate feet touched the ground, retreating more than 5 steps. She let out a sigh and got out of the tornado, her face slowly becoming solemn. Good, Zifeng. There is indeed a trick. Since this formation cannot be broken in a short period of time, then I will not break it. As long as I can get in first and capture you, the rest will be settled. As soon as she finished speaking, she no longer cared about breaking the formation. With a fierce aura, she instantly rushed towards the 4 corners of the formation. In the past, as long as a person rushed in along this route, they would be a blind spot in the black tornado's attack, and it was also the safest route. What's more, the rule that Zifeng had used almost 10 pebbles to find out was actually this route. However, this time, it was different. When the cold moon burst into the black whirlwind, it was as if it had messed up. It had no pattern and did not have the slightest regularity. What? What's going on? Han Yu only noticed something amiss after turning a corner. However, she didn't pay too much attention to it. However, when she turned the second corner, the black tornado's momentum had not only doubled, even its position and movement were far from her expectations. Oh God! When the cold moon turned the third corner, the black tornado blotted out the sky and rushed towards her. She was already powerless to break in, so she could only retreat, taking decisive steps back more than 10 times. She barely managed to escape the tornado. Even though she retreated extremely quickly, her arms and legs, and even her neck, were still involuntarily scratched by the whirlwind. She frowned, surprise flashing across her beautiful eyes. Zifeng, tell me honestly, what did you do to this formation? Ridiculous. If you ask me to be honest, I must tell you, right? Zifeng sneered and shook his head. He looked at her deeply. He exposed his trump card to the other party just to get their praise. To Zifeng, this was clearly a pointless move. You? Han Yu glared at him for a long time, but soon after, she calmed down and said with a smile. Forget it, Zifeng. Actually, if you didn't say anything, I could have guessed part of it. If I'm not mistaken, you have inverted the effect of this whirlwind formation, right? Originally, it was difficult to enter, but now, it has become difficult to advance. When Yi Shui heard this, she was slightly startled and fell into deep thought. She clearly thought of her own brother who had previously flipped the position of the pattern on the map. From the looks of it, his careless method back then had now created a huge trouble for Han Yu. Yi Shui was slightly astonished. She had indeed undone the source of the formation. However, in such a short period of time, it was truly not easy for her brother to reverse the order of the formation. Yi Wen smiled, but did not comment. I have to admit, if I, Han Yue, came alone this time, I probably wouldn't be able to do anything to you, Zifeng. But now, since it's impossible to break the array by coincidence, I might as well break it by force. Soon after, Han Yu gently gritted her teeth and jumped onto the shoulder of the 1,000-year corpse ghost behind her. Corpse ghost, it's up to you. She paused for a moment, then raised her jade flute. The sound of an impassioned flute then resounded through the entire space. The 1,000-year corpse ghost's eyes were crimson red. Its hideous face revealed a sinister and terrifying smile. After a long and mournful howl, he swung his charred left arm as if he had entered a realm of no man, and dashed into the formation. Under the guidance of Han Yu's flute, he swung his right arm, and smashed it heavily into the core of the formation. Boom! 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 The dark red mark at the center of the formation was smashed by the zombie's arm. It immediately turned into pieces of rubble that scattered in all directions, with unparalleled power and menacing momentum. At the same time, the black whirlwinds trapped the corpse in the middle like a wall. Seeing this, the cold moon smiled and leaped high into the sky. In such a short amount of time, countless whirlwinds had gathered together at almost the same time, tightly surrounding the corpse ghost. A trace of joy flashed through Yi Xue's beautiful eyes. Good, this is great. Big brother Zifeng, this is it. No. Yifeng frowned as he stared in front of him. He spread out his soul talent to investigate the situation in front of him. He then shook his head. It won't be that simple either. Sure enough. Who? After a series of low growls, the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost spread open its arms, and countless black whirlwinds were swept away. Streaks of blood shot out from his major acupoints one after another. However, not a single fatal wound could be seen on his body. He still stood there motionlessly. It can't be. Yi Xue and the others were dumbstruck as they stared at this 1,000-year-old corpse ghost. They clearly didn't expect that this corpse ghost would actually be so strong. After all, she had almost been hit by the black tornado earlier and knew how powerful it was. This corpse ghost's entire body was entangled by so many black tornadoes, yet it was still able to stand tall. This showed just how rough and thick its skin was. A moment later, the cold moon fell onto the corpse ghost's shoulder and began to play a gentle flute tune. The most surprising thing was that the small wounds on the zombie's body began to heal by themselves under the effect of the flute music. Brother Zifeng, what should we do? Yi Xue looked at everything in front of her with a somewhat startled expression. Her heart was beating rapidly with a ge-dang sound. Shui, the key to victory or defeat lies on you. Yifeng stared at his sister with an unusually serious expression. What? Me? Yi Xue's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief, and she suddenly shook her head. Brother Zifeng, you're not joking, right? How could I possibly be a match for this corpse monster? I'm not joking. Besides, you don't need to fight that corpse spirit physically. Then, Brother Zifeng, you mean? Yi Xue was slightly dazed as she looked at the other party with suspicion. Yi Zifeng lowered his voice and said softly to Yi Xue. Hanyua's guess just now was correct. I have indeed reversed the formation of the universe, making it difficult for me to enter or leave. However, this is only the first point. Yi Xue listened attentively to her brother's explanation and nodded her head. He paused for a moment before a light smile suddenly appeared on his face. And the second point is that I have added a new formation to this black tornado formation. In other words, it is the formation within the formation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 429. Chapter 429. Array within the formation. Yi Xue mumbled and looked at her brother with surprise. Shu, lower your voice. Yifeng smiled and lowered his voice. Because I can't figure out the structure of the whirlwind formation in a short period of time, I can't change this formation directly. Therefore, all I can do is to add an additional formation to this formation, so that I can interfere with Hanyu. So that's how it is. Yi Xue's heart trembled as she recalled the stupefied expression on Hanyu's face when she broke the formation. She seemed to have realized something and nodded. After a short moment, she asked in doubt, but what does that have to do with me? What I mean is, how did I become the key to victory? Yifeng smiled lightly. Of course it is. Shui, Don't forget that the sword mark on your back can resonate with the strange patterns on this tornado formation. Ugh, even so, I don't know how to deal with my enemy. Yi Shui's face revealed an awkward expression. In front of this 1,000-year-old corpse ghost, she didn't have much confidence in her own strength. Since that's the case, you should recall the situation when we failed to break through the formation. Yi Shui was stunned for a moment as she immersed herself in her thoughts, her bright eyes shining. Could it be? I see, I'm using patterns to repair myself. That's right. Yi Ci replied with a loud voice and was about to continue. Suddenly, he paused for a moment. With a serious expression on his face, he raised his head to look at Hanyu. There was a light sound of qi. The zombie ghost moved close to the ground, tearing apart several black tornadoes. It walked closer to Yifeng. Its expression was ferocious and horrifying. All right. There's no need for that. Hanyu and the rest are already attacking. Shui, you can try at the edge of the formation. I will first go block them. When the time comes, you can come and replace me. Brother Zifeng, give me some time. I still don't quite understand. Yi Shui's beautiful eyes widened as she deeply wrinkled her eyebrows. She had a confused expression on her face. Sure, I will give you some time. However, it won't be too long because I might not be able to hold on for that long. As soon as he said that, Yifeng took a deep look at that 1,000-year-old ghost. Seeing that the situation was critical, he didn't say anything more to his sister. His expression was solemn and he raised his eyebrows. Ghastly shadow, are you ready? In the sky, there was a white mist filled with a boundless amount of spiritual energy. A giant finger made of white bones slowly took shape, emitting a murderous aura. At any time, she answered simply. Good, you go and suppress the array core. Don't let the tornado formation collapse. Without it, no one can stop that 1,000-year corpse ghost now. The trap that was supposed to trap Yifeng and the others had now turned into a way to protect them. As soon as he said that, the Wind King's dagger in Yifeng's hand was suddenly thrown out. After a moment, it pointed towards a spot on the ground and gave Guiying a direction. Watch carefully, it should be here. In the next moment, the giant white bone finger flew out through the air and shuttled back and forth within the whirlwinds. It heavily landed on the ground and stirred up countless specks of dust. Because it was pressing down on the heart of the formation, the originally crumbling tornado formation became stable. I've suppressed it, Yi Chen. Because it wasn't the one that broke the array, the damage it received from the tornado was much less than what a 1,000-year corpse ghost would suffer. However, even though this was the case, the whirlwind that would occasionally blow on its body still drew out deep scratches. Okay, then next, Demon Fox. I'm here. By now, the Demon Fox had become much more cooperative than when he had first entered the Death Town. Wind King Yu waved his dagger and the silver light hit the four corners of the formation. Once the spiritual qi is released into the four corners of the formation, you must make a move and control the spiritual qi at the corners of the formation. The Demon Fox nodded. Sure. For her, it was completely possible to walk close to the edge, thus suppressing the four corners of the formation. The only reason why she was able to achieve this was because she needed to be fast. The danger level was not that high, and speed was exactly what she was proud of. After a short while, there was a ding sound and an ear-piercing sound. Her phantom fox claws slashed across four formations one by one, infusing her own spiritual energy and suppressing the lines. Alright, Yifeng, I've suppressed it too. Once the core and four corners of the formation were suppressed, the array formation would undoubtedly become much more stable. Very good. Yifeng smiled and raised his head. His eyes were filled with coldness. Then what's next? The melody of the flute of the cold moon was now passionate and soothing. Every attack from a 1,000-year corpse ghost would, to a large extent, destroy the stability of this tornado formation. However, the tottering tornado formation was strengthened by Yifeng. With Gui Ying and the Demon Fox's defensive formation, it was impossible for him to break through the formation. Good boy, you have mastered all 5 elements and are proficient in every aspect. The more I think about you, the more I want you to become my ghost servant. Han Yu put down the jade flute and slightly gasped for breath. She coldly looked at Yi Zifeng with a hint of playfulness in her eyes. Oh. Yifeng laughed. Han Yu, aren't you afraid that your ghost servant will think of something like that? Oh, no, I almost forgot, he's poisoned, so he won't be able to live for long. As he spoke, he glanced at Zhou Feng, whether intentionally or unintentionally. Han Yu was stunned for a moment. It was obvious that she remembered what Yiwen had lied to her about. Her red lips twitched, and her face was filled with anger. Yifeng, you still dare to say this? If you don't hand over the antidote, then I will torture you until you die. Her delicate body lightly trembled as she held the jade flute. Just as she was about to play the strong sound. Wait a moment, aren't you looking for the antidote? I'll just give it to you. What? Han Yu's expression changed slightly as a strange light flashed in her eyes. Yifeng smiled, took out a white bottle from his pocket, waved it in his hand, and took a few steps to place it in the center of the tornado formation. Han Yu, didn't you want the antidote for your ghost servant? Okay, I'll leave it here. You can come and get it. Yifeng raised his hand towards the white jade bottle and looked towards Han Yu. Please. The expression on Han Yu's charming face instantly changed, and she even put down the jade flute that was already at her mouth. Originally, she had already made up her mind to fight to the death with Yifeng, but when she thought about her ghost servant's life, she immediately hesitated. After a long while, the corner of her mouth raised into a faint smile. Absurd, Yifeng, do you think I would fall for your trick twice in the Frigid Moon Association? This isn't an antidote. I see that you, Yifeng, only prepared poison. You don't have the corresponding antidote at all. If you don't believe me, I can prove it to you. Yifeng bent down with a smile and took out a shiny pill from the jade bottle. He weighed the pill in his hand and used his fingers to crush it into 2. Suddenly, his expression tensed up. Next. A ball of spirit energy wrapped in electric light rushed out of the tornado formation and shot towards Zhou Feng's location. After all, Zhou Feng was at the 3rd level of the martial disciple realm. Although he was slightly injured, he could still receive a pill. Hiss. Zhou Feng opened his hands, and a bright light flashed across his eyes. In his hand was a white medicinal pill. This. Yifeng looked at him and said seriously, this is half an antidote, it can relieve half of your pain. If you don't believe it, you can continue to endure the pain and throw it at your feet. Zhou Feng thought for a moment and his brows furrowed. Suddenly, he gritted his teeth. Forget it, I'm afraid of King Death. I've been poisoned anyway, how can I be afraid that the poison will worsen? As the sound of his voice faded, he opened his mouth and swallowed the pill. Zhou Feng, Han Yu originally wanted to stop her, but it was already too late for her to do so. The moment he swallowed the pill, Zhou Feng abruptly raised his head towards the ceiling, letting out a pig slaughtering cry. His face changed from green to red, then back to green, and finally to green. Beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from Zhou Feng's face. Waves of heat almost broke out of his body, flowing out into the white mist. All of a sudden, he kneeled on the ground. His eyes were bloodshot. Pfft, he spat out a mouthful of blood onto the ground. Han Yu's charming face was cold and threatening. Yifeng, you bastard, you're about to die, and you're still lying. No, wait a moment, Lord Han Yu, Zhou Feng, could it be? The light in Han Yu's eyes slightly froze as he lowered his head to look at the person on the ground. Zhou Feng struggled to sit up from the ground. The dark green color on his face had already faded quite a bit. Lady Han Yu, Yifeng is right. The pill in the white bottle is real. After I ate this half of the antidote pill, I coughed out about half of the poisonous blood. Now, I feel, it's much better now. What? Han Yu's pretty face twitched. When she looked at Zifeng again, there was a hint of complication in her eyes. Zifeng looked at her with a faint smile. See, I didn't lie to you, right? So that's the case. Alright, I believe that this pill is real. Then, Yi Zichen glanced at her with a smile, then squinted his eyes. A cold light flashed in the depths of Han Yu's eyes. However, Zifeng, your wishful thinking is too great. So what if you placed the pill in the center of the formation? Do you think that I, Han Yue, will stop because I'm afraid of breaking the jade bottle? She paused for a moment and then said, No, I will not stop, nor will these 1,000-year-old ghosts. As she finished speaking, she stood on the shoulder of the 1,000-year corpse ghost once more. She held up the jade flute in her hand and raised her head. A strong sound resounded through the entire space. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 430. Chapter 430. Wisps of spirit energy, visible to the naked eye, flowed from the jade flute into the body of the 1,000-year corpse ghost. His gradually reddening body was constantly emitting bang-bang sounds. It was the sound of his muscles tearing and bones colliding. One had to know that Han Yu had once succeeded in making a group of ordinary ghost servants huge when the group of corpses went berserk. But now, she had used the same method on these 1,000-year corpse ghosts. The effects could be seen from this. Zifeng, just you wait. After breaking the formation, I'll catch you. No matter your antidote or magic treasure, no matter what, they're still mine. Zifeng ignored Han Yu's aggressive words. His expression was solemn, as if he was calculating something in his mind. After observing for a while, he suddenly turned around to look at his sister. Shui, is it done yet? How much longer do we need? Yi Shui's delicate body trembled. Actually, after hearing the flute sound, she had already glimpsed the crimson-red body of the 1,000-year corpse ghost. Knowing that Zifeng was about to be in danger, she immediately became extremely anxious. Ever since then, she had been trying to merge the spiritual energy from the sword mark on her back into the strange pattern on the ceiling. No, not yet. How long will it take? Yi Feng's face was solemn. The Ice Emperor's sword in his hand continued to clench as he stared at the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost. The dense aura that was like flowing water from the pattern slowly turned transparent. Over time, after Yi Shui formed a connection with this pattern, her mind became clear and she already had some clues. It might take a long time. Hurry, Yi Feng yelled. He was clearly a bit nervous. His previous actions were not really to block Han Yu, but to delay him. However, if Han Yu did not use this method now, it would undoubtedly mean that Zifeng could no longer play any tricks. Fighting is the only solution. At the same time, his body moved as fast as lightning, flying in the direction of Spirit Shadow. He raised the Ice Emperor's sword high up, and with the heart of the formation, he fiercely slashed down. Strands of pure cold energy then attached themselves to the heart of the formation. Countless amounts of frost energy turned into incomparably hard ice and fixed the entire heart of the formation on the ground. Zifeng, even if you know how to form a formation, so what if you use this frost energy to strengthen the core of the formation? Han Yu coldly laughed. In front of these 1,000-year corpses, all of your efforts have been in vain. She raised her jade flute and swung it in front of her. The eyes of the 1,000-year-old ghost on her shoulder suddenly lit up, and it began moving forward against the hurricane. Roar! His pace was clearly faster, as he faced the black tornado without any fear. After using Ghost Shadow and Ice Emperor's sword to reinforce the formation, the power of the black tornado had almost doubled. However, when the tornadoes flew towards the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost, it was actually received by him as if he was ignoring them. His scarlet body was as hard as a shield and was sometimes hit by strong winds, emitting bursts of radiance. This time, there weren't even any blood veins on his body. The black whirlwind that originally cut through metal like mud, upon encountering this strengthened thousand-year corpse ghost, had only left behind shallow scratches. Shui, how much longer? Ugh, Yi Shui was obviously still having trouble. Having no response from Yi Shui, Yi Feng's mentality did not deteriorate. He gritted his teeth and refused to give up. Under the encirclement of the black tornadoes, a path was opened up for him. Then, he turned the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand. A cold light flashed as he ran towards the foot of the formation. Whoosh! The cold air was the same as when he had frozen the formation core. The four limbs of the formation had formed a thick layer of ice which strengthened the tornado formation. With this, the formation became more stable, and the black whirlwind became even more violent. Although the tornado was still unable to injure the thousand-year corpse ghost, it could still effectively slow down its advance. However, in any case, although the speed of these thousand-year corpses was a bit slow, they still continued moving forward. Looking at his momentum, he would have to break through this tornado formation sooner or later and go near Yi Shui and Liu Bingqian's side to start a massacre. Snowy, go a little faster. I'll do my best. Liu Bingqian couldn't hold herself back anymore and walked up. Yifeng, look, is there anything I can help you with? Wait a moment, senior sister. Don't worry about them. Entering this black tornado formation is dangerous. Seeing the situation, Xiachen blurted out. In his heart, he still held the thought of escaping in the chaos. After all, Han Yu and the rest's main target was obviously Yifeng. Therefore, it was not entirely impossible for him to hide his strength and take advantage of the opponent's sudden movement to escape at once. So what if it's dangerous? It's not like I'm letting you into the array, I'm the one helping you. Liu Bingqian's eyes were filled with determination. Very well then. Since you insist on following him to his death, I won't bother you any longer. Do it yourself. Xiachen spread out his hands, chuckled, and retreated to the edge of the cliff. Liu Bingqian helplessly looked at her junior brother and shook her head. Then, she looked towards Yifeng. Yifeng, tell me, what do you need my help for? Okay, Bingqian, listen up. Hurry up and activate your martial spirit, Yifeng said after a short while. Activating the martial spirit? That can't be. We are not refining pills. Liu Bingqian's pretty face revealed a hint of surprise. Liu Bingqian's fire martial spirit was different from Starlight's fire martial spirit. It was not very strong against enemies. Normally, it was only used to raise the temperature and bake the pill furnace. Therefore, it was no wonder that she was so shocked. Even if I don't concoct pills, I still have to use it. After a moment of silence. Although Liu Bingqian was puzzled, she still did as Yifeng said. Alright, I'll listen to you. She slightly lowered her mind and felt the soul remembrance surging through her body. Waves of heat came from her fingers, followed by a burning flame. Yifeng, and then. Yifeng gave her a deep look, and a mass of ordinary blood-colored flames also appeared on his fingertips, emitting a peculiar light. Of course, I'm going to use the fire martial spirit to condense our flames. Then, a light flashed in his eyes, and the blood-colored flames merged with the fire-channeling sword in Liu Bingqian's hand like arrows. After a short period of peace, a flame that soared into the sky, bringing with it a spiral-like stream of air, formed like a flood dragon, constantly changing its form. At times it would exude a demonic glow, appearing extremely dazzling. Spirit-level flame. Without a doubt, this was the power of the martial spirit. As for Liu Bingqian, this set of fire armor could increase the temperature at which the martial spirit burned. Yi Zifeng put away the Ice Emperor's sword in his hand, otherwise, the two would be polar opposites. Soon after, he saw the spirit-level flame's heat condense almost completely. He concentrated a little and a line of burning flames was cut out from his fingertip, flying towards the direction of Han Yu. You want to attack me? Han Yu let out a laugh. With a sudden sweep of the jade flute in her hand, she easily deflected the flames. Yifeng, your idea is not bad, but just like what the woman beside you said, this kind of flame can only be used to heat the furnace, to heat it up, and yet you use your whims against the enemy, and even dare to use it against me, Han Yu. Could it be that you are already exhausted, and have no other methods available? Yifeng did not reply her. He merely repeated his actions and pulled out a second flame from the spiritual grade flame, aiming at Han Yu's location. Next was a third spirit fire, and a fourth spirit fire. I already told you this is useless to me, why don't you believe me? When Han Yu saw him happily doing this meaningless thing, she was somewhat annoyed in her heart. The jade flute in her hand also did not have any scruples as it swung with the sound of wind. Yifeng, you stubborn thing. Do you think you can ignore my words? At this moment, Zhou Feng was also standing behind them. He could not help but recall something as he stared at Yifeng's strange actions. Then, his gaze fell onto the flames that were blown away, and his expression couldn't help but turn stunned and speechless. Lord Hanyue, not good, look at this 1,000-year-old corpse ghost's left arm. Hearing this, Yifeng knew that his trick had been exposed. His eyes flashed, frowned, and sighed, what a pity. What could it be? Han Yu was slightly startled, but after thinking about it carefully, she immediately understood what was going on. One had to know that before this 1,000-year-old corpse ghost could enter the cave, it had used a black flame to burn one of Gu Yuanwu's left arms. This wound had not completely healed yet. Yifeng saw this. After all, when Han Yu used the jade flute to shake off the flames, he would occasionally spill them onto corpse ghost's severed arm, causing his injuries to worsen, slowing him down. If Zifeng attacked the 1,000-year corpse ghost's left arm first, then Han Yu would have naturally figured out its intentions. That was why he pretended to attack Han Yu and used Han Yu's own hand to directly harm the 1,000-year corpse ghost. After being attacked by Yifeng, even though the ghoul's body was extremely hard, it was still trembling in pain. It was as if it had suffered a more severe injury than the black tornado. Good boy, you are indeed crafty. Han Yu coldly snorted as her mouth twitched, if I don't kill you today, there will be endless troubles in the future. Yifeng, now that you have used all of your cards, let's see what else you can do to stop this 1,000-year-old corpse ghost. At this moment, a feminine voice came from behind Yifeng. Brother Zifeng, this is great. Success! If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 431. Chapter 431. What do you mean succeeded? Han Yu was startled when she heard this. She looked at Yi Shui's position with a bit of astonishment. On Yi Shui's back, the imprint of a small sword was extremely clear as it continuously emitted misty white mist. One after another, beams of light rose up from the edges of the tornado formation and converged onto the strange patterns on the ceiling. Could it be? A cold light flashed in Han Yu's eyes. In front of her, the black tornado array, which was already broken, was actually slowly repairing itself. At this time, Han Yu recalled the scene from before. The same sword imprint, the same dark pattern, they all had something strange about them. There seemed to be some sort of connection between this mountain and Yi Shui. The first time could be said to be a coincidence, but this second time, she couldn't argue anymore. Yifeng, who is your little sister? Han Yu looked at Yifeng in a daze and asked. Yifeng smiled, you're making a fool of yourself at a time like this, are you kidding me with your life? As his voice faded, the originally lifeless whirlwind formation suddenly regained its vitality. The black wind gathered into a ball and absorbed the surrounding air like a black hole. The whirlwind formation had been restored to its peak. After the hissing sound, the red skin of the 1,000-year corpse ghost was torn by the strong wind. It was as if someone had nailed it with a steel spike. It was a horrible sight to behold. This. Han Yue's eyebrows furrowed together. She was extremely aware and did not dare to underestimate him anymore. The melodious melody of a flute resonated throughout Corpse Ghost's body, helping it to recover from its injuries and heal its wounds. During this process, from time to time, there would be some extremely fast black tornadoes that would sweep towards Han Yu's face. Finally, they were intercepted midway by the zombies and weren't able to harm her. Even so, she was still so shocked that cold sweat broke out on her back. Huff, huff. She took a few deep breaths. At this moment, it was difficult for her to do anything else, much less blow out a song full of passion. In this way, Corpse Ghost's speed of advancing slowed down by a lot. Brother Zifeng, leave this to me. You should go rest for a while. Yi Shui raised her eyes and looked at her brother, but there was still some unspeakable joy in her eyes. After all, if she didn't see that Zifeng was in danger, she wouldn't have been able to completely immerse herself in the communication between her and the sword mark in such a short amount of time. All right. Zifeng nodded his head and glanced at the two sides of the tornado formation. Guiying, Demon Fox, you two help Dian Shui. Don't let anything happen to her, I'll go first. Wait a minute, it's fine to help, but your sister told you to rest, so you should be fine. You're not hurt, are you? Spirit Shadow asked with a hint of surprise in his voice. On this issue, Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow surprisingly stood on the same side. Yes, Zifeng. Although the situation is under control now, it is still far from being at peace. Shouldn't you use more strength to force Corpse Ghost back? You don't even have this little ability to judge the situation, do you? Zifeng looked at them sternly, then said seriously. So what if I have to rely on it? Even if I have to force the opponent to retreat for a moment, if I want to use this formation to threaten Corpse Ghost, I will need at least a 4th stage martial disciple. 4th level of the martial disciple stage. When Xia Chen heard this, he chuckled coldly and glanced at Zifeng. Interesting, interesting. 4th level of the martial disciple realm. This is not a realm where one can just say they have it. Your ability to boast is truly not small. Or is it that you are already hallucinating before you die? Liu Bingqian turned her head to glare at him. Her beautiful eyes flashed a look of reproach. Xia Chen, be careful when you speak. Don't you understand? If Zifeng is in trouble, how much better can we be? Xia Chen snorted coldly. What did I say? I just don't like him. Why should senior sister treat him differently? What I did to him has nothing to do with you, Liu Bingqian said coldly. Xia Chen gave a helpless laugh. All right, this has nothing to do with me. Then look at him. His words seemed to be true, but his actions. His actions. Xia Chen repeated what he had just said and inhaled a breath of cold air. He was completely at a loss. He looked like a person made out of clay or wood. Zifeng, you. He raised his eyes and looked forward. His entire body was motionless. Didn't you want my action? All right, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. The corner of Zifeng's mouth raised into a smile. He leaped and flew towards the top of the cave where the pattern was. Brother Zifeng. Zifeng. Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow were shocked when they saw this. After all, if Zifeng were to die, they would not be able to survive either. Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She almost blurted out in panic, Zifeng, what are you doing? I need some materials to make a breakthrough. Breakthrough. Everyone looked at each other. Even Xia Chen felt a little unsteady on his feet when he heard this. Good fellow, you really dare to say so. Zifeng smiled, and then his face turned serious. He looked at his sister, Shui, don't be in a daze. Use all of your power to control this tornado. Don't let the suction force on this pattern affect me. But? Okay then. Although Yi Shui wanted to ask her brother 1,000 questions, the situation in front of her was critical, so she could only take one step at a time. She closed her eyes tightly, using all her heart to feel the spiritual energy that was surging out from the sword mark on her back, connecting it to the picture on the ceiling of the cave. Wisps of spirit energy passed through the layers of whirlwinds and entered the pattern. "Stop," she said in a soft voice. As his heart beat, the boundless suction force coming from the pattern suddenly stopped. Even some of the other gases that it had absorbed had broken free from its bindings and gradually sunk. "All right." Yi Shuai suddenly raised her eyes. It was very obvious that in order to help her brother escape, she had put in all her effort. However, at this time, other than Xiachen, no one was willing to go all out. Yi Shuai felt a lump in her chest as she tried her best to say, "However, Brother Zifeng, please hurry. I am not proficient enough in controlling this formation. I can only condense this pattern for a short time." "That's enough." After a while, Yi Feng's eyes flashed. The Ice Emperor's sword was aimed at the left and right of the pattern and suddenly released a silver light. The cold Qi was like a dragon made of ice, constantly moving around the 3 feet space in front of him. A white cyclone that had just sunk down was stimulated by the ice energy on the Ice Emperor's sword. It suddenly froze into an ice cube and landed in Yi Feng's hand. Yi Feng took the block of ice. A light flashed across Yuan's eyes, and his mouth raised into a faint smile. "Snow Queen, it's done. Understood." Although it had only been a moment, Yi Shui's face was still flushed red. When she heard Yi Feng say yes, she immediately let out a breath. The sword mark on her back dimmed and her spirit energy stagnated. In this way, the suction force on the pattern gradually returned. A small black whirlwind appeared around it once again. Just like before, it sucked up the air and the dust. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, Yi Feng did not stop. He threw the Wind King's dagger straight into the ground, and with a sudden pull of the golden line, he escaped with his fastest speed. As he leapt out of the tornado formation, the others were still dumbstruck, frozen on the spot. Even Han Yue and Zhou Feng looked at each other, not knowing what exactly Yi Feng was doing in the gourd. After all, everything he had done so far was to freeze a mass of gas and form ice cubes. There is no doubt that this practice is a little unthinkable. "Yi Feng, didn't you say you were going to break through? Don't tell me it's related to the ice you froze?" Xia Chen was stunned. He straightened his body and looked at Yi Feng in disbelief. "That's right." Yi Feng's words reverberated loudly in everyone's hearts. Pfft! Xia Chen froze for a moment, then he almost lost his breath as he laughed out loud. "Ha, Yi Feng, so you finally couldn't take the pressure and broke down. You're holding onto a lump of ice and you still dare to say that you want a breakthrough. I've never seen anyone like this since you were young. Then do I count as one? I'll give you a chance. You've broadened your horizons." Yi Feng smiled, but his brows were constantly turning colder. "You," Xia Chen glared at Yi Feng, his expression ugly. Yi Shui pondered for a moment and murmured, "Just now, Brother Zifeng froze that white cyclone. I keep having the feeling that I've seen it somewhere." The demon fox laughed and said in a low voice, "You've obviously just met her. I have to remind you one more time, Master Ancient." Yi Shui was reminded by the demon fox. Her expression became serious and her beautiful eyes became wide open. Could it be? This is the spiritual will of the ancient Grand Master. Shu, softer. Yi Shui's eyebrows furrowed, her heart trembled violently. No way, it really is the spiritual will of the ancient Grand Master. Brother Zifeng wants to absorb the spiritual will from his soul. No way, if he finds out about this. The demon fox faintly smiled, her eyes revealing a playful smile. Then what if he doesn't know? What's more, if Yi Feng only absorbs spiritual energy, then the movements will be very small, and the ancient master won't notice. Wait. Halfway through his words, even the demon fox's voice stopped. Yi Zichen moved to the edge of the cave, wiped his crystal ring and waved his hand. He actually brought out a huge pill furnace. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 432. Chapter 432. In the face of a great enemy, let's put out the pill furnace. It was hard to imagine. Those who weren't familiar with Zifeng would think that he was crazy. But now, even those who knew him well were similarly stunned and speechless. Brother Zifeng. Yi Shuai stared at her brother without letting go. Her ears made a tweet sound as if she had been pricked by a sharp needle. It looks like I've still underestimated Zifeng. The demon fox froze for a moment, her beautiful eyes lit up, helplessly shook her head, and sighed. He probably not only wants to absorb this spiritual force, but he also wants to refine the spiritual force of his master. Zifeng is really brave, he really dares to do anything. You know, inside the Gate of Wonders. Even if it were a real person, a student would have to treat them with respect, not to mention a high teacher. And now, Zifeng had actually decided on the target of his attack, someone on the same level as Yi Xiao. There was no need to explain the difference between the two of them. Shui, Guiying, and Yahu, the three of you, help me defend the whirlwind formation, help me free up some time. Okay. The three of them looked at each other and replied in unison. After all, they were different from Liu Bingqian. Previously, when they were dealing with Gu Yuanwu, they were present, so they knew the whole story. As soon as he finished his sentence, Zifeng cast his gaze deeply towards the cauldron. He then suddenly opened his mouth. Also, Bingqian. And Liu Bingqian immediately answered and asked, if you want to refine pills, do you have to? I'm going to use my fire martial spirit. Liu Bingqian's bright eyes blinked. Although she felt it was strange, she also understood that although Yifeng's current actions were a little strange, there must be a reason. Due to her trust in Zifeng, she did not ask him any more questions. No, I just want you to help me watch over your junior. When I break through, I don't want to be disturbed by him in case I go berserk. Zifeng had a serious expression on his face, and he intentionally glanced at Xiachen. Sometimes, what was scary was not the powerful enemy in front of him, but the teammates behind him. A person shouldn't wait until he was stabbed. Once he had a premonition, he would have to warn his opponent and intimidate his opponent. When Xiachen heard this, an irrepressible smile appeared on his face once more. Rest assured, Zifeng, I don't need to do anything. I can see that you have already lost your brain and have Qi deviation. You still want to break through. Tell me, what level are you now in as a martial disciple? Second level of the martial disciple stage. What? Xiachen was stunned for a moment. He felt a chill in his heart. Not long ago, he had just heard about Zifeng breaking through to martial disciple. How could he be at the second level of the martial disciple realm in the blink of an eye? Do you have any questions? Zifeng smiled and asked. Xiachen quickly calmed himself down and adjusted his state of mind. When he came back to his senses, a sneer appeared on his face. Oh, a mere level 2 martial disciple. To advance to level 4 martial disciple in one step, even a genius like Zilong, coupled with a supreme great pill, would not be able to do it. You, Zifeng, on what basis do you think you are capable? He and Liu Bingqian did not participate in the battle with the ghost servant, so they naturally did not know the truth of Zifeng holding the halberd, and Zifeng was too lazy to tell him too much. Else, if Xiachen knew all of this, his attitude would definitely change. He paused for a moment, smiled, and said, so, no matter what you want to do now, I'd like to see what kind of reason you will use to explain your failure to break through. Very good. Zifeng smiled and weighed the piece of ice in his hand. Then, with a straight face, he threw it into the furnace. However, this time, he did not place any other medicinal ingredients into the furnace. In fact, he did not even gather any fire at the first moment. He continued to look at the star patterns in the mysterious great pill furnace, slowly strengthening the dark veins within, and then integrating his spiritual energy with it. Yifeng, you, Liu Bingqian stared at his movements. Seeing that he did not even put in any medicinal herbs, she was also a bit confused. Senior sister, there's no need to look, he's just bluffing, Xia Chen snickered and glared at Yifeng. No, looking at how serious he is now, he must be doing something incredible. I have this feeling in my heart, I can't be wrong. Liu Bingqian pursed her red lips and looked at Yifeng in a daze. Her expression seemed to have returned back to when she was fighting alongside Yifeng. Senior sister, you really, Xia Chen helplessly sighed. However, after a short moment, Liu Bingqian realized that she had lost control of herself. She shook her head and laughed bitterly. She lowered her voice and her long eyelashes trembled. No. Why would I want to rely on him again? If I were to do this, sooner or later, I will be dumped so far away that even my back will no longer be visible. After that, she didn't think of anything else as she followed Yifeng's instructions and paid attention to her junior brother's movements, not allowing him to interfere with Yifeng's movements. After an unknown period of time, Yifeng let out a long breath, stopped his hand, and looked into the mysterious rank pill furnace. Inside the pill furnace, there were 32 stars shining brightly with layers upon layers of spirit lines that surrounded the ice block in the center. With a hissing sound, the ice in the furnace started to melt. It's about time. If it's too late, we'll have to wait for the ice to melt before we can form the soul-tempering formation. Yifeng smiled and completely covered the lid. He took a few steps back. The next moment, his eyes lit up. The sky-piercing, blood-colored flame shot out from his fingertips, shooting towards the bottom of the pill furnace like a flaming arrow. Boom! Flames burst into the sky. Soul tempering. Begin. The 32 stars emitted a tiny light from the closed furnace, causing the edge of the pill furnace to shine brightly. Now, no doubt. Clearly, the ice cube within the pill furnace had already melted. The entire mysterious rank pill furnace shook continuously, as if it had been struck by a giant bell, and it let out a hiss from time to time. The melting of the ice into water should be considered over. However, why is the pill furnace still in such a state? It's as though there's something alive inside it. Isn't this too inconceivable? Xia Chen felt that something wasn't right, and he let out in confusion. He slightly narrowed his eyes. He thought that Yifeng had secretly added some sort of herb to the pill furnace, but the problem was that the other party had already closed the lid of the pill furnace. After observing for a long time, he still couldn't come up with any results. He was a bit discouraged. Senior sister, I heard that you are quite good at refining pills. Take a look at what pill Yifeng is refining. Liu Bingqian stared at the pill furnace for a long time before shaking her head, revealing an embarrassed smile. No, I can't see it. No matter how I look, I feel like the pill furnace is burning empty. Outside the gate of heaven, in the middle of the night. Even if they didn't go to sleep, they would still take a nap and close their eyes to rest. In the midst of this silence. A cry of pain rang out. The whole space was filled with the painful screams of Gu Yuanwu. Master Ancient Era. When they woke up in the middle of the night and saw Gu Yuanwu's ashen face, they looked around in fear that something bad had happened. However, after a long time, they found nothing unusual, the only thing unusual. There was only Gu Yuanwu. Seeing this, everyone recalled the scene in the morning and could not help but discuss. What do you guys think? This ancient teacher had a flurry of attacks. What in the world is going on? That's right, it's weird. I've been in the celestial sect of wonders for so many years, and I've seen Master Ancient Grand Priests many times. This is the first time I've seen him lose his composure like this. All right. Stop talking about Master Ancient Grand Master's matters. When he stared at you in the morning, did you forget? be careful not to let him hear it? If he thinks about you, then you won't be able to bear the consequences anymore. Let's disperse. Hearing this, the group of people continued to sigh and discuss amongst themselves for a while before calming down. After a long time, when they finally calmed down and closed their eyes to rest, someone said something that was unknown to them. Master Ancient, where did he go? Multiple footsteps sounded from the small path. Gu Yuanwu's expression was extremely ugly. He walked in front of the crowd. Gu Yuanwu, what happened to you today? I saw that something was wrong with you this morning. Yang Wuji frowned as he glanced at Gu Yuanwu. That's right, Master Ancient, if you're feeling well, you should go back and rest. Ren Xingtian laughed heartily and said, if it comes down to it, I'll take care of you and your promise to protect Zhao Shucheng. I'm old, but you have to rest assured. When Gu Yuanwu estimated the distance, he immediately stopped. He clenched his teeth and let out a series of low moans. His face was completely pale. Wang Rui walked to Gu Yuanwu's side with a sullen face. Guru Ancient, I remember I was trying to advise you to pay attention to your image. What, you're not taking my words seriously? That's not it, Master Wang, Gu Yuanwu's expression was twisted because of the pain. He couldn't even finish his sentence. The corner of his mouth curled up into an indescribable bitter smile. Could it be? Suddenly, Wang Rui's eyes narrowed. He stretched out his hand and placed it in front of Gu Yuanwu's head, carefully feeling his surroundings. Then, his whole body suddenly shook. He was extremely surprised. It can't be. My spiritual will is actually injured. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 433. Chapter 433. The group of high scholars and real people looked at each other in dismay. Her eyes glowed. Shocked beyond words. His spiritual will was injured. That was definitely no small matter. What is going on? Great Master. That's right. Could it be your spiritual will? Just like what Master Wang said. They crossed the border into the town of Soldef. What kind of accident did you encounter? The corner of Gu Yuanwu's mouth twitched and nothing. Don't worry about me. He didn't have time to reply. Suddenly, he groaned again. He lowered his head abruptly. He looked miserable. Wisps of fire could be seen. It was constantly coming from his body. It began to slowly spread outwards. It was like a dam that had been released from its sluice. Soul fire escapes. His cultivation had regressed. So serious. Wang Rui frowned. He said decisively. Masters, saints. Something urgent. Don't stand aside. Just watching the show. Together, they would help him stabilize his cultivation. I will also immediately release my spiritual will. To get across the border to see what was going on in Solda town. All right. As the sound of his voice faded, the group of people no longer stayed idle. They all made their moves. Light filled the night sky. Rays of true essence spirit energy. Soon after, it was sent into Gu Yuanwu's body. Even if Yang Wuji and Gu Yuanwu didn't get to see each other properly. At this point in time, on account of Wang Rui, he was actually giving Wang Rui face. He pondered for a moment. He sighed. In the end, he still released a tiny bit of true essence. He had done his best. This way. Under the circulation of so much spiritual energy. Gu Yuanwu's face contorted in pain. The expression between his brows. He had also improved a little. Wang Rui looked around. Yi Zichen nodded repeatedly. Very good. Everyone is a member of the celestial sect of wonders after all. Who was in trouble? Thus, all sides came to their aid. Hopefully, the next time they met, they would face the spirit martial sect. And you can think of the same thing that happened today. Put down the prejudice. Let's work together. And then, he fixed his gaze on a real person. His expression suddenly turned serious. This Taoist Master Zhao. The others had already made their move to help. Why aren't you moving? His eyes froze. There was some doubt in his expression. Elder Zhao's heart chilled. He quickly recovered his wits. He said with a wry smile, I'm sorry. He was thinking about something just now. I am a little absent-minded. Wang Rui looked at him suspiciously. He shook his head. Taoist Master Zhao. What's going on? Table of contents, don't learn from him. Amongst so many people. I still have high hopes for you. He gathered his energy. Don't disappoint me. Yes. Elder Zhao smiled bitterly. And he did what other people did. A trace of true essence power condensed within his mind. He entered the meridians of the ancient master. It helped him stabilize his cultivation. However, when he moved. In his heart. It was a mix of different flavors. No one knew what he was thinking. Enough. Wang Rui saw that all the members were acting according to his orders. He solemnly swept his gaze over everyone. Yi Zichen nodded. Everyone, continue to help the ancient master stabilize his cultivation. I will split my spiritual will right now. Sneaking to the town of souls. Let's find out what exactly is going on. He closed his eyes. He separated out a strand of his incomparably cold spiritual will. He passed through the gate of heaven. At the same time, Elder Zhao raised his eyes. He looked at Gu Yuan Wu deeply. He then turned to look at the direction of the gate of heaven. His vision was extremely deep and profound. Yi Feng. Could it be? It was once again you who did such a good deed. Table of contents, the massive mountain peak. The 32 star spots. It corresponded to 32 restrictions. Every single restriction. Each of them corresponded to a spirit line. He wanted to stop Gu Yuan Wu's soul from escaping. A huge mysterious rank pill furnace. Tremor echo. It never stops radiating light outwards. It was incredibly dazzling. Yi Feng's expression was solemn. He held the golden end of the Wind King's dagger in his hand. On the other side. Then, the pill furnace was covered with rings of light. It was extremely tight. ZZ. At his fingertips. Countless small wounds then appeared. Apparently, it had been strangled into this state by the golden threads. Fresh red blood, drop by drop. The blood flowed out. However, he did not relax because of his injuries. His expression was always the same. It was also because of his hard work. The lid of a furnace that jumps from time to time. Now, he had been suppressed by this golden thread. The situation was getting weaker and weaker. With a meticulous expression, Yi Shui controlled the array. From time to time, he would look back. Glancing at her brother. Brother Zifeng. She paused for a moment. He asked the demon fox instead. Demon fox. You said. In the upper sky realm. Didn't the ancient master still have a spiritual will? Would he be unable to hold back? He would control the remaining spiritual will later. rushing over to deal with brother Zifeng. In her bright eyes, there was a trace of indescribable worry on his face. Compared to herself, what she was more worried about was her brother Zifeng. It shouldn't be. Refining the spiritual will. It was definitely something that would hurt to death. Under the pain of Gu Yuanwu's injuries, there was no way to think of anything else. After the pain passed, it was likely that his vitality was also severely damaged. Who would dare to let a new soul consciousness suffer again? The demon fox pondered for a moment. Yi Zichen smiled and said seriously, "Therefore, there is no need to worry too much about this." The more Gu Yuanwu and Lu Jinren suffered, the more frustrated they became. The more excited she was, the happier she was. From this perspective, she rather liked Yifeng's way of handling things. All right. For the time being, he didn't care about whether there were others or not. And don't even think about making mistakes. Let's first suppress the speed of these 1,000-year corpses. Outside the tornado formation. It can't be. Look at the movements of this cauldron. It seems like there really is something alive. Xia Chen stared fixedly at the pill furnace. The astonishment in his expression overflowing with words. Yi Feng. Tell me honestly. What did he do? Was it to enter the pill furnace first? What kind of medicinal ingredients have I bought? However, Yi Zichen asked. He did not receive any response. Yi Feng was completely focused on refining his soul. How could he have the time to care about Xie Chen? Forget it. If you don't answer, then I will look for the results myself. Xia Chen frowned. He was filled with curiosity. He couldn't help but take a few steps forward. He wanted to get close to the pill furnace. Close to the tip of the leaf. Let's get to the bottom of this. However, at this moment, Liu Bingqian raised her jade-like hand. He blocked the attack in front of him. Senior sister. This has nothing to do with you. Why does it have nothing to do with me? I promised Yi Feng. I won't let you disturb him. So, junior apprentice brother. Please go back. In Liu Bingqian's beautiful eyes, there was an unquestionable look of determination on his face. Senior sister. You? Please leave. Liu Bingqian's answer was very straightforward. Xia Chen's expression changed slightly. He gave her a deep look. He lowered his voice and said, Liu Bingqian. Since you are a disciple of heartless martial school, why did he always care about the people outside the door? I've always had to go against me. If you can't get rid of this unnecessary emotion, be careful that when I go back, I will report it to the High Master. I will expel you from the sect. He had been in a bad mood because of Liu Bingqian over and over again. He no longer left any kind words on the surface. He didn't even address her as senior apprentice sister. Yi Zichen directly called Liu Bingqian by her name. Liu Bingqian was dazed for a while. Xiao Jilan frowned. Determined, he said, if you want to report it, do so. Let's just report it to him. However, before that, don't even think about getting close to Yi Zichen by half a step. If you cause him to go berserk, I will definitely not let you off. Xia Chen snorted coldly. Don't even think of getting close. Good. You'd better remember what you said. Just you wait. He was in a bad mood because of Liu Bingqian's words. He wasn't in the mood to look at Yifeng's situation either. He immediately took a few steps back. Stand to the side. Poof. What kind of person was this? He overstated the truth. Yifeng's acting skills were quite amazing. It would be amazing if he could change his technique. There must have been some sort of medicinal material in the furnace. Otherwise, how could it be so strange? Xie Chen's face darkened. Then he started to doze off. He planned to replenish his energy by running for his life. Because, from the very beginning, when he saw these 1,000-year corpses, he had already admitted defeat in secret. He didn't think that any student could withstand such a monster-like existence. As far as he was concerned, even if it was 10 more Zilluo-level talents appeared, he might not be a match for this 1,000-year corpse ghost. Yifeng. On what basis? Could it really be as he said? He would not be able to break through. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Xie Chen's face. Absurd. Suddenly, a hot gust of wind blew across his face. He woke up from his doze. What's going on? He looked up sharply. Yi Zichen looked at Yi Zichen's position. He was originally sleepy, but now he realized that something was amiss. His expression suddenly changed. It was like someone had poured a bucket of cold water over him from top to bottom. Soon, he woke up. Above the pill furnace, in midair, one fire dragon after another. He circled in front of Yifeng. The heat of penetration. The heat wave rolled. It was like a huge wave that swept in all directions. However, this was not the reason why Xie Chen was surprised. He was truly stunned. It was a huge shadow that had appeared on the surface of the pill furnace. Countless fire dragons surrounded their target. It was this illusion. No facial features. He didn't even have a body. It was just a human-shaped spiritual energy embryo. At the same time as the shadow appeared, the whirlwind in the cave became sluggish. Even the distant footsteps of a 1,000-year corpse ghost could be heard. It was also blocked by this strong wind. It stopped on the spot. What is this illusion? Instantaneous explosive force. It did not seem to be weaker than the 1,000-year corpse ghost. It might even be more than one. Han Yu was stunned for a moment. Her beautiful eyes darted about. He looked deeply at the phantom that rose from the pill furnace. He glanced back. He had discovered a 1,000-year-old corpse ghost. Towards this aura, there seemed to be a sliver of fear remaining. She seemed to have thought of something. His face was filled with shock. Not good. I felt that this aura is a little familiar. Could it be? It's the soul consciousness of that expert outside. As the sound of his voice faded, he saw the shadow stop in midair. Subsequently, it moves from slow to fast. He moved closer to Yi Zichen. Soul tempering. We've finally succeeded. Yifeng sighed in relief. The starry eyes slowly opened. The corner of his mouth curled up into a faint smile. The enormous illusionary scroll contained the aura of countless flames. It spread out like a hurricane in front of him. An extremely intense fluctuation of energy. It rose up. He brought 3 long fire dragons with him. All of a sudden, he dashed towards Yi Zichen's location. He poured it in ferociously. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 434. Chapter 434. Desperate, cold, murderous. 3 similar yet different auras, hidden in the shadow of a giant, overlapping layers, blending with each other. Under the fire dragon's control, the giant shadow flew out of the pill furnace and rushed towards Liu's face. Brother Zifeng. Yifeng. Liu Bingqian's pretty face was filled with panic. She lightly covered her red lips and subconsciously ran over. However, the attack of this shadow was incredibly fast. By the time they found out, it was already too late. Yifeng's eyes lit up. The silver light on the Ice Emperor's sword flashed and blocked the sword for a moment. However, the shadow formed by the spiritual sense was not something a low-level martial disciple student could fight against with just the Ice Emperor's sword. In the instant of contact, the Ice Emperor's sword was bounced off and flew high into the air. However, Yifeng did not express any astonishment, because at this moment, what he needed to do was to take further action. As a result, he swung out his Z-sword like lightning again. The loud sounds of friction even brought about some sparks. With the buff from the equipment, the effect of the zigzag lightning flying sword was slightly better than that of the Ice Emperor's sword. However, in the end, it was still unable to escape from being knocked flying. Without the Ice Emperor's sword and the zigzag electric flying sword blocking it, the shadow rushed in and broke through the zigzag electric treasure shirt and the zigzag electric vest, heavily hitting Yifeng's body. The streams of blood were like fountains as they shot out from his chest. There were countless wounds on it. As for the 3 fire dragons, as they went in, they burned the wounds, causing them to feel a burning pain. Pfft, he clutched his chest, unable to suppress the blood in his throat any longer. Suddenly, he spurted it all over the ground. Dangerous, this was not the first time Yifeng encountered it. However, it was quite rare for someone to be injured like this and not have Ghastly Shadow to help him recover. When Spirit Shadow saw this, his mind was shocked. How could this happen? If Yifeng died, then she would also disappear. If that was the case, then why would she need to help guard the whirlwind formation? Shui, Demon Fox, watch out for me. I'll go help Zifeng right now. Alright. The other 2 were equally worried, but since they didn't have the ability to heal others, they could only let Spirit Shadow help them. There's no need. Yifeng raised his head with difficulty and laughed. He raised his head slightly and looked towards Guiying. What do you mean no need? If you get hurt and bleed too much, you might die, Spirit Shadow said with concern. Relax, Guiying, you should continue to maintain this huge white bone finger. Otherwise, you will waste another of my spirit nurturing pills. Yifeng smiled faintly. His face was pale. Guiying was surprised for a moment before he snappily said, at this time, you still have the time to care about some spiritual nurturing pills. I am serious. If you really want to help me, you must defend against Han Yu's attack to the death. Otherwise, so what if you saved me? Not only will I not survive, I will also be the target of everyone. Hearing how serious Yi Zichen's words were, Guiying couldn't help but think about it. Although Yi Shui was the key to controlling the Black Tornado formation, without the help of Demon Fox and Spirit Shadow, she wouldn't be able to do it alone. If Ghastly Shadow were to leave the formation and help Yifeng, a heart of the formation would lose its stability. Then, without a doubt, Han Yu would unleash her most ferocious attacks on the tornado array at this time, or there would be the danger of it being broken. If the array was broken and Yifeng's side was still resting, then it would be the worst-case scenario. The 1,000-year corpse ghost would rush into the array and come to Yifeng's side, turning into a situation that no one could stop. Then, fine, Spirit Shadow sighed heavily, finally coming to a compromise. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and asked. Wait a minute, that's strange. That giant shadow just now disappeared just like that. After she asked that question, the rest of the people frowned and looked at Yifeng. They were a bit confused as they waited for his answer. Yifeng's face was pale. He turned around and smiled, then pointed to the wound on his chest. Of course not, that shadow is already here. Do you want him to come out and greet you? As soon as he finished speaking, the shadow that had obviously entered Yifeng's chest earlier was now projected into the sky by Yifeng using his spiritual qi. It fluctuated between bright and dim. What? When Guiying saw the figure in the sky, he couldn't help but shiver in fear. It was the first time that anyone present had seen a person's soul tempering, so they didn't have a deep understanding of it. After all, it involved some knowledge about the spiritual will of the soul, which was more than one level deep. It was definitely not something that they, a mere martial disciple, could know. Moreover, other than Yi Shui and the others who knew about Master Ancient Grand Master, the rest of them did not even know that this was a soul tempering technique, not to mention whose soul this tempering technique was. Alright, let's call it a joke then. Once the illusion enters my body, it's just the beginning. Whether or not I can absorb it all depends on my hard work and luck. Yifeng clenched his teeth. Then, he focused his mind, and his profound qi exploded out of the shadow. It was like a mountain and river breaking its banks as it crazily poured into his 7 veins and 8 meridians. He quickly wiped the illusion ring with his spiritual energy and took out a spiritual gathering pearl to raise his spiritual energy by a level, which could be considered as an increase in chips. Yifeng. Liu Bingqian looked at Yifeng's actions in shock. She slightly frowned and could not help but feel a bit of heartache. He had just received such a heavy injury and was still recovering, yet he was already working so hard. Xia Chen also stared at Yifeng, shaking his head. Madman, he really is a madman. At this time, he is still desperately cultivating to break through. Aren't you afraid that his blood will drain before he dies? However, when he saw the shocking scene earlier, he had a little faith in Yifeng's actions. After all, which ordinary person could produce such a powerful illusion? Even if Yifeng really did let the ingredients go in advance, no other student would be able to imitate his method. At the very least, he, Xia Chen, could not do it. His lips moved as if he was thinking of something. After hesitating for a moment, he finally said it out loud. Yifeng, if you really do succeed, then I, Xia Chen, will admire you. In the future, I won't tear you down in front of heartless master. If I'm in a good mood, I might even put in a few good words for you, but... When Xia Chen's words landed, he saw no reaction from the other party. Smiling helplessly, he shook his head. Forget it. I don't think you're interested in listening to me since you're injured like this. Yifeng closed his eyes and raised the corner of his mouth into a smile. No, I've remembered everything you said. Xia Chen was stunned for a moment before his eyes flashed. This. Good fellow, you are indeed powerful. After the image entered his body, the damage it did to Yifeng was no longer just on his body, but on his internal body. From time to time, there would be the hissing of thunder, the burning of flames, and even the whistling of the wind. Although it wasn't loud, to others, it was enough to make their hearts tremble. After all, the voice did not come from outside, but from inside a person's body. It was easy to imagine the earth-shattering changes that had taken place inside his body. Brother Zifeng, Yi Shui glanced at him worriedly. Her delicate body lightly trembled and her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, but she did not relax. However, even though she was worried, her mind was calm like a wave. The tornado formation that was controlled by the sword imprint didn't have any loopholes to speak of. Because, just like what Yifeng told Spirit Shadow before, Yi Shui had the important responsibility of blocking the enemies. If they failed, then even if Yifeng succeeded, he would still be unable to escape from failure. Yifeng held his breath as he sat on the ground with his qi condensing into 9 meridians. Strands of lightning, flames, and even tornadoes slowly rose up from the space 3 feet around him, surrounding Yi1 in a round ball. The spiritual sense of Gu Yuan Wu was at the master level. Although it was released across borders, it was only equivalent to the strength of a person at the master level. Even so, this was still not an existence that ordinary people could hope for. This split soul consciousness of his contained countless martial arts essence. Naturally, it had different attributes. The fire threads of life were like living creatures as they interweaved around Yuan's body. They were shiny but not dazzling. But in the dark cave, Li's eyes were as bright as stars. She couldn't control one of them, and a large mouthful of blood was ejected from her mouth. He had only been a martial disciple for a short while, and the spiritual energy contained within his body had already been depleted. He quickly took out a few Qi replenishing pills from his magic crystal ring and consumed them. When the Qi replenishing pill entered his mouth, it was like a drop of water falling on hot sand. In just a moment, it had evaporated into the air as if it had never existed. Then, Yifeng took out another 3 to 4 Qi nurturing pills and swallowed them without thinking. Wang Rui's soul consciousness hovered in the sky for several weeks before he finally noticed the movements of Master Ancient God's soul consciousness. Strange, strange, strange. This 30,000-meter mountain, the soul-dying town, why does it feel a bit strange compared to the last time I came? However, he suppressed the doubts in his heart. A strand of ice-cold Qi slowly entered the entrance of the 30,000-meter mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 435. Chapter 435. Balls of black light surrounded the tip of the leaf. There was no way for the light to penetrate his body. It was as if he was inside a black ball. He frowned slightly as he continued to consume the pills to replenish his spirit energy. He injected it into every major acupoint in his body to suppress the mysterious man's counterattack. From time to time, he would pant heavily for air. Huff. Although he had only absorbed a tiny wisp of his soul consciousness, it was still a martial spirit-level soul consciousness. If he wanted to devour this spiritual will, it would be much more difficult and dangerous than the pills Yifeng had consumed before. If there is any carelessness, it will determine life and death. Crack! The sound of bones breaking resounded through the air. A hint of pain flashed across Yifeng's eyes. He almost fell to the ground due to the pain. Liu Bingqian could not bear to see this. Her beautiful eyes flashed with worry. Yifeng, you. She knew that she shouldn't disturb Yifeng. She could only stare at him, occasionally turning her head to observe the situation with Han Yu and Xie. After a short while, Kacha, another bone-cracking sound was heard. Yifeng's eyebrows were locked tightly together as he panted heavily. His face was ashen. Brother Zifeng, are you sure you don't want to help? Yi Shui listened to the sounds of bones breaking from time to time. Her heart felt as if it had been cut by a knife, and she felt the same way. After a long while, Yifeng raised his head with difficulty and said, I'm fine, do your job. Finally, because his entire body was wrapped in darkness and others couldn't see his current appearance, they didn't say anything. Yi Shui only had her heart in her mouth. There's also Bingqian, come here. As he spoke, Yifeng clenched his teeth and forced himself to straighten his body. He activated the spiritual energy in the spiritual gathering pearl and poured it into his body. Only then did his complexion slightly improve. Liu Bingqian was startled when she heard this. After hesitating for a moment, she quickly walked forward and stood beside the thick black fog without fear. Even if she were to suffer any harm, she would not hesitate to do so. What's wrong, Yifeng? If you keep a close eye on Junior, I will do it. You can rest assured. Liu Bingqian's eyes flashed as she replied seriously. No, don't worry about Han Yu and Xie for now. Come over here and join me, Yifeng said as blood dripped from the corner of his mouth. Hurry up, he said, his voice growing harsh. Okay, I'll come in right away. When Liu Bingqian heard how serious his voice was, she was slightly startled. A puzzled look flashed across her pretty face. But no matter what, since Yifeng had said so, she could only put down the doubts in her heart for now. She walked in front of the clumps of black air, pursed her red lips and stepped in. What's wrong, Yifeng? What exactly do you want to tell me? Liu Bingqian stepped into the 7 feet of space filled with black gas. The moment she raised her head, it was as if a needle had pierced her. Her face was filled with shock. Oh my God, Yifeng, why are you? Liu Bingqian's bright eyes lit up as she saw the blade of the leaf in front of her as if it had just been soaked in blood. Streams of bright red liquid began to seep out from every major acupoint in his body. The sound of bones breaking just now was probably just the beginning. Now, all the meridians in his body were broken. Shoo! Even at this moment, Yifeng did not forget to control the situation. After all, his current condition might affect the mood of Yi Shui and the others. His expression was abnormally pained as the corner of his mouth twitched. Streaks of bright red blood dripped from his forehead all the way to his neck before falling to the ground. The blood all over the ground made one's heart tremble just by standing there and looking at it. Just what in the world are you absorbing? How did you become like this? Shocked, Liu Bingqian didn't say anything else and just hurried forward. Yifeng didn't scream even though he was injured to such an extent. He only urged Zimo to come in by himself, and it didn't cause anyone to panic. Her tenacious willpower had already surpassed her imagination. Whatever, let me help you heal your wounds first. Liu Bingqian whispered. As soon as she finished speaking, a warm air rose from her palm. It was like a small snake, wriggling slowly and spreading behind Yifeng's back. Ugh! Leaves bit her lips tightly. Her mouth was full of blood. Her face was green and white. She looked like she was about to explode and die. After receiving help from Liu Bingqian, he was able to arrange his spirit energy and circulate it throughout his body to suppress the terrifying tide in his body. Only then did he feel slightly better. However, Yifeng's body was like a black hole, constantly absorbing the spirit energy from Liu Bingqian. Whoosh! 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 Liu Bingqian's entire body was filled with spirit energy and it did not take long for it to transfer to Yifeng. Her pretty face showed a trace of paleness. However, she didn't panic. She quickly took out all kinds of pills from her space jade pendant. Yifeng, don't be afraid. I won't let you die. I'll save you right now. She didn't care if there were any side effects, she would take anything that could replenish her spiritual qi. However, she had consumed so many pills in such a short period of time that her face flushed red with blood. Hold on, dot. Yifeng clenched his teeth, barely able to raise his head and glance at her movements, then gently waved his hand. What are you waiting for? Don't worry about me. You have to be quick right now or your life will be in danger. Liu Bingqian's tone was extremely firm and her red cheeks were extremely beautiful. It was as if she was smearing good rouge on them. Unknowingly, her body gradually moved closer to his back. She stretched out her arms and held Yifeng's big hand tightly. Wave after wave of spirit energy was sent out without any hesitation. I don't care what secrets you have hidden from me, and I don't care whether the person you like is me or not. Yifeng, I definitely won't let you die, but. Liu Bingqian gritted her teeth, and the heat seeped into Yifeng's body through her body. The closer the distance between the two of them was, the better the spiritual energy transfer effect would be. As for the blood from Yifeng's entire body, it might dirty her clothes or cause her to feel unwell due to the smell of blood. This was no longer something she cared about. Yifeng, I swear, I won't let you die. On the other side. Hanyu saw that the black gas surrounding Yi Zichan was still dense, so she wondered what was going on inside. After a while, she smelled the stench of blood and heard the crisp sound of bones breaking. A faint smile appeared on her pretty face. Good boy, Yifeng, I admit, at this time, you are still making your final desperate struggles, and your spirit is worthy of praise. However, the soul of such an expert is not something you can resist. After familiarizing himself with the attacks of the Black Tornado Formation, Zhou Feng stepped into the formation and followed behind Hanyu with an old face. But, Lord Hanyue, if Yifeng were to die, what should I do with the other half of the antidote? Zhou Feng's heart skipped a beat as he said worriedly. What, you're scared? I? Zhou Feng smiled embarrassedly, and nodded helplessly. That's right, Lord Hanyue. It's not like you don't know that I, Zhou Feng, am very timid. Humph, useless trash. Han Yu laughed. However, don't worry. With my current speed, I will be able to enter their position soon. At that time, as long as Zifeng is still alive, your antidote will not be able to escape. Then, she looked towards Yi Shui, who was in the array. Little girl, just admit defeat. If you let go of your control over the array now, we'll let you go, and leave you with an intact corpse. You? Yi Shui looked deeply at Han Yu and the others, her delicate eyebrows tightly knitted together. The strength of a 1,000-year corpse ghost was undeniable. Once he broke through the tornado array, it would be difficult for them to rely on their own strength to block him. They would really be played around by Han Yu. What should I do? I don't have a deep understanding of formations, so the strength I can use is limited. If this goes on, their speed of advancement will become faster and faster. Sooner or later they will break the formation. Yi Shui was stunned for a moment, but her expression was slightly panicked as she muttered to herself. After all, if it was just a normal cry of pain by her ear, she would have given up. However, although Yifeng did not say much, the sound of his bones breaking was real. It was hard to avoid a bad feeling in her heart. After all, she was Yifeng's little sister. Others might not understand her brother, but she did not understand. In her eyes, perhaps her brother was just trying to be brave. My mind is already in chaos. This little girl's potential is not bad, and she also has some strange things on her body. However, she is still too young. Right now is the perfect time for me to break through the whirlwind formation. Han Yu's expression was ice-cold. An impassioned tune of a jade flute accompanied by the appearance of the highest note lingered in the entire space. Hearing the sound, the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost's body shook, and its empty eyes revealed a boundless killing intent. It opened its mouth wide, bared its teeth, and charged forward against the hurricane that had slightly calmed down. His current speed was more than twice as fast as before. And not far away. From the center, the dark and gloomy black Qi had undergone a subtle change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 436. Chapter 436. Not good. Yi Shui realized that her momentary absent-mindedness had given Han Yu a chance to break through. At the same time as she felt regret in her heart, she quickly made adjustments in an attempt to make up for her negligence. Too late. The corner of Han Yu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. She had waited a long time for Yi Shui to relax. To be honest, Han Yu had already been secretly impressed by the other party for holding out until now. The jade flute sounded again. The 1,000-year corpse spirit took advantage of the fact that it hadn't yet adjusted its formation to rush to the west of the four corners of the formation. It waved its massive right arm and swung its iron fist forward. Bang! Bang! Under the immense pressure, the dark red imprint on the ground seemed to have turned into a plate of scattered sand, radiating light in all directions. The demon fox, who was guarding the four sides of the formation, immediately felt a blockage in her chest. An irrepressible blood gushed to her throat and blood began to flow out. But under the effect of the puppet pill, her entire strength could only reach the third level of the martial disciple realm. She had originally relied on the whirlwind formation to barely contend against the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost. Right now, the whirlwind formation was slightly weaker, so how could the demon fox be his opponent? You scoundrel, if I used my full strength, I might not be afraid of you. Demon fox gnashed her teeth in anger. She could only blame Yifeng for giving her the puppet pill. But, as the saying goes, everything has its pros and cons. If Yifeng had not done so, she would have already escaped and gained her freedom. Right at this moment, Guiying shouted, "Demon fox, be careful. That corpse ghost has taken aim at other parts of the formation. If one of them was lost, the whirlwind formation would no longer be perfect." Under the control of Han Yu, it would be inevitable for Corpse Ghost to pursue and attack the other parts of the formation. The demon fox bitterly smiled. I have an idea. It seems that I need some time to adjust this whirlwind formation. Before that, Before she could finish her words, a second attack was launched towards the 1,000-year Corpse Ghost. The dark red light instantly split into pieces and shot out in all directions. But another stream of blood spurted out from the demon fox's lips. Her face was already pale and her lips were bloodless. She steadied herself and almost spat out her mouth as she shouted, "Yi Shui, hurry up!" The demon fox had some indescribable fear towards Zifeng, but she wasn't so restrained towards her little sister. Thus, when she spoke, she wasn't polite at all. Although Yi Shui was already doing her best to adjust the array, it was only for a blink of an eye. She wasn't familiar with the array's control, so how could she adjust it so quickly? Not to mention that the 1,000-year-old ghost had destroyed 2 of its feet in a row. This meant that it had done enormous damage to the tornado formation and had directly affected the progress of Yi Shui's array adjustment. I will do my best. Yi Shui gently gritted her teeth. A mere group of low-level martial disciples dares to challenge me? So what if you're arrogant? So what if you try your best? Sometimes, the huge gap in strength is not something you can catch up to just by saying I work hard. Today, I will deeply engrave this point in your hearts. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000-year Corpse Ghost had already reached the foot of the third formation. It crossed its palms and viciously hammered down. With one strike, another ray of red light appeared and scattered in all directions. The demon fox's delicate body trembled and her entire body seemed to have been struck by lightning, and her lips were dyed blood red. Soon after, this Corpse Ghost didn't even rest before it began to head towards where the demon fox was. This was its final leg as it charged forward like a meteor. At the same time, a tornado formed, as if blocking the path of the zombie. It's done, I've got it. Demon fox, I got the whirlwind formation under control. Yi Shui's eyes lit up and her face was filled with joy. Han Yu chuckled and coldly snorted. So what? These words were like cold water that was poured over Yi Shui's heart. However, she wasn't wrong. The 4 formations had already broken 3. As for the last one, even if he had the support of the array formation, so what? Under the continuous onslaught of these 1,000-year corpses, the black tornado formation had long been broken into pieces, ready to collapse at any time. As soon as he finished speaking, the 1,000-year-old ghost had already reached the last step of the formation. It stretched out its arms and roared. It rushed towards the formation and roared. The howling sound of the wind contained the suppressed voice in its heart. From the time the cold moon had awakened him until now, it had not allowed him to drink a single drop of blood. There was no doubt about it, it caused him to be extremely impatient. Boom, boom, boom. As of now, all 4 parts of the black tornado formation had been broken. Yi Shui looked at everything in a daze and couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air. No way, this. Just now, she had made a small mistake and the opportunity had been taken by Han Yu to break through 4 corners of the formation. The black tornado spell formation has been broken at the 4 corners, so it only has 1 core left. Han Yu's beautiful eyes flickered as her gaze focused on the giant finger. She also understood that the other party was guarding the heart of the formation. I admit that you are very strong. Last night, you almost killed me, Han Yu. But this time, your opponent was not me, but his 1,000-year-old corpse ghost. I will go through him to find revenge. A cold expression suddenly flashed across Han Yu's charming face. Do it, pass through this tornado formation and kill all of them. After an unknown period of time, the black air was scattered and was filled with a dark, cold, murderous aura. It wrapped around Zifeng's entire body and appeared to be brewing something. Liu Bingqian was standing beside her. Her face was pale and her entire body was emitting a faint glow. Due to her taking too many pills and extracting all the spiritual energy she had obtained, she gave it to Yifeng without holding back. As a result, she was now weak and slowly collapsed to the ground. But even so, her soft, jade-like hands still rested on Yifeng's back, occasionally sending all of the spirit energy in her dantian that she occasionally recovered. Yifeng, listen, I won't let you die like this. She tried her best to raise her head and look at the sight of Yifeng's thin and handsome face. Due to the lack of spiritual qi in her body was extremely weak. Her vision had even started to become blurry. Yifeng. Liu Bingqian's pretty face revealed an extremely tired expression as her eyelids gradually sunk. Her hand was still searching for an empty bag inside her space jade pendant, trying to find a new Dan bead. Bingqian. The leaf that was silent for a long time suddenly let out a low sound. Liu Bingqian's eyes lit up, then she smiled bitterly. She thought she was too tired and saw some kind of illusion. It was only when her lily-white hand slipped off Yifeng's body and landed on the ice-cold ground that she finally understood a little bit more. Yifeng slowly stood up from the ground, looking deeply at Liu Bingqian, who was lying on the cold ground as if she was going to fall asleep at any moment. Bingqian, listen. What? Liu Bingqian's clear eyes were filled with confusion. Actually, Liu Bingqian was shocked. She felt that the other party seemed to have said something important, but other than the first half, she could not make out what exactly it was. After a while, due to her body being too tired, she eventually fell into a deep slumber. All of a sudden, the thick black mist seemed to have formed a huge whirlpool as it spun at a high speed in the air. The sound of whistling wind, the sound of thunder breaking through the wall, and the sound of burning flames rang out incessantly. However, this time, the voices did not only come from Yifeng's body, they directly resounded from the outside of his body. Waves of warmth rose from the bottom of his heart. The cyclones in the sky were like thick dark clouds covering the entire cave. They rose and fell, but they never got beyond 7 feet from his body. Without the help of Spirit Shadow, the terrifying wounds on his body began to slowly heal under the influence of the black fog. Even the stench of blood seemed to have started at some point and was no longer produced. What? What's going on? After a long period of silence, Xiachen looked at the scene before him in shock. He was speechless. Suddenly, a hole was torn open in the black fog. A part of the scene could be seen. The veins on Yifeng's arms were constantly popping out. His profound qi was like a substance, attacking all the meridians in his body. Although it looked like he was trying to break through, he was actually trying to repair his meridians. He himself was like a blood-soaked warrior undergoing a nirvana rebirth. His skin looked as if it had been reborn. It was the color of a newborn baby. The golden light shone through the layers of fog, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. Brother Zifeng, this is great. So, you're fine. In her astonishment, Yi Shui almost blurted out these words. While she was frowning in worry, she was naturally overjoyed upon seeing such a scene. Hee hee, little brat, so you didn't die. However, if you had died from your body exploding, the result would have been much better for you. Han Yu coldly laughed and blew the jade flute. The 1,000-year-old ghost below her feet let out a fierce roar and attacked the center of the formation. Countless rays of light exploded as the strange patterns on the ceiling of the cave dimmed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 437. Chapter 437. Countless swirls of air wrapped around the body of the 1,000-year corpse ghost, creating a violent wind sound. This was already the limit of what could be done with the sword seal spirit energy that Yi Shui had activated. Break! Han Yu let out a cold laugh as she shouted out in a stern voice. Then, the zombie moved forward and rushed to the center of the formation. He roared loudly and ruthlessly hit the center of the formation with his palm. He forcibly pulled a wind disc in the middle of the formation and dragged it 8 feet away. A myriad of lights exploded in all directions. The ghost that was protecting the heart of the formation was exhausted from the long battle. Coupled with his injuries from before, it was difficult for him to face it head-on. He was directly sent flying by the power of this palm. The corners of the formation had been broken, and the heart of the formation was now missing. The huge black tornado formation could no longer withstand any of the brilliance. The cyclones that filled the sky seemed to have become sluggish at the same time. Pfft, the bodies of the demon fox and Yi Shui relaxed. A mouthful of blood spurted out of their mouths, and their faces turned deathly pale. The huge force circulated around their bodies, almost injuring their internal organs. Han Yu stood on Corpse Gui's shoulder, looking down at everyone. The jade flute indicated the direction of the dead ghost. Her gaze was cold as she swept her eyes over the crowd. The man in front of him was lying on the floor, wounded. After which, she shifted her gaze to Xie Chen, only to see him take 2 steps back and stick to the side of the cliff. Evidently, he had no intention of fighting with her. Xie Chen had kept his strength to this day, not because he wanted to fight, but because he wanted to run for his life. After all, the difficulty of this competition between the true disciples was extremely high. If he could escape back to the celestial sect of wonders, he would have already emerged victorious. Weak thing. Han Yu snorted coldly. Her gaze skipped past Xie Chen and landed on Yifeng. Where the black mist covered, a crack had just appeared before closing. Yifeng's body flickered. He could only guess from the golden light that he was greedily absorbing the surrounding spiritual energy. The sound of bones breaking just now, including the smell of blood, what's going on? Could it be my hallucination? Han Yu's beautiful face was filled with surprise, but after a moment, she relaxed and smiled. Whatever, it doesn't matter what tricks you, Yifeng, are playing. I'll kill your sister first, then I'll take the life of the woman next to you. At that time, let's see if you can hand over the antidote to Zhou Feng. As the sound of his voice faded. With an indifferent expression, she jumped down from the corpse ghost and slowly walked to stand in front of Yi Shui. The heavy footsteps landed on the ground, it was as if someone was stepping on it. It was so heavy that it suffocated people. Huff, she tried to cover her heaving chest to escape, but she was severely injured just now. She could not stand up, so she could only use her hands to prop herself up and prostrate herself on the ground. Ridiculous, to be injured like this and still be able to run away in front of me. It's better to be honest and lie on the ground obediently and wait for death. A cold light flashed in Han Yu's eyes. She flipped the jade flute in her hand, and a clear light shot out in all directions. Clang! A clear sound was heard. The jade flute was aimed at Yi Shui's head and ruthlessly lashed at her neck. Blood splattered in the air. Ah! The girl's scream resounded in the space. Sigh, I've already told them that we can't fight against enemies like this. A moment later, Xie Chen closed his eyes and shook his head helplessly. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. Wait, that scream just now didn't come from Yifeng's sister. He quickly turned his head and opened his eyes. Suddenly, his eyes widened like a thunderbolt, and his entire body went numb. Yi Zifeng's 5 fingers entered from behind and stabbed fiercely into Han Yu's shoulder with a cold gaze. You. Before Han Yu could react, he had already dashed forward. Holding her down, he rushed to the rock wall 10 feet away without stopping. Golden light shone from his entire body as the blood all over his body congealed into a blood cocoon. Through the circulation of the spirit energy in his body, it slowly turned into a brand new skin. As for the Wind King dagger in his hand, a golden thread extended from it, connecting it to the black mist. Apparently, the process of him absorbing spiritual energy was still going on. Bastard! Although Han Yu was caught off guard and suffered a surprise attack from Yifeng, her throat was filled with sweetness and her reaction was extremely fast. The jade flute in her hand shot out from under her flute, chasing after Yifeng's chest. Xie! A cracking sound was heard. The white ball of air surrounding the jade flute suddenly exploded in front of Yifeng's chest. Yifeng pursed his lips and took the hit. Satisfying. Yifeng humphed and then laughed. Great. I held it in for so long and was worried about not having a place to vent. What? Han Yu's heart froze for a moment. Although she was anxious about the power of that attack, she didn't use any strength. Even so, from her point of view, if Yifeng was at the second level of the martial disciple realm, he would at least be able to heavily injure his opponent, let alone die. On the other side, Yifeng's strength did not decrease at all. He held her all the way and nearly hit the rock wall. At this critical moment, Han Yu's collarbone shrank and suddenly changed direction. Only then was he able to avoid colliding with the wall. She was overjoyed. She wanted to shrink her bones again and slip out of Yifeng's hands. However, Yifeng's hands were like a pair of iron pincers. His nails were embedded into the cold moon's flesh, making it impossible for him to escape. Furthermore, no matter how Han Yu jabbed at him with the jade flute, Yifeng refused to let go, so she was unable to break free. What's going on? Impossible. Why does your cultivation realm seem to have increased all of a sudden? If Yifeng's cultivation did not increase, he would not be able to control her like this if he was only at the second level of the martial disciple realm. Yifeng sneered, but did not answer her. Don't think about these things. Come again. A scattered attack is useless to me. Only an attack like the one before is more or less the same. Moreover, if you don't quickly move away and use the jade flute, this corpse ghost won't listen to your commands, right? Han Yu glanced at the 1,000-year corpse ghost, and the corner of her mouth twitched. It was obvious that Yifeng had hit the mark. This corpse ghost was powerful, but without this jade flute controlling it, it would be difficult for him to use it. At that moment, Yifeng's mind suddenly became cold. The expression between his brows gradually turned cold. He turned around and saw a strong gust of wind rushing towards him. Yifeng, remove your dirty hands from Lord Han Yue. In a fit of anger, Zhou Feng punched out with his iron fists at Yifeng's face. Good timing. Yifeng laughed out loud. He raised his hand and the golden thread wrapped around the other person's arm, removing 30% of the other person's strength. After receiving the attack, he twisted his wrist, causing the other person's strength to be reduced by a lot. How could this be? From Zhou Feng's point of view, he was a third-level martial disciple while Yifeng was only a second-level martial disciple. By right, although his strength had decreased slightly due to the poison, Yifeng should at most be on par with him. Who would have thought that after a single exchange of blows, their full power attacks wouldn't even reach Yifeng? What are you blanking out for? His fist was blocked by someone, is it really that hard to believe? Yifeng chuckled. Immediately after, a ball of surging lightning energy exploded from his feet, directly imprinting itself on Zhou Feng's chest. He groaned, the pain on his face was so obvious that it looked like he was about to kneel on the ground. Yifeng, could it be that you, with just this little bit of time, have already broken through to the third level of the martial disciple realm? Han Yu looked at Yifeng's sharp movements. Just as Yifeng was about to sneer, the corner of his mouth twitched. He did not answer. Instead, he lifted up Zhou Feng with one hand, and then threw him far away, or he landed heavily on the ground. Han Yue, I told you not to think about this. Hurry up and fight me to your heart's content. You? Han Yu's face was ice cold. With a calm face, she shouted in a low voice, fine, if you, Yifeng, are so stubborn, I'll let you have your fill. Let's see how long you can last. Her expression was ice cold. A strand of cold light emerged from the jade flute, and a pale white fog wrapped around the jade flute. Her eyes turned cold as she continued her attack, and suddenly stabbed towards Yifeng's chest. Yifeng took another hit from her. Although his face was pale, he still revealed a carefree smile. Again. What? Han Yu's heart trembled. Right now, although she felt that something was wrong, she couldn't use the jade flute without breaking free from Yifeng's grasp. She also couldn't control the movements of the 1,000-year-old corpse ghost. Thus, she could only make a move. Fine. If you want to die, I'll send you off. Anger emerged from Han Yu's eyes. Her slender eyes narrowed slightly as the light in her hands intensified. A silver radiance flashed as it enveloped Yifeng's entire body. Bang! 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 A string of blood blossomed in the air. Almost enough. What is enough? Han Yu was stunned when she heard this. The last trace of black gas flowed into Yifeng's body through the golden line in his hand. It was eerie and horrifying. Yifeng's body stiffened as he lightly breathed in and out, feeling the warm current flowing through his entire body. However, this time, the smile on his face was no longer faint. Instead, it was a sneer. All sorts of cold and murderous auras accompanied by endless electric sparks were emitted from Yifeng's body. A violent storm instantly engulfed the entire area. I made a breakthrough. Han Yu was startled as she looked at the storm. Then, at the same time Zifeng pressed his hand on her shoulder, a huge force burst out, as if there was a giant invisible hand holding onto the cold moon. She took a closer look at the leaf tip, only to see that it was covered in scarlet light. Its starry eyes were shining brightly, and cold electricity shot in all directions. She was overwhelmed with shock in her heart. Could it be that this is no longer the third level of the martial disciple realm, but, Yifeng sneered, fourth level of the martial disciple realm. His invisible hand pressed on the cold moon as it flew forward, heavily slamming it into the wall. Bang! A loud sound was heard. Stone fragments flew everywhere, and dust scattered in all directions. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 438. Chapter 438. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. It's really hard to imagine. Amidst his astonishment, Zhou Feng almost cried out in pain, Lady Hanyue. Since he was worried about Han Yu, he was even more worried about his own safety. Lord Hanyue, how are you? There was no response. However, he still clearly understood the truth behind all of this. Thus, he hesitated for a moment before clenching his teeth and taking a deep breath. Then, he turned around and ran into the dust. Hurry up. Yi Shui's complexion slightly improved as she half propped up her body and anxiously said, Demon Fox, Guiying, the opponents have already gone over to help. Which one of you still has strength? Hurry up and help Brother Zifeng. The Demon Fox coughed as she stared at the situation over there. There's no need. What do you mean no need? Demon Fox, I can tell from your current condition that you can still move. A sullen expression appeared on Yi Shui's beautiful face.